because I believe the body can do whatever it needs to do to heal itself.
Surgery wasn't the answer. QC Kinetics was. They're regenerative treatments. No surgery, no long recovery.
After the first one, the inflammation dropped 90%. Today, my knees are just amazing. I could not do what I've done if I had not gotten treatments to QC Kinetics. I just pray that my physical model continues to go and help other people.
Maybe that's you. Tired of dealing with the joint pain? Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks dropped the rubber match to the Twins Sunday 4-2. Despite Jose Cabrera's very promising major league debut on the mound, tossing 5 innings of shutout baseball, the bullpen would give up 4 in a loss, and the injuries continue for this baseball team with Mike Soroka, Ryan Nelson, and Jordan Lawler all hitting the injury list over the weekend. They'll now hit the road and are in St. Louis today. First pitch will be at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns were busy this weekend as well. They re-signed both Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin to pretty team-friendly deals. They'll now turn their focus to the NBA draft tomorrow, where as of now, they will have the 47th overall pick. And the United States have clinched a place in the World Cup knockout stage after their 2-0 win over Australia. They'll wrap up group play against Turkey on Thursday. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Summer road trip, start at Freeway Chevrolet. They have the lineup to handle whatever comes your way. And right now you can save on every new Chevy, so hurry in today.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta,
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin,
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
and Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy. Him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Monday, everybody. Yes, this is your boy, Dan Bickley, but no Vince. Vince is gone for the next couple of days. The great Tim Ring called in from the bullpen. Ladies and gentlemen.
You're too kind.
Called up from AAA Reno to fill a big gap in the starting rotation.
That's right. Happy belated Father's Day,
Yeah,
everybody.
right back at you. How was your Father's Day, Tim? See, now, you guys are excluded from this, even though you are a fun uncle.
We participated in Father's Day.
That is true.
I wasn't.
You weren't necessarily the subjects of
Right.
Father's
We
Day.
weren't celebrated. Let's just say that.
I wasn't either, but that's a story for another day. How was your Father's Day?
It was
Tim?
all right. My 3 wonderful children all went in on a card.
Okay, gotcha.
There's a singular card.
I got one. I got one total from 3 children as well.
Yes.
So we're even now.
And then I took about 20 minutes to find out where the D-backs were on television. On Sunday afternoon, I sat down and watched that, and then kept my eye on the U.S. Open. And obviously, the D-backs game ended when I think Clark was playing 16. He had just hit one into the fescue.
Oh, okay.
The native fescue.
The fescue.
And then a little dinner at Salt and Lime.
Nice.
I like that little Salt and Lime.
Yeah.
Shout out to Salt and Lime.
There you go.
So your kids didn't do anything special for you, Dan?
No.
2 of your 3 kids are adults now.
Yes.
And should be able to give you gifts.
I don't mean to throw them under the bus, but the short answer is no. But I will tell you this. This was one of the worst sports watching weekends that I can remember in a long time. The best thing that happened Friday while I was on a golf course. That was Team USA winning a World Cup match. Then we had all that bad news with the Diamondbacks on Friday night. Then we had Saturday and Zach Gallen, that experience. And in the midst of it all, you had a U.S. Open that was just an abomination.
Vic, let me tell you, as someone that worked the U.S. Open Thursday through Sunday, it was a long, long weekend.
It was,
yeah.
For someone who only watched the last 45 minutes of the U.S. Open, it was kind of exciting to watch 45 minutes of it.
Listen, we're going to get into it a little bit later. Wyndham Clark is not liked at all by anybody.
That I noticed.
Yeah.
I was hoping he was going to totally blow it because I had the perfect tweet ready. Well, you win them, you lose some.
That's a perfect tweet.
Classic.
I don't know if that's perfect. I do know this, though. The WC, the initials of Wyndham Clark, stands for worst case or worst content.
Worst champion.
Worst champion. All right. So that's kind of how our weekend roll. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Get him out coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
All right, here are the stories we are going to be getting into today. A rough weekend for the Diamondbacks. Lost 3 key players to injury on Friday. We all watched Zach Gallen get blown up and booed off the mound on Saturday. Then they ended up losing a series to the lowly Twins on Sunday, despite a great effort from the newly called up Jose Cabrera.
They had won 3 consecutive series, so that streak comes to a halt. What happened on Saturday with Gallen is highly disturbing, but it's also now quite commonplace.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how many more times you can put them out there, Bick.
Everybody else is injured in the starting rotation.
And on top of that, everybody else is injured in the starting rotation.
It's like he's, by default, is going to keep his spot.
But again, you mean to tell me that there are not candidates in the minor leagues? And we're going to get into this today. Because if there's one thing you can ding Mike Hazen on in the past, it's for not stocking the pantries with starting pitchers. He went for the command and control over the raw potential guys.
If you can pull a Jose Cabrera up, I know it's only one game.
Yeah.
Let's not play in the parade. But if you can, is there another guy like that down there that if you give him an opportunity? He was only in AAA for like a cup of coffee.
Yeah. Who else can they bring up to pitch only 62 pitches and then take out Foot?
Yeah, right. Well, and there's going to be the return of Foot. All right, story number 2. The Suns had themselves a big weekend. They re-signed both Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin to multi-year deals, both at very good rates.
Yes, expected to get Colin Gillespie in the neighborhood of that $12 million a year. They got that. Jordan Goodwin is coming in around 19 for 3 with a player option. But 5-something in his first year. We'll get into the details more in just a bit. Now Mark Williams is likely next. We'll see what kind of
What number is he going to wear?
What number is he going to wear?
1. Why not?
Yeah, speaking of which, Devin Booker had a sit-down interview of sorts. It's video content of Devin Booker with his father explaining why he switched over to number 15, and it was really presented as a way to pay homage to his father, Melvin Booker, who wore 15 in college. We're going to get into this today because there's more to this story. We're not exactly sure what it is, but there's more to this story.
We're going to dig deep.
We're going to dig deep.
As a wordsmith, as a man who has created the dictionary,
yes.
Why is it you pay homage to something, but something is an homage to something? You know what I mean?
Great point.
Why is it pronounced, the same word is pronounced differently depending on how you use it? Okay.
No.
Didn't mean to stump you.
No.
It's
a good point. It's a weird quirk of the English language, I would guess.
A lot of quirks.
Yeah, how about it? All right, the NBA draft begins tomorrow night. The Thunder have already acquired a couple more second-round picks. They literally just wanted to get under a tax apron, sent Aaron Wiggins to Atlanta, but what this signifies, Tim, is this might be a wild next 48 hours in the NBA.
Yeah, and obviously Giannis watch continues. The news continues to leak out, if you will. Brian Windhorst just about an hour ago said, keep an eye on the Celtics now, dangling Jaylen Brown in that deal to the Bucks.
On ESPN right now, this second, they're even labeling it as breaking news that he will be traded before tomorrow's draft. Giannis.
It's just a matter of to whom.
To whom.
Right.
But I guess the news is that it will happen.
Well, listen, if the Celtics are giving up Jaylen Brown, I mean, that's better than anything the Heat are dangling.
Oh, totally.
The Miami Heat, and trust me, I was a Heat broadcaster, and I've watched this closely. Pat Riley loves to just try to get a superstar by giving up a bunch of stuff that he doesn't care if he loses or not.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
It doesn't work anymore.
He keeps pursuing the big fish, but he won't give up what it takes to get him.
He wants to give up a bunch of minnows.
I'll give up a bunch of minnows. We mentioned the dreadful U.S. Open that ended with very little star power and a champion nobody likes. Wyndham Clark wins at Shinnecock wire to wire, the first wire to wire winner in the U.S. Open since, Sammy?
Tiger.
Martin Keimer at Pinehurst in 2014. Not that anybody would remember that.
Martin Keimer.
Exactly, right? And finally, how about this story that we are going to have beginning next week? Serena Williams has a draw into the singles tournament at Wimbledon.
I thought that was going to hold off till the U.S. Open. I thought another doubles at Wimbledon. Interesting.
What if she wins it at age 44? No chance?
Zero.
This is Serena we're talking about.
No chance, but if she does, that sure says something about
the state of women's tennis. Yes.
It's like when Bernard Hopkins was like 45 years old and was like knocking out heavyweights in boxing because there's
How about George Foreman came back at like 50 and won the title?
Knocked out Michael Moore. Remember that?
Yes, and then Michael Moore made those great documentaries. Gained a lot of weight, but...
Wrong guy, Jared. Wrong guy. All right, those are some of the subjects we are going to get into this morning. Tim Ring's filling in for Vinny. When we get back on the other side, we'll dive into the Diamondbacks' lost weekend and where does our baseball team go from here. Dan Bickley, Tim Ring, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
This is 1-0. Swung on, it's a pop-up. This should do it. In comes the center fielder Clemens. He calls, he catches, and the Twins take the final 2 games of this weekend series, and they take the series by a final score in the finale, Minnesota 4 and the Diamondbacks 2.
Recapping the Twins series and laying down a preview of 4 games in St. Louis at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Truck Month is finally here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking it off with their biggest deals of the season. This is the one time of year when the Valley's best GMC trucks come with the Valley's best savings. Forget all the runarounds and pressure from those other guys. At Earnhardt, you walk in as a customer, you leave feeling like family. That's 75 years of doing things the no-bull way. Right now, save up to nearly $14,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab. And the savings keep coming with up to $6,000 off MSRP on a new 2026 GMC Canyon just in time for summer. Discover the hottest trucks now ready and waiting for you. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference, or find your perfect match at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 30th, 2026.
The world's biggest soccer tournament is here. Cheer on the U.S. men's national team at 3 official watch parties with Arizona Sports at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. Get details at ArizonaSports.com. Brought to you by Michelob Ultra.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay. Are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
You know, it's been more than a century that Ford has been here for those who build America, for those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. If that's who you are, then Ford believes that you should pay what Ford employees pay. American value, literally for American values. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and it's here at our Desert Ford dealers. Employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. So on a 2026 Ford F-150, do not miss employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford F-150, or get employee pricing plus $2,000 cash back on a Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Giving your liver a spring cleaning is easy with Active Liver from New Nordic, the delicious daily detox that will keep you feeling your best. Search for Active Liver by New Nordic on Amazon or pick up some at your local CVS, Wegmans, or GNC.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that, is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
All right, let's play the game. If somebody would have told you 3 months ago, if somebody would have told you 5 months ago the Diamondbacks would be 1 game over 500 in the last week of June, would you take it?
Yes.
Everybody would go, yep, we'll take it. Yep, all the injuries, all the uncertainties, we'll take it. And so you can look at it that way if you want. But what happened this weekend now has got this baseball team in quite a quandary.
Well, just to put a caveat on what you said, we would take it. We would take it because we would be thinking, okay, they got this far, 1 game over 500. Now Corbin Burns is about to come back. Now A.J. Puck is about to come back. That's why we would be okay with them at this point.
Yep.
Since that's not happening.
Since it's not happening, now it's another story entirely. So on Friday, the team learned that they were going to lose Ryan Nelson to an interview which has now been classified as a strained right elbow.
Injury, yep.
Wait, what did I say?
Interview.
Oh, I'm sorry. It has been an injury classified. It was initially a torn forearm flexor. They've kind of reclassified the actual injury into a strained right elbow. The official word is that it's not as bad as it could be, but he's still going to be gone for quite some time, if not the rest of the season.
Right. Torrey said weeks, not days.
Right.
And you'd be surprised if he were back by September. And the same thing with Corbin Burns. I mean, could he be back by September? Probably would depend on where they are in the playoff race, if they are, in fact, in the playoff race. But this is now, let's be honest, a lot can happen. Guys can come up, guys can make plays, guys can produce. But this might be a bridge too far now for this baseball team.
Right.
Because even though they're still right there on the doorstep of a wild card race, other teams are now ahead of them. At this point, we're not even in July yet. You don't really want to talk about the race and where they're at. But again, when you have this amount of injuries, and now like guys like Vargas are coming back to earth, right?
Oh,
I mean, in June, he hit 0.81. I mean, think about that. You know, after that monster April that he had. Zach Gallen can't get anybody out. Merrill Kelly continues to struggle now. Corbin Burns, obviously, as we mentioned, is going to be on the shelf for even longer. A.J. Puck's going to be on the shelf for even longer.
This is just Soroka's on the IL.
Soroka, we haven't talked about Soroka yet.
One of the bright spots.
Who's been the best pitcher in the rotation for a good chunk of time. That's classified as a left glute strain, but again, they're talking weeks, not days. And then Jordan Lawler with another soft tissue injury.
That one is, I genuinely feel for this kid, man.
Yeah.
Like, he's your #1 prospect. The weight of the organization's on his shoulders, and he just cannot stay on the field.
Well, this is hamstring injuries now in 3 straight years.
Yes.
This is coming off the 60-day IL stint with the fractured wrist, which obviously that's kind of a fluky thing. Hamstrings, though, chronic injuries to the hamstrings and strains and pulls and tightness, that's not fluky. That 3 years in a row now is a trend that makes you really uncomfortable about whether or not this is going to be an issue for him his entire career. He was finally starting to hit in his limited appearances. here in 2026, and now he's back on the shelf again. So, again, I mentioned a bridge too far. I don't know how they come out. Now they got to go to St. Louis for 4, and they got to go to Tampa for 3. The division title is out the door, and it probably always was. But now, I mean, at 9.5 back as we hit July, not happening. Not against that team.
No, and you're right about it, because you wonder what the baseball team feels about additional setbacks. Teams know what they have better than fans and media know what they have, and you could almost feel a lot of that doubt creeping in over the weekend from guys like Geraldo Perdomo, who are like, look, yeah, this is really tough for us right now. What do you do? So, okay, you gotta field 5 starting pitchers. That's step number 1. So they've got to get Brandon Pfaadt, got to get him back to being stretched out. There's one. You're assuming Merrill Kelly will be okay, if you want to assume that, because he's been.
Well, they need him now more than ever.
Do you think?
Let's just be honest.
Right? Eduardo Rodriguez is still there. Jose Cabrera, this kid they gave the ball to yesterday, was really, really good. And you have to ask yourself, do the Diamondbacks have something with this kid, or was it that major league debut magic?
Well, I tell you what they have. They have hope. They have hope. What he did for them yesterday gives you the hope, gives Torey Lovello, Mike Hazen, and everybody in that organization hope that you can run him out there every 5th day, and he gives you a chance to win a baseball game. It's only one game. We just don't know, but it looked awfully good. As I mentioned, he only was in Reno for a cup of coffee, so he was a Double-A pitcher. They've kind of accelerated his path now based on need.
Yeah.
He gets out there on a Sunday on Father's Day and goes, I mean, the line was great. I mean, it was 5 innings, 3 hits, 0 runs, 3 strikeouts.
Yeah.
He lasted 1 batter into the 6th, and Torey went out there and got him. The bullpen didn't get him the win.
No.
But you know what you liked about? I liked his demeanor. Obviously, the production was great on the mound, but the big smile, and Torey comes out there, hey, great job. He can read his lips, and he kind of tipped his cap to the crowd. He got a standing ovation.
His parents were in attendance. They had flown up.
Yeah, his parents flew in from the DR. So he's physically imposing. He's a big kid. He threw a lot of strikes in the game, so he wasn't. He met the moment. So to me, I'm excited to see now what his next start or 2 are going to look like.
Torey Lovello on Jose Cabrera.
Thought we were on a really nice path today with Cabrera. He was out there throwing the heck out of the ball. We talked about a plan to let him go 5, maybe around the lineup twice, and it worked out really, really well. We felt like we had our front line bullpen pieces lined up. He did a great job. It was overall a fantastic day for him. It was 5 scoreless, kept mixing up pitches, just doing a really nice job of getting some swing and miss. We just couldn't capitalize and get him his first win.
I've seen some criticism from some people on social media that what the Diamondbacks did with Jose Cabrera is emblematic of the issues that they have with pitcher injuries, meaning Jose Cabrera threw 83 pitches in his last start in the minors. You bring him up to the majors and you limit him at 60. What again, now, I think the way that they handled it yesterday was just fine. I mean, a kid making his major league debut, you want it, when he gets through 5, you want that to be a victory for him.
And the bullpen has been very good this year.
It should have been great.
But
there's also
they're so rigid with the plans that they go into games with that they don't let the flow of the game dictate anything.
I would agree with that.
And he didn't have a lot of hard innings. He was only in the pitches in the 60s. It's not like this was a reliever that they brought up to make an emergency start. He was a starter.
He was a starter. And there are people who think this is how you get into trouble when you got a guy who is averaging in his routines 80-plus pitches per outing, and now you cap him at 60.
Like, what happens when he's going to have to go pitch 82 again?
What are they going to do next time?
That's it. That's exactly it. Now, circumstantially, in watching the game, I thought, okay, I get this. You don't want this great debut to spiral out of control, and then he ends up giving up a 5 spot. But nothing about him looked like he was not in control of that game.
No, and here's the tough conversation that has to be had. And we went through this last year in terms of the Diamondbacks medical staff when all the Tommy John injuries happened. I remember Derek Hall joined us. I said, you always evaluate everything after the season, but will there be extra evaluation about the strength and conditioning program, given all the injuries to the pitchers? And now you look at this again happening in 2026. You know, whatever the Diamondbacks' plans for these guys are, they're clearly kind of not working. Guys are getting hurt.
Yeah.
Guys are going down.
Yeah.
So do you have to now rethink how you're planning these types of things? Because whatever you're doing, And it might not be anything that they're doing. It might be the worst.
But it's not helping.
It's not. The proof is in the pudding.
It is. It's not
Too
helping.
many guys are hurt.
And that is, I think, to put a fine point on Jarrett's point, is that's the source of frustration. If there was some indication that these prescribed days off and prescribed innings and pitches if there was any idea that what they're doing is next level elite, you wouldn't have a problem with it. But where are the results? Now
You're also right.
Now they might come back and say, well, all the players who aren't hurt right now are the results. You can't argue with that. But it's frustrating to have this to be such a part of your program, and the methodology isn't working.
And I'm also looking back on it and saying, like, well, the bullpen came in and gave up the game, and that's why they lost.
That was by the way, the bullpen. Every single Twins run was scored after 2 were out. That has been a problem with Diamondback baseball this entire season. Finishing innings, finishing at bats, getting the job done. Zach Gallen gets 2 outs in these innings, and he can't get the third. So and then the go-ahead run. I mean, Corbin Carroll fires a strike from right field, and it hits Bell's hand.
Yep.
Seriously. As he's sliding into third. And
Karam's into the dugout.
Nobody was backing up third.
Yep, that's exactly right.
I mean, my God.
That's
what are the odds?
Right, man. That's exactly right. Rough weekend. Rough weekend.
And they were 1 for 8 again with runners in scoring position. I was on when you were off last. Vinny and I talked about it ad nauseum for the entire week. They can't get critical clutch hits, time and time again.
No.
Every game, it's 1 for 8, 1 for 11, 2 for 13.
And you would think that if the offense could have just given some real production to Jose Cabrera, that kid would have gotten his first win.
If they could have put that game more out of hand before he came out of the ball game, we're talking about him getting his first win and a lot more excited.
It's a shame. All right, coming up on the other side, big productive weekend for the Phoenix Suns. We'll talk about the retention of Jordan Goodwin and Colin Gillespie. Tim Ringen for Vinny, I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
There's a difference between we're going to keep him out of the supplemental draft. Sorry, bud, you're going to have to go into the actual draft next year with everybody else. And by the way, those guys are all going to have played a year because they weren't gambling. That puts Sorsby at a disadvantage, which maybe is fair. He should be at a disadvantage. I don't think his whole career should just be gone. It would have been the height of absurdity if he just got to play college football this upcoming season.
Yes.
The Cardinals going to his pro day, as Gambo reported, that might just be due diligence. You have to do the due diligence. Can't you just see, teams are like, yeah, I don't know, and he ends up on the Seahawks, and he's their quarterback of the future in a year or two. That's how this is going to play out.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, so imagine going to a big box store, buying a brand new television, lugging it out to your car. You get home, you unpack it, and you discover a little small crack in the corner. What do you do then? Or what happens if the television doesn't turn on? One of many reasons you shop at Walt's TV and Appliance instead, because you're going to get same-day delivery 7 days a week. You're going to get a no-worry installation done by a professional. You're going to pay the same price as big box stores, and you're going to get 10 times the service. At Walt's, they'll deliver it, mount it, calibrate it, program your remotes, set up your streaming apps, walk you through everything before they leave, because at Walt's, this is all they do. Televisions, home theater, premium audio, appliances, and their people are specialists. Now, finally, people assume Walt's is more expensive because they're not a big box store. That couldn't be further from the truth. They're price competitive with the big box stores on exactly the same models. They'll price match any price you bring them to prove it. And here's what you won't get at the big box stores: somebody who answers the phone when something goes wrong, someone who comes back to your house if there's an issue. That's what you'll get from Walt's. They'll have your back from day one. You can find them off the I-10 at Warner, right behind the IKEA. Shop online at waltz.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Meet Lee Platz, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
It's Wolf, and America is 250 years old. Independence from kings and tyrants, and today, independence from missing teeth, loose dentures, and hiding your smile. That's right, Aria Dental Implant Center gives you the freedom to eat what you love and smile with confidence without worrying about your teeth. I did it, and you can too. Aria Dental Implant Center is celebrating America's 250th birthday with the Wolf Red, White, and Blue promotion. You can get 10% off this month only. If you know someone you love who's been living with missing teeth, uncomfortable dentures, or a smile they're embarrassed by, now is the time. 10% off when you mention Wolf. Freedom to smile. Freedom to eat whatever you want. Aria Dental Implant Center is restoring smiles and changing lives. 10% off when you mention Wolf. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was a depleting weekend for the Diamondbacks, as not only did they drop Sunday's game against the Twins 4-2, they dropped the series, and they added more names to the injured list. Mike Soroka, Jordan Lawler, and Ryan Nelson all will miss some time for Torey Lovullo and this ball club, but the season rolls on as the Snakes are in St. Louis for a series with the Cardinals. That starts today. First pitch will be at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns over the weekend were able to bring back some fan favorites. Colin Gillespie signed a 4-year, $48 million deal to return to the Suns, and Jordan Goodwin inked a 3-year, $19 million deal. Now the Suns will turn to the NBA draft, which gets underway tomorrow night. And from Shinnecock Hills in Southampton, Wyndham Clark is your 126th U.S. Open champion, taking it wire to wire for his second career major championship win. This report is brought to you by Galaxy Lending Group. Paying off your mortgage in 5 years sounds crazy, but Galaxy Lending Group clients are doing it every day. Text Galaxy to 620-620 to find out how, because 30 years is optional.
Hey, it's Wolf. What do we want the Phoenix Suns to do with the 47th pick in the NBA draft? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
As Gambo had been reporting from day one, the Suns had a couple of top priorities in this offseason before free agency hit, and that was to re-sign Colin Gillespie, that was to re-sign Jordan Goodwin, and bam, bam, they knocked him down like bowling pins over the weekend. 4 years and $48 million for Colin Gillespie, 3 years and $19 million for Jordan Goodwin. We've had many debates on who would you prefer to keep, and those debates were running pretty 50-50. It's amazing to see the market dictates one player is like worth twice as much as the other.
Jordan Goodwin last year was so far removed in terms of being a better player than his first stint here. I remember when the Suns signed him. I mean, he was claimed off of waivers. I mean, nobody really wanted him. And I remember him coming into the organization again, and Vinny and I were talking about it. I'm like, man, I don't know. I mean, I remember the first go-around with Jordan Goodwin. I don't know how much he's going to help this team. He is such a liability when it comes to shooting the basketball that it outweighs all the other great stuff that he does when it comes to stuffing his stat sheet. But, oh, my goodness, did that boy learn how to shoot. He credited his brother for working with him in the offseason. And Jordan Goodwin came back an absolutely dynamic shooter compared to what he was his first time around.
Yeah.
So all that other good stuff he was doing was now complemented by the fact he could knock down an open three. Suddenly he was a really big part of what they were doing.
You can make a point that Jordan Goodwin is the best rebounding guard in the NBA. He was the Suns' second best offensive rebounder, which is stunning given his role and his playing time. To me, his on-the-ball defense, Kellen Olson put it perfectly, that everybody gives Dillon Brooks all the flowers for being the culture driver of the Phoenix Suns. Jordan Goodwin, through his play on the court, is almost every bit the culture driver. And as Kellen Olson points out, he can't remember exactly how many games when the Suns' defense might be floundering, when the vibe might be a bit off, and then Jordan Goodwin decides to get up in somebody's chest, and then that guy dribbles the ball off his foot out of bounds, and then Jordan Goodwin is exalting his teammates, let's go, let's go. And then suddenly they're on a different plane.
No,
go ahead, Tim.
I was going to say, no, he is the epitome of a winning player. And like I said, once he learned to put the ball in the basket with a little more consistency, you could keep him on the floor for longer stretches of time. And he was a big part in what the Suns were doing, especially when they were playing their best basketball in November, December, and January. Sammy, that's the way I saw a different, improved Jordan Goodwin last year compared to the first time he was here.
Well, and Bick mentioned that the difference in numbers between Gillespie and Goodwin. I wonder if, excuse me, if Goodwin's number was lower because of, he proved just this year that he could be a reliable three-point shooter. Not saying there's going to be a regression, but how much better can he actually get from a three-point shooting standpoint? Wonder if that was the reason. Like, Gillespie's just he's more explosive offensively, and I think...
Well, Gillespie's also a potential starter.
Yes.
On this team. And some of that goes into that. Also was one of the best three-point shooters in the league, Colin Gillespie was. So I think the long-term future for Gillespie is as a potential starter, serious rotation player, where Jordan Goodwin is really good as a role player.
Yeah, one's a role player.
What he
one
gets
potentially is more than a role player, which is where I have the question: is what is Colin Gillespie's actual ceiling? Because he really hit a wall about halfway through last year, and I'm wondering, like, how much more can they put on his plate that's realistic?
Look, these are fair questions, and again, that's why I was a little bit surprised at the financial disparity in these two deals. I thought these two players were much more close together. I think you're bringing up good points as to why that wasn't the case. You even heard some of the pre-discussions about this, that Colin Gillespie's value might be upwards of $21 million a year.
Well, it never got to the point where we actually saw what was the interest across the league for these two players.
Right.
I don't even know what the market was.
Well, that's because the Suns signed it before they could get to that point.
So Colin Gillespie, here's the way I kind of see this young man. He is certainly a potential starter in this league. I'm a little concerned about that ceiling when it comes to high leverage playoff basketball. Now, did he hit a physical, mental wall? Because it's been a long time since he had played that many games, if ever. In fact, I'm pretty sure he's never played that many games in his life. So was there a wall that he hit, and can that be overcome next year or in the coming years?
You would hope.
I think you can win with Colin Gillespie during the regular season. My questions remain, again, high leverage games late in the season. Like, if he is your starting point guard, or if he is playing heavy minutes and you get into the playoffs or deep into the playoffs, is he good enough? Well, and that's I don't know that yet. Those are my questions.
Back up. Is he going to be the team starting point guard? That's where you start. Because
that's a double-edged sort of a question. That's probably not the right phrasing, but does that would mean that you're starting three guards?
Now again, you're assuming Jalen Green has to start. And maybe he does.
Yeah.
Maybe he does. But even if he doesn't, a Colin Gillespie, Devin Booker backcourt, it's not. You're not fielding a big team.
No. I wonder if Colin Gillespie's best suited role is the sixth man coming off, kind of like a Peyton Pritchard role with this Boston, in that he's a spark plug when he's on the floor, and if he's that sixth man and can kind of come in and run the second team, I wonder if that's the best role for if the Suns want to be really good.
If you want to even be in the mix in terms of making a playoff run, maybe winning a series, I think Colin Gillespie has to be coming off your bench. Yeah. That's the way I see it. I mean, if you play Gillespie and Booker in the backcourt, maybe that's a better positional fit than Green and Booker gets Booker back to that natural two-guard slot. But if you can't start Green, Gillespie, Booker, and Brooks.
No.
I mean,
I didn't even think about Brooks, yeah.
Right, so now you're starting I know Brooks is kind of your traditional three, but again, that's a lot of that's four guards if you ask me.
Yeah, that's not a lot of size on your basketball team. And that was clearly one of the fatal flaws of last year's team.
And that's not the strongest defensive lineup either, other than Brooks.
Let me ask you this. Let's say in some hypothetical world, you could ship Jalen Green off for a really capable frontline big man player, starting caliber player. Yes.
Right.
You're
gesticulating wildly.
Yes, because I'm
watch on YouTube. And
this is my speculating hand gesture.
Whoa!
Like a powerful starting forward.
Yes, and so you move Green for that. Would you guys be comfortable moving forward in terms of trying to go deep into the playoffs with a Gillespie Booker backcourt, or do you need a better point guard?
Ooh.
This is a much big picture question. Like the team, if you count the playoffs, they were 16-23 in their last 39 games. That's a big chunk of games where they were mediocre or worse. And I just don't know what the real Suns' ceiling is if they mostly run it back. Because, yes, they had a really surprising, fun, good first two-thirds of the season, half of the season. But as we said almost every week, that was the part of the season where most teams aren't really trying that hard. No, and when things started to turn, a big chunk of games at the end of the season, they didn't look that good.
You know that is my biggest fear about this year, this run-it-back mentality, is exactly that. Is that the vibes and what you got out of last year is leading the team to overvalue what they're going to give you next year.
Also, here's the thing, and I talked about this last week, and can't say for sure. We don't know if Royce O'Neal or Grayson Allen will even be back on the team. But A, you're not going to sneak up on anybody anymore.
Nope.
But B, and to me this is the big one, Royce O'Neal, Grayson Allen, Gillespie, and Dylan Brooks shot out of their minds in November, December, and January.
They did.
Those guys are all good shooters.
Yeah, not as good as they shot.
They were unbelievable.
Yeah.
Record-setting coming out of the gates in terms of knocking down threes in the history of the franchise.
Yeah, that's
Royce
very
O'Neal
true.
and Colin Gillespie, a 1-2 punch. I don't know if you can replicate that another season. Even if they do run it back with O'Neal and Grayson Allen. Are all those guys going to shoot like that again?
And do they even have the minutes left now for guys like Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen? We're going to discuss this more today. At least the Suns back in business, man. The offseason has begun. All right, on the other side, a tale of two global tournaments over the weekend. One that fired hot, the World Cup, and one not so much. We'll talk about that next. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store. Summertime is fast descending on the valley, a time when your windows are more than just a view. They're the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, if they're in bad condition, it means all that heat is going to pour into your home. It's going to overwhelm your AC. It's going to cost you a fortune in the coming months. Highly recommend you give Advanced Window Products a call. They're Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows specifically for our harsh desert climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimensions conditions of your home, never retrofitted on site. You combine all of that with great installation crews that are stacked with full-time vetted employees, and the results are windows that seal off your home from excessive heat, from monsoon conditions, windows that literally pay you back. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, they'll guarantee them for life. That warranty, transferable if you ever sell your home, which adds value to your home. And here's my buddy Joe telling you about a great special they've got going on now at Advanced Window Products.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, we are doing a free labor event. If you call today and mention Bickley, you will get $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. And this week only, we are offering free installation. Call right now, 480-676-3600. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tullison. No middleman markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. You must call today to get this offer. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call right now, 480-676-3600 for that $3,000 off and the free labor, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Most people wait to replace their AC because of the price tag. But here's the math nobody mentions. A new high-efficiency unit from Parker & Sons starts cutting your energy bills the day it's installed. And with no payments until 2027, you're saving on energy all summer before you've spent a dime on the brand new unit. No interest, no payments, no stress. The offer ends June 30th, so call 602-2-REPAIR for your free quote. That's 602-2-REPAIR.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Hey, it's Gamble. What more did we learn about the Diamondbacks in their series against the Twins? It's the Burns and Gamble Show. Starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Welcome back, everybody. Happy Monday. Dan Bickley, Tim Ring, Jared Carlin, Sammy Sapolka.
Oh, no.
Polka, polka, polka.
Yeah, for those who didn't miss the conclusion of Friday's program, was it Friday? Was it Thursday? It's Thursday.
Thursday.
Yeah, that's right, because Vinny had us coming
We
back
had no
on
show
Tuesday.
Friday.
Yes. Right, exactly. So at the end of Thursday's Generation Gap, Sammy was given a question in which the answer was Yoko Ono. And in ruminating on that question, he went, oh, no. And all three of us looked at each other like, what?
He got it right by accident.
Right.
Stumbled into the right answer. Did you give him credit for it?
He wanted it, but
it didn't really matter. So it didn't happen. But the question was, this artist, singer, activist is infamously credited with breaking up the Beatles when she married John Lennon. And he goes, oh,
No.
Everyone started to lose their mind, and I'm like, oh, man, is it that bad that I don't know it?
We were reacting, and then him and Jamal landed on the answer, Marilyn Monroe.
Jamal landed on the answer.
So it wound up being wrong anyway, but...
Yeah,
but yes, if you want to see that video, follow us on Instagram and Facebook because the video is posted there. Bickley and Murata.
And
Marilyn Monroe.
Right. You can look at the looks of incredulity on all our faces when Sammy did that. Yeah, that was crazy. All right, so I mentioned at the very beginning of the program, the weekend started off from a sports viewer's perspective. Started off great. Team USA wins again. I guess you could call it dominant.
They were just way better.
They were way better. They look like a legitimate soccer power, right? So that happened, and then the golf tournament happened. So let's start with the World Cup. Why is the World Cup hitting like it's hitting this year? Is it because Team USA has got a real team?
Well, it's here.
That's what I was going to say.
My
USA is
reason
2-0.
USA is very good, it appears, and the games are not on at 3 a.m.
That's a big deal.
Which I, as people who have crazy, ridiculous schedules, it's kind of fun when there's live sports on, in the beginning of our show and stuff. But for most people, I think having the games on in the middle of the day or prime time makes it a lot easier to consume and a lot of people to get interested.
Yeah, a little bit like the Olympics.
And there's just a great amount of energy that are coming off these games.
I'll say why it's hit because the last 2 to 3 World Cups, there's always been like some sort of small hype that, okay, can the United States get to the round of 16? Can they exceed expectations? And then in the first 2 games, it's like a draw and maybe a loss, and then they win the third and they sneak into the knockout stages. This year's World Cup, the hype and expectation was there, and they've been dominant. That's the difference because they're 2-0. They're not 1-0-1.
Uh-huh. They didn't have to draw with,
Right, and there's not a ton of pressure now on them in their they're already through to the round of 32, and they don't. This game against Turkey doesn't matter on Thursday.
It's the first time they came out of the gates with 2 wins in a World Cup since 1930. So think about that. Now, they did win 2 games back in 2002. They just didn't come right out of the gate. So we've not seen this before out of Team USA. Coupled with the fact it's on U.S. soil for the most part.
Right.
That's, I think, all that. And then Jarrett's right about you can watch the games. They're not on at ridiculous times in the middle of the night. I think all of that combined. Plus, let's be honest. I mean, the love of soccer nationwide, far different in 2026 than it was in 1994 when the World Cup was here.
Absolutely.
I think multiple generations that have grown up playing soccer are now obviously adults, and I think that plays a role in it as well.
And how many years late has it been? When was this first predicted to happen in this country, right? The soccer mom minivan revolution?
I think 80s, around the 80s is when every kid started playing soccer. I mean, I knew I grew up playing soccer. And they thought, by probably the World Cup in 94, they probably thought everyone was going to love soccer. I don't think it really has hit until the last 10 years or so when people Sammy's age started watching all the European leagues and stuff.
That's it.
And MLS has grown a little bit more and a little bigger, and some of the big international stars, granted a little past their prime, but have come to MLS.
Yeah, the level of diehard Premier League soccer fans in this country has just blown up exponentially.
Is a lot more than what it had been.
Yeah.
Well, there's fans too, and again, I'm no soccer expert, not even close. But if you can get some of your best athletes in the country choosing to play soccer, like this kid Alex Freeman, right? I knew his father. I did the Antonio Freeman show in Green Bay in the mid '90s. But this is a kid who's obviously he's a big kid.
You've worked in every market so
pretty
far.
much has.
In the segment, every segment so far. Well, I was at Miami.
Very true. But a kid like Alex Freeman, I'm just going to assume with a father that was a great wide receiver in the NFL, Alex Freeman is also a really good athlete who probably could have also chosen to pursue football or other sports, chose to pursue soccer. And now he's out there as a young man scoring a goal in a World Cup game. And
that's what it takes.
And if you can get kids like that across the board who have options when it comes to playing sports at a very, very high level, actually choose to play soccer, you're going to be better off in the long run. I don't think we're ever going to get there Where like the LeBron James of the world and the Chris Pauls of the world are playing soccer.
I don't think we're ever going to be
Patrick Peterson.
I don't think we're ever going to be dominant. I think we are already there where we are as good as any other country. I think they could win the World Cup this year just as much as any other country.
Is that right? So you really believe that?
And I think it will be like that going forward. Yes,
wow.
I do. I think they will be among 8 teams every World Cup now that can win the World Cup.
Wow. Yeah, they've never been in that position at all.
They'll never be like in basketball. They'll never be dominant over the rest of the world. But I think they will be on the same level as the top teams.
When was the last time Team USA? Because I think if you polled most people, they could name one player from the team. How many times in the past could they survive just sitting him because he's got a calf issue?
Right. That's big.
That's big. So they play again on Thursday night. Now on the other end of the spectrum, the U.S. Open Golf Tournament. I have not ever seen this before, Tim Ring. An American-born player being booed basically throughout the day for the better part of 2 days.
Explain it to me as a non-golf fan. Why?
So Wyndham Clark has had rage problems in the past. At Quail Hollow last year, he took his driver and destroyed a sponsor sign behind the tee box. After playing in the U.S. Open last year at Oakmont, he destroyed a pair of 121-year-old lockers.
After missing the cut, yeah.
In the clubhouse,
In the clubhouse. That latter disrespect for a club as storied as Oakmont made people just go, this dude's a Delta Bravo. Petulant, country club, down to his first name, unlikable. It turned into unlike anything I've ever seen. We've grown used in this country, for better or worse, we've grown used to European players getting the business almost at every tournament. And it's a big talk on tour now because some people do not like it. They don't think golf galleries should be acting like this on the weekly, but they are. This is an American-born player, and nobody wanted him to win. And he won wire to wire. And he took control of the tournament basically in a 45-minute stretch on Thursday where he benefited more than anyone else by going out late in the day in benign conditions.
When the wind died down.
And he made that cushion last the entire weekend. Wire to wire. And nobody wanted him to win. It was unlike anything I've ever seen.
And all of that is true. And then it's obviously a heavy dose of that kind of anger on the golf course from the fan base, given where the tournament was being held. It's a New York City crowd. And we know what that can be like. We just lived through it with the Knicks.
On Saturday, Sammy knows this because he was invested in it all weekend like I was. Wyndham Clark is finishing his round on Saturday, and no one's there. They had all pieced out. I'm like, I can't believe what I'm watching here. Now, part of it, where they held that course in Southampton's, very, very hard to get to. I've been to Shinnecock once before. It's impossible to ride share in and out of. It's very, very difficult. So the attendance was way down, but that treatment of an American-born golfer, unlike anything I've ever seen.
They were throwing people out. You know, he would hit the ball like, "Hey, Wyndham, don't choke," or "Get in the bunker." They were tossing fans.
They thought he was Sergio Garcia or something.
That's it.
Colin Montgomery.
That's what it
used to
reminded me
get
of from Bethpage Black all those years ago.
That's exactly right. Weird look for the weekend golf. All right, coming up on the other side, the Diamondbacks is the season on the brink. We'll discuss our baseball team. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I would agree that dynasties are more memorable, but I don't think it's better. I personally love the fact that there have been 8 champions in this league the last 8 years. I think that's great because it does speak to this idea of, as a long-suffering Phoenix Suns fan who wants to know my team has a chance, it irks me that someone's going to call that a participation trophy.
That's stupid.
Even if I were a Lakers fan and I said, the bubble, if the Suns had won the championship in the bubble, I would have had the tattoo and the T-shirts and all that stuff. So I'll give you that it's more memorable. I don't think it's better.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, so longtime listeners know that if you head on down to Chapman BMW, you are going to get the hookup on new and pre-owned BMWs. All you got to do is ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He's hooked up a number of our listeners already. You can be next. But at Chapman BMW, you can now get the hookup on service and parts no matter where you purchased your vehicle. It's the BMW Value Service program where Chapman BMW unveiling huge price reductions on 12 essential services and repairs, everything from oil changes to brake pads, from spark plugs to filter replacements. You can go to ChapmanBMW.com, check in your VIN number. You can see all the money you are going to be saving. Chapman BMW also makes it simple to take advantage of these huge discounts. If your car needs service, they'll come to you, they'll pick up your car, they'll drop off a loaner, they'll fix your car, they'll wash your car, they'll bring it right back to you when it's finished. That's the kind of red carpet elite service you get from Chapman BMW, a family-owned, award-winning business for nearly 6 decades. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Lots of places can expose you to identity theft.
Oh, no.
That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity, which is way more than anyone can do on their own. If we find anything suspicious, like new loans or changes to your financial accounts, we alert you right away, all through text, phone, email, or the LifeLock app. Get the alerts that could make all the difference. Save up to 30% with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Today, we tip our wrench to Rock Auto customer Jeremy.
When I was a kid, I used to spend hours watching my stepdad work on cars. It really turned into something special, and now I work on all my own cars. I heard about Rock Auto the first time just doing an internet search. I couldn't recommend Rock Auto enough. Fact is, my kids go there to buy. I tell my neighbors about them. I tell pretty much everybody about them.
All the parts your car will ever need, Rock Auto.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
At EasyCater, we believe every workday gets better with great food. Like that morning status meeting, always better with bagels. And don't forget the coffee. Ops team working late? How about some power bowls to keep them going strong? Sandy's celebrating 10 years at the company. This calls for cupcakes. With EasyCater, you get a huge variety of favorite restaurants with tools to help meet dietary needs and stay on budget, all on one platform. So make every workday better with EasyCater. Start an order at easycater.com.
Collectors! Front Row Car Show is back for a massive NFL Stadium show. Join us at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, June 27th and 28th. 650 tables. Biggest show ever. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards. Plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. PSA, Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Free parking. Plus thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show at State Farm Stadium. Saturday and Sunday, June 27th and 28th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
With Michelob Ultra Zero, there's always what's next. Next play. Next shot. Next score. Next celebration. Michelob Ultra Zero. Zero alcohol. Distinctly smooth taste. And just 29 calories. Stay in the game with Michelob Ultra Zero. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2026 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Zero alcohol-free malt beverage, St. Louis, Missouri.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks dropped the rubber match to the Twins on Sunday, 4-2, despite Jose Cabrera's very promising MLB debut on the mound, tossing 5 innings of shutout baseball. The bullpen would give up 4 runs in a loss, and the injuries continued for this baseball team, with Mike Soroka, Ryan Nelson, and Jordan Lawler now all hitting the injury list. The Diamondbacks hit the road and they start a 4-game series with the Cardinals today. first pitch at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns were busy this weekend as well. They re-signed both Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin to pretty team-friendly deals. They'll now turn their focus to the NBA draft starting tomorrow, which they have the 47th overall pick. This report is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Advanced Window Products builds every window in Tolleson, ensuring factory direct quality with no middlemen or delays. Call 480-676-3600 to schedule today.
Arizona Sports. Swung on that, is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marana talk D-backs baseball now.
All right, it wasn't that long ago that Zach Gallen walked off the mound in Game 5 of the 2023 World Series to a thunderous standing ovation. He almost threw a no-hitter that night. You remember that game, Tim?
I do, yes, sure.
All right, let's fast forward to what we witnessed Saturday night at Chase Field. And that
El
was
Succo.
El Succo is what we witnessed. And for a lot of people, it was the only game they witnessed. The Diamondbacks were streaming on Friday and streaming on Sunday. And I heard from a lot of fans, I'm so done with this. But back to the case at hand here. Zach Gallen, this season is not going out how any of us had hoped.
Zach Gallen won a game back on April 1st. He's won 2 since. I mean, we're getting on the doorstep of July now. And you put him out there every 5th day. The D-backs just generally don't win when he takes the ball.
No.
Whether or not he gets the decision or not, more times than not this year, by far, the D-backs are losing that baseball game. I mean, he was booed off the field on Saturday.
Off the field.
You know, and he tried to address that in the clubhouse. I thought he did a pretty good job, but he kind of tried to defend the major league player in terms of getting booed and whatnot. You're like, hey, we feel just as bad as worse than you guys do about it. I just don't know how many more times you can run him out there.
That's the question.
He has the worst ERA in all of baseball by almost half a run.
6.10 for qualified pitchers.
For qualified pitchers.
Yeah, but Tim Ring brings up the ultimate point here. How long can you keep giving him the ball? Because this was a 4-inning stint. He gave up 9 earned runs, and he gave up a career-high 12 hits. And that's at home. And I remember near the end of his night on Saturday, I remember him shaking off the catcher like 9 different times, only to throw a meatball off-speed pitch up there. Bad deal. Zach Gallen on getting booed at Chase Field.
I mean, it is what it is. They pay to come here, and they're unsatisfied. I think it's ironic. I think when they boo players, because the players probably the most unsatisfied with themselves. And I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, I'll keep working, keep trying to prevent that from happening. But yeah, I mean that tonight's just a tough one because a hard one to sleep on. Just kind of for me, I felt like not making excuses. Just felt like just some really unfortunate bounces and some unfortunate kind of weak contact hits has kind of turned this thing into an ugly game. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is. They're allowed to boo. I grew up outside Philadelphia, and I'm very familiar with they voice their displeasures with the players when they're not playing well. So yeah, it is what it is.
When guys get booed, Bick, I've often said this. I'm not speaking for every fan. Some fans are absolutely booing Zach Gallen.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of situations, many situations, where I think fans are booing the entire situation. They're booing the fact that he's not pitching well. They're booing Torrey for overseeing this. They're booing Mike Hazen for not having a better starting rotation. They're booing everything, all-encompassing boos.
I think you're right.
As opposed to, and I'm not speaking for everybody.
No, I think you're right.
But a lot of times that's the situation.
Yeah.
When it comes to fans booing.
Yeah. There's, even though the Diamondbacks still have a decent home record, the amount of non-competitive games they're putting on the field at Chase Field is also an issue.
Yeah, Jack Summers brought that up on Saturday night, I think on social media. Too many of these games. Yeah. You're in the entertainment business. You're trying to sell tickets. Yep. It's a Saturday night out there at Chase Field, and these non-competitive games are not doing them any favors.
Yeah.
You just don't have a chance to win the baseball game, and to give up 16 runs. My gracious.
Back to the Zach Gallen thing. I think circumstantially, I think he just has to stay in the rotation. Without Ryan Nelson, without Michael Soroka, without Corbin Burns coming back, I think they're just going to try to ride it out. Because what are they going to do? Move him to the bullpen? Well, they're not going to send him down. So they're going to give him
DFA
They're potentially, if everyone was healthy, they would give him the phantom IL stint to give him 10 days to try to work on something, clear his mind and stuff. But the worst ERA in baseball, the worst whip in all of baseball, the second most hits given up in all of baseball.
Yeah.
Just very, very low strikeout total this year. Just terrible. And this is a contract year.
I know.
They gave him a 1-year deal to sort of prove himself again, to try to get that big contract that he couldn't get this offseason.
Yeah. And a lot of the money was deferred. That's not, neither here nor there. I mean, you got a guy like Zach Gallen. You think he's going to go out there and give you a chance to win every time he takes the ball, and that just hasn't been the case this year. I mean, guys, knowing what we know right now and the injury situation and the way half of this lineup isn't hitting at all, in 1 month, as we approach the trade deadline, which is where we'll be in a month, do you expect the Diamondbacks to still be in the playoff race? I don't.
I don't like the way this team is feeling right now. I really don't.
In the playoff race, in that I think they will be within a game or two of 500 one way or the other. So I don't see them losing like a ton.
But you're taking Soroka and Nelson out of this rotation now.
Nelson's been terrible this year.
Right. Again, though, he had a good May.
I would disagree that he's been terrible. He hasn't been good, but there have been times when he's been good.
He has the fifth worst ERA in all of baseball. Right around 5.
There are times when he's been bad. He has not been bad all year long. That's my opinion.
He's had more highs.
You've got Eduardo Rodriguez. You've got Merrill Kelly, who's pitching tonight against the Cardinals. That's the big piece. He has got to get back to being Merrill Kelly. You got Brandon Pfaadt, who's getting stretched out. He's going to rejoin the rotation before you know it. Jose Cabrera is what we saw yesterday. Can he duplicate that?
I mean, if he can, then I'd feel a little better about them staying in the playoff race through July. I use this term at the 6 o'clock segment. It might be a bridge too far now with all these injuries.
It does kind of feel that way. Gilbert Diaz is...
No, we DFA'd him.
I'm saying that he came up on Saturday and he got demolished.
Yeah.
And, I don't know.
But again,
good luck.
It's the pitching staff, but again, I don't think this club is hitting at a level that it can sustain even 500 baseball.
Yeah, you
now,
can't.
That can change.
If you could say maybe could the lineup carry this team while the pitching staff figures it out? But what do we have to believe that?
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. There you go. Again, they're going to have to they're going to have to manufacture some answers here. All right, coming up on the other side, Devin Booker speaks on his uniform switch to number 15. We'll tell you all about it next. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
Flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, 4Runner, and Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer. Toyota. Let's go places. 4.99% with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
All right, Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Temps hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The #1 killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
Summer's here, grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and the NBA draft looms. Will the Phoenix Suns find themselves making a pick on night 1? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Welcome back, everybody. Happy Monday. Dan Bickley, Tim Ring, and the crew. Big weekend for the Phoenix Suns. They checked off the boxes of re-signing Jordan Goodwin, Colin Gillespie, both to deals that look very team favorable. So a lot of praise going around for the Phoenix Suns. Many of us expect some trades in the next 24 hours or so, maybe even involving a Grayson Allen, maybe a Royce O'Neal. We'll get into all that in just a little bit. But for now, the story related to the Phoenix Suns that I don't think anybody anticipated was Devin Booker changing his uniform number. Wore number 1 for his 1 year at Kentucky, wore number 1 for his first 11 years in the NBA, switched to number 15, and over the weekend, there's a bit of social media content put out by the Suns where Devin Booker sat down with his father, Melvin, and discussed why.
It's always been a family number. Obviously, you wore it, and I looked at you as, the blueprint for success. I've always said that. So, a new chapter to honor you, everything that you've done for me. I'm excited about it. Watching the highlights, the old highlights of him at Moss Point, him at Missouri, rocking number 15. It felt like a family number. His sister, my auntie, also was a hooper, and she wore 15. So, the number runs through the family. Like I said, any opportunity that, I could get my hands on it, I did. And, now was I feel the perfect time to switch it up. I think this is a perfect way to honor him, honor our family, everybody that, the number of 15 has been a part of.
He did it on Father's Day.
Yeah.
And
nice touch with that.
And there were some good Father's Day moments, certainly at the U.S. Open, too, and then Devin Booker sitting down with Melvin. And there was some video that where he kind of surprised Melvin that he's gonna wear 15. He wore 15 in the Olympics. Let me first say, this is something I don't really care that much about personally. You wear whatever number you want, like what you wear.
Generally, I'm right there with you.
Yeah,
generally.
What's interesting to me is, why did Devin Booker decide to do this after year 11?
Yes.
Was it just about his father and having the opportunity to honor him? Because I think he could have taken 15 when he arrived here. I mean, I went back and looked. Allen Williams, a fellow rookie, wore 15.
Yeah.
Booker wore one.
Here's a couple things that Devin Booker explained that I did not know at the time. So when Devin Booker went to Kentucky, Willie Cauley-Stein was a junior and he wore number 15. So Devin Booker said, I wanted 15 back then, but a guy who had seniority over me already had it. When Devin Booker was drafted by the Suns in 2015, Marcus Morris was still on the team. Now, he got traded before the start of the season, but he wore 15 prior. So at the time of the NBA draft, 15 wasn't necessarily available. But Marcus Morris was traded shortly thereafter. So if Devin Booker wanted to push this issue, I think he could have at some point in time in his career.
Yes, because like I said, Allen Williams ended up wearing 15. Yeah. He was a fellow rookie,
That's right.
the big fella. I just wonder, and again, I want to stress, it's okay. You wear whatever number you want.
Mm-hmm.
But is Devin Booker looking for also a mid-career reset, and changing the number is part of that at this point? Maybe not happy with the way the last few years have gone, and a kind of a new start, fresh beginning for the back half of his NBA career. Is there more of an emotional component from a basketball standpoint in addition to honoring his family and his father?
There is. These are all very, very fair questions because, as you know, an athlete who chooses number one, there's something different about choosing number one. There's a lot of what they call main character energy with that, right?
I wore number one in high school.
Oh, there you go. So you are declaring to the world that I am him if you choose number one. So as a corollary, by definition, I don't think you give up number one that easily because you're also making an equivalent statement. There's only one guy in the history of the NBA that I can find that ever moved off the number one, and that's Anthony Edwards, who went to 5 to honor his mother. So I tend to think what Tim is saying is accurate, that while honoring his father is at the very root of this, I think it's even deeper. I think there's a cause that made Devin Booker say, yeah, I'm going to do this now. And I think it's the idea of it's time for something different.
I need a fresh start.
I need a fresh start. And I, for one, am glad that he's thinking in these kind of terms. I brought this up with Vinny. While I was hanging out in Prague, I could have swore I saw or read a story that intimated that Devin Booker has communicated to the organization that he does not want to play the one anymore. Now, maybe it was just speculation, and maybe in a Prague Pilsner Urkel haze, I kind of misinterpreted it, right? Which is very possible.
Yeah.
But my point is that as a Phoenix Suns fan, I think I can speak for everybody who we need Devin Booker to be more than he's been the last couple of years because I personally believe he can be.
I think one of the most disappointing things probably since the Kevin Durant era started was that Booker slowly seemed to lose his alpha-ness.
Yes.
And it was highlighted, as we talked about, during this Knicks championship run, in contrast to what Jalen Brunson did for the Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
We kept bringing up the comparison. Why didn't Devin Booker do this more?
Why can't he be like that guy? Because Jalen Brunson is not blessed with a bunch of physical gifts. Neither is Devin Booker. But Jalen Brunson has that hunger and that I will go through that wall to beat you. And that's the vibe Devin Booker used to have in greater supply than he does now, in my opinion. And you know what? I'm not sure how much Kevin Durant has to blame for it, but it all turned. Remember after that horrible playoff loss? And the reporter asked Devin Booker how you guys are dealing with it, and his response was, we're chilling.
We're chilling.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
That was after actually the Clippers came in late in the season and just annihilated the Suns.
What it was.
I mean, it was like 36-3 or something at one point. I mean, it was a critical game down the stretch.
Yes.
And that's when Booker in the locker room said, we're just chilling.
And veteran Suns observers were like, no, that's not Devin Booker.
Booker was a first-team All-NBA selection in 2022 and was the ultimate alpha dog, the assassin, a fourth-quarter killer. Now, when Kevin Durant came along, it also coincided with Booker having to play the one. It also coincided with a coaching staff led by Frank Vogel that didn't quite connect, only to get worse
with Mike Budenholzer.
So it's like the lost era for Devin Booker.
No doubt.
And I think he wants to put it in the rearview mirror, change his number, get off playing the one, and get back to the Devin Booker we saw in 2021, 2022.
Yeah. Like you, I never care. I don't even concern myself with numbers that athletes wear. But something about this appeals to me because I think it's all for the right reasons. And I love the way you just framed that up. That Frank Vogel to Mike Budenholzer period. And then the Budenholzer thing, as if there have been a lot of whispers, but Yusuf Nurkic came flat out and said it in a podcast. That not only was the coaching derelict in terms of him constantly picking fights with people, he accused his coach of being an alcoholic on a podcast, to which there has been zero response. And I'm not bringing this up to throw shade at Mike Budenholzer. I'm bringing this up to say that Devin Booker does deserve some grace for what's happened in the last few years.
And maybe, Bick, knowing what we know now, when Booker shrugs his shoulders and says, chillin', you just wonder, like, at that point, he knew where the bodies were buried. He knew what was going on, where he was just like,
what do you want me to do?
What do you want me to do?
Yeah.
Like we can't win like this. We can't win with these coaches.
He knew it.
KD's worried about getting his 27 a game. Has one offensive rebound in the last 10 years. I'm playing out of position.
Will never throw up a half-court heave at the end of quarters because he doesn't want to hurt his shooting percentage.
On the timing of all this, I will say in that interview, Devin said that he tried to change his number after last season, a year ago, and it takes so long. You have to do it a year and a half in advance.
Yeah.
So now it finally happened. He said he wanted to do it after year 10. This is now after year 11. So if that factors in at all in the timing of the whole reset thing, but I do agree with you. This has got to be like, all the things that we observe, he knows.
Yeah.
He knows how the last few years have gone for him specifically.
Absolutely. But you're also right in that there's a lot of smart sports people who have asked me and who have posed the question, has he lost his fire? And I don't want to believe it. I don't believe it. But too many people are asking that question.
Well, if something like a number change helps light that fire even a little bit, then great. Go out there with a new demeanor and a new disposition about yourself next season.
For the first time since Monty Williams, early Monty, he's got a head coach he can trust in Jordan Knott. So maybe he feels like, okay, this is Book's last stand, if you will. All right, coming up on the other side, we'll give the reins to Sammy Sapolka, the Rush Hour reboot, rowboat. All of that is next.
Easy for you. Not so easy, is it, Dan?
It's starting to go off the rails. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
This is 1-0. Swung on, it's a pop-up. This should do it. In comes the center fielder Clemens. He calls, he catches, and the Twins take the final two games of this weekend series, and they take the series by a final score in the finale, Minnesota 4 and the Diamondbacks 2.
Recapping the Twin Series and laying down a preview of 4 games in St. Louis at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Summer. Sonoran hot dogs, baseball games, and triple-digit temperatures. When Phoenix turns up the heat, keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. An AHS home warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems like your AC, plumbing, or fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they'll replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com. See ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Save time, buy online.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins, the president of Galaxy Lending Group. He always tells me, Tom, when it comes to paying off your mortgage, 30 years is optional. Harold, if I told someone they could pay off their mortgage decades faster without changing their lifestyle, they'd think I was crazy.
That's not the only reason they'd think you're crazy. But that's exactly what the Ownership Accelerator loan does. It puts your existing cash flow to work against your mortgage balance every single day.
And your clients are paying off their mortgages in about 5 years?
On average, yes. And what really makes us different is that we sit down with you and show you exactly how your money will work to make it happen. Customized specifically to your situation, not just a one-size-fits-all simulator. We'll answer all of your questions with no pressure every step of the way.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio to learn more, or text Galaxy to 620-620 for more information. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was a depleting weekend for the Arizona Diamondbacks, as not only did they drop Sunday's game against the Twins 4-2, they dropped the series and they added more names to the injured list. Mike Soroka, Jordan Lawler, and Ryan Nelson all will miss time for Torey Lovullo and this ball club. But the season rolls on as the Snakes are in St. Louis for a series with the Cardinals. That starts today. First pitch from St. Louis will be at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns over the weekend were able to bring back some fan favorites. Colin Gillespie signed a 4-year, $48 million deal to return to the team, and Jordan Goodwin inked a 3-year, $19 million deal. Now the Suns will turn to the NBA draft, which gets underway tomorrow night, and the United States have clinched a place in the World Cup knockout stage after their 2-0 win over Australia. They'll wrap up group play against Turkey on Thursday. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to Saturday, July 4th, Diamondbacks game against the Milwaukee Brewers, plus food and beverage credit. That's SEATS to 620-620.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Marotta Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning. It is 7:32. I'm Sammy Cebulka. This is the Rush Hour Reboot. Going to get you guys caught up on the big stories going on in sports. And let's start With the Arizona Diamondbacks, the weekend that they just had, 3 pretty key guys going on the injured list, a dropped series. How does this team sustain just another brutal blow?
Yeah,
like this.
It's a great question, especially with the Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen pieces, where if they don't get markedly better, I don't know how much you can continue to give them the ball. And again, as Jared points out, but then who are you going to give it to?
So true.
These are all very, very fair questions. I think right now they need to get to the All-Star break within 2 games of 500.
Okay.
So that's to say they just can't go lose 6 of the next 7. They've got to find a way, and I would say maybe the offense helps carry the team. Maybe they've got something in Jose Cabrera. Maybe they can hit on another young pitcher if they give him the shot, like Cole Drake, who's kind of been brought up to be long relief.
Right.
But that was a significant piece in the Merrill Kelly trade. Something like that, Sammy.
Okay.
Yeah, guys that you weren't counting on 3 weeks ago, you need to count on now. Jose Cabrera is a great example of that. Only 1 game, but if they can get performances like that, not only from a pitching staff standpoint, but also an offensive standpoint, they can't be relying on Marte and Corbin Carroll to go 4 for 5 to win a baseball game. They relied too much on those 2 guys at the top of that lineup to produce everything. And the back end of the lineup right now is not doing it offensively.
Yep. I have a small feeling we could maybe see Ryan Waldschmidt come back up to the team. I don't know. Just a thought. Okay, and we left the show last Thursday, and we talked all show about how Mike Hazen was saying he plans on buying, right? Flash forward to Monday. Just how tough of a position is Mike Hazen in now?
Very, very difficult, because what I think, it almost sounded when Mike made those statements that he was almost speaking it into existence, like, we know we're a better team than what we've been playing. We're more like the team that went 11-2 against the Giants and the Rockies than a team that's sub 500 against everybody else. And now you look this in the face, and it's, what would you look to add? Obviously, starting pitching might be an issue here.
Yep. Still need a bat.
But you don't want to throw good money after bad, because you still need a bat. And so I think they're just going to ham and egg this thing.
I think Mike Hazen was absolutely speaking that into existence. Kind of like, it's a little bit like Torey Lovullo with Zach Gallen. Like, we're behind you until we're not.
Yeah.
And at some point, Mike Hazen will look at the standings, look at the record, look at the overall health of the team and how they're playing, and he'll have to make that determination. If this thing continues to trend the way it's trending, I don't see how they could possibly be buyers.
Oh, man, I think I agree.
That's the cold-hearted truth. Nobody wants to hear that, but that's the cold-hearted truth. And give Mike Hazen credit for this. He generally gets to the cold-hearted truth.
Yep, I would agree with that. All right, let's talk some Phoenix Suns, right? Colin Gillespie, Jordan Goodwin, re-signed by the team. What does that now mean for the rest of their offseason plans?
Well, you got to see if you can get Mark Williams into the fold. And then you are paying some luxury tax. You're going to stay out of the second apron, which is critical, obviously. They will not go back in there.
No.
And then you're looking at a team that looks a lot like last year's team.
And there's danger in that, because there's going to be other teams in the West that are going to be markedly better next year. I think Portland is not going to be struggling for the play-in next year. I think the Jazz might be a monster next year. We'll get into that in a little bit, but that's kind of where I'm at with this. I'm also at the standpoint of, they've really got to trade Grayson Allen or Royce O'Neal here, because I don't know where they've got the minutes for everybody. Because you've got to commit minutes to Rasheer Fleming. Let's talk non-centers.
Right.
You've got to commit minutes to Rasheer Fleming. You're going to have to give Jordan Goodwin 20. You're going to have to give Colin Gillespie at least 24.
Malawach has to play more.
Yeah.
I know you said let's not talk centers, but yeah.
Do they want to give minutes to Brea at some point?
And so, what are you going to do? Are you going to keep Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal as a 9th, 10th option?
I think one of those guys, if not both, will be trade chips as they try to move up in the draft over the next couple of days.
That is right.
Fine with that. Okay, speaking of the NBA draft, Shams Charania this morning, he's pretty reliable. He said a Giannis trade is coming before the NBA draft. The draft is tomorrow. Right now, where does it feel, where does it feel like Giannis will end up?
Okay.
First of all, how crazy is it that the draft is tomorrow?
Yeah, isn't that insane?
The difference between the NFL, we say this every year, but the hype difference is unbelievable.
Especially when you've got 4 really good players at the top of this draft. The hype differential is insane.
Considering we spent the entire NBA season talking about teams tanking for this draft, it's amazing how little hype there is for the draft.
Because the finals just ended.
I know.
And Giannis is going to get traded.
Game 7 would have only been like 3 days ago. If it would have gone to 7 games.
As I've reminded everybody, the NBA free agency never used to be a thing, and now it is a thing. And it's with marquee players switching teams. That has been a definite thing over the last decade or so. I'm with Tim. I think eventually he ends up in Boston because I think the player Milwaukee wants more than anybody is Jaylen Brown. And why wouldn't they? That's better than anything you're going to get from Miami. And as Tim also pointed out, the Heat, I don't know where they get their chutzpah, Jarrett, but to think that they can just give you their C-plus players.
They try to do it with Durant.
Yes.
Like they try to just, here's a bunch of stuff we don't mind if we lose.
Right. But so
Heat culture.
Heat culture, baby.
So Boston for both you guys. Okay.
Yes.
We'll see. Hopefully.
But why hasn't it happened yet? That's the question.
Milwaukee might want to end up dishing Jaylen Brown out again. I've heard some of that. But we'll see. Okay, so we briefly talked about the U.S. 2-0 in the World Cup. Are you guys fully in on this national team yet, or is it going to probably take a little bit more?
Well, I'm a non-soccer guy.
Okay, so what's it going to take?
I'm as in as I'm going to be. This is me in. I talked more about soccer today. And I'm not anti-soccer.
Yeah, okay, fair.
I'm not anti-soccer. I'm just not a soccer guy.
Listen, I love the World Cup. I love big event soccer. I love when it's nation versus nation. Okay, there's nothing like it, and I'm still trying to wrap my brain around the idea that we might be in this tournament.
For real.
Like for real in this tournament.
Yep. And the last question, we've had this, Jared and I, this argument back and forth. Jarrett thinks soccer's boring. I think soccer's great. So I'm going to ask Jarrett, what was your favorite soccer moment of the weekend? Was there one?
I had, on Father's Day, the Cape Verde game was on in the background. It's exciting. That's a country I've literally never heard of is doing pretty good so far.
Yeah.
So that's exciting when something like that happens.
Okay.
And the NBA news that just happened also, mention it.
So Dusty May, they're finalizing a deal. He was the Michigan men's basketball coach. He is
just won the national championship.
He's finalizing a deal to become the next Dallas Mavericks head coach.
Whoa.
Just coming down.
Dusty May.
How about that?
From Florida Atlantic to the Dallas Mavericks in a heartbeat.
Talk about sprinting up the ladder.
Sprinting. And you don't really see
it's
often.
A Brad Stevens-like ascent.
Right. Yeah. You don't really see often like collegiate coaches having a ton of success. Like the only real guy I could think of, like Brad Stevens, but not a lot, right?
Yeah. That is wild. All right, good stuff, Sammy.
Thanks.
You have been rebooted. Speaking of the NBA draft, Tim and I will discuss on the other side as the Phoenix Suns try to work their way into the mix. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Maybe it is a symbolic paradigm shift for Devin Booker. Maybe it's just, you know what, he's tired of it. He's tired of the one, whatever it might be. Now go to something a little bit more personal. This is a bigger deal to me. It's a number that is personal to Devin Booker, number one.
It's not like he changes numbers every year.
Yeah.
This is the one time he's done it in his whole career. It's not like he's changing teams. He's changing it within the Suns. Whether he intends for it to be like symbolic of, hey, kind of a new chapter of a new era of Devin Booker or whatever, it does kind of symbolize that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here. I am with Brian Griffiths, who is a captain of Moving Team 6. Brian, how are you doing?
Not too bad, Wolf. How about yourself?
I'm doing great, brother. Tell me why you got involved with Moving Team 6.
I used to be in the Navy, had gotten out, doing a couple other things, and wanted to get back into something that actually helps people again.
How did being in the Navy actually help you with Moving Team 6?
It helps out a lot. It gives you the discipline, big things, showing up on time, work ethic. Show up, you get the job done, get it done the right way the first time. Makes everything much smoother and easier.
How much did it matter to you that Moving Team 6, they proudly support and hire veterans?
Oh, it mattered a lot. That's one of the reasons why I started working here.
So, Brian, if there's another veteran that is listening right now, what would you tell them about Moving Team 6?
First of all, it's a great place to work. Similar kind of brotherhood you had while you were in with the guys and the other veterans that we have here.
Thank you, Brian. Go to movingteam6.com.
Where your move is our mission.
Giving your liver a spring cleaning is easy with Active Liver from New Nordic, the delicious daily detox that will keep you feeling your best. Search for Active Liver by New Nordic on Amazon or pick up some at your local CVS, Wegmans, or GNC.
Meet Lee Platz, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
The world's biggest soccer tournament is here. Cheer on the U.S. men's national team at 3 official watch parties with Arizona Sports at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. Get details at arizonasports.com. Brought to you by Michelob Ultra.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
You know, I'm loath to admit this, but Jared Carlin brought up a great point when you think about the NFL draft and how much hype and yap and mock drafts go through before that NFL draft actually takes place. And you compare it to the NBA draft, which begins tomorrow. Tomorrow!
It could, if the NBA Finals would have gotten the 7 games, it would have essentially been the difference between the NFL draft going 3 months of hype versus 3 days of hype.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it.
And as Vic mentioned, by the way, there are some names in the draft that people are actually familiar with.
That's it.
there was a long stretch where it was like, I mean, Vic, you remember back in the day, not to go old head, but the NBA draft was a huge, like you knew everybody. You would just watch them in college for 2, 3, 4 years.
Yeah. There might be one guy taken in the first round where you're like, oh, I never saw him play.
Who's that guy?
Who's that guy?
They took a Euro, really?
Who's this guy?
Okay, man.
Yeah. Who's this skittish feely guy?
But then we went through a stretch where like, I don't know any of these guys. They drafted a guy number 2 out of Overtime Elite.
Yeah.
What is happening to the NBA draft?
Another Frenchman?
No, exactly. Okay, so at the top of the draft, you've got the Washington Wizards at number 1. Now, this is a team that has already acquired Trae Young and Anthony Davis. Now, what they're doing with those 2 players remains to be seen. All right, and we know at the top of the draft, there's 3 main guys. There's Darren Peterson, who's considered the highest ceiling, gifted scorer. There's A.J. DeBansa, who has got a physicality to his game, who has got great stats around the rim. He scores a lot around the basket. He makes a lot of free throws. Those 2 things are very, very important in the NBA. And then you got a guy in Cameron Boozer whose whose metrics are off the charts, first of all. It was just done all this winning everywhere he's gone, but really what is the upside of him? And then the general feeling is the Bulls sitting there at 4th, they're going to end up taking Caleb Wilson or whoever is not taken among these 4 players at the top. Any thoughts on who you guys like at the very top?
It's interesting that Peterson canceled his visit so confident that he's going to go number 1 when the consensus is that Bansa will be the guy for the Wizards. But then I wonder, does Peterson know something that nobody else knows, and that's why he's canceling the visits? Or is he trying to speak not going to Salt Lake City into existence by not going to visit the Jazz? And maybe the Jazz we're not going to take a guy who doesn't want to be here, and maybe they take Cam Boozer. At the end of the day, though, I think you're right. Caleb Wilson's going to fall to the Bulls. And I know you mentioned it's kind of 3 big names. I'm not sure Caleb Wilson doesn't make it 4 big names.
Yeah,
he's really good.
I love Caleb Wilson. He is going to be such a steal for the Bulls if they get him.
Well, and if you're the Jazz, you have a real unique opportunity to look at yourself and say, okay, if Dabansa goes 1, which a lot of people think he will.
Dabansa.
If he goes 1, do you take Peterson and kind of run that risk and get him in the building with Hardy and hopefully everything works out and he can pair with Keontae George? Or do you take Boozer and you just walk into 20-10?
That's a great question.
He can really run your offense. And if they want to be able to reset, they could then look to Lauri Markkanen and be like, hey, what's out there for Lauri Markkanen?
One of the and there's another issue they might have to be dealing with. One of the things that makes the Jazz fascinating to me, first of all, you mentioned Keontae George. He's turned into a very, very good player. They've got Jaren Jackson Jr., right? Great rim protector, established player. They got Lauri Markkanen, and they've got Walker Kessler. Walker Kessler is a very good 5. The Jazz are offering him, according to reports, 5 years and $140. This might not be enough to satisfy Walker Kessler's camp. There's rumors that doubles might be preparing an offer sheet for the guy. So if you're going to lose Walker Kessler because he's got a big ask, then what do you do?
I'm glad you said it.
All of our heads popped up there.
Right. What?
Well,
that's no reason to get rid of a guy.
I mean, really, come on. Stop body shaming him.
I'm not talking about Cal Raleigh.
Thank God that K came in at the last second.
Wow.
He's got a big ask, right? If they realize that, does it affect who they take then? Because, and this is why people think the Jazz are going to be a handful next year. If you take Keontae George, Jaren Jackson Jr., Lauri Markkanen, Walker Kessler, you plug in a Darren Peterson, you plug in an A.J. DeBansa, you got Ace Bailey coming off the bench. That's a serious basketball team.
And they'll actually try to win games next year.
Will Hardy can coach to win.
No, just one more year of tanking. Just one more, Danny.
Yeah.
Danny, just one more year of tanking.
And here's the other thing as it applies to Darren Peterson. Danny Ainge, he does not care if you don't want to come to Salt Lake City.
He will draft you.
He will draft you.
Ace Bailey didn't want to go to Salt Lake City.
And
he's there.
And everything seems to have worked out just fine with Ace Bailey. So that's interesting. But, you know, the Jazz, they're picking 3rd. Right? So it's Washington.
No, the Jazz are 2nd.
I'm sorry,
Jazz are 2nd.
Memphis is 3rd.
Yes.
And Chicago's 4th? That's okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mess that up. Okay. So that's going to be interesting to see what happens with those 4 major names because, like Jared pointed out, there's been a lot of tanking that's gone into this.
There's been a lot of tanking. I think all 4 of these guys are great. It does drop off. Like you see, the Clippers are sitting there at 5. Who are they going to take? Will there be a monster trade where somebody jumps into the top 4? Will the Bulls be active in that regard? What do teams really – I mean, Darren Peterson, obviously – he sat out a lot of games.
Bit of a knucklehead.
In cramping issues, whatever the case may be, will that affect him on draft night? Or does he already know he's going number 1? And he's been told by the Wizards behind closed doors that he's going number 1. Chicago Sports Talk Radio may have a Caleb Williams and a Caleb Wilson to talk about.
Man,
that's not going to cause too many problems.
No. All they need to do is add Caleb Love and they're in business. Wow. All right, yeah, the Darren Peterson thing, though, I mean, it's how do you make sense of what he did for Kansas last year?
That's a really good question because if you're in charge of running an NBA organization, like how much do you actually take into account what he did at Kansas? Like,
actually, he should fit in perfectly to the NBA.
Right, he can take some time off and be good when he wants to be good. Like,
I mean, I guess the argument, if you want to convince yourself of him, you'll say, like, well, he was only doing that to prepare himself for the draft and the NBA. So he's not going to do it once he gets to the NBA.
Right.
Do you want the Suns to trade back in or get into the first round?
They're not going to get
care that much.
I don't. It'd be tough for them to get into the first round. But can you get a better pick and potentially get yourself a better player? So you're picking at 47. You're talking. I understand there's always outliers and exceptions, but generally speaking, you're picking at 47. You're getting kind of two-way guys.
Yeah.
You pick in the 30s. Yeah. If you hit it, you could get a rotational piece.
There's a different brand of player available to you there. Yeah, I agree with that. And then the other thing I brought up is the Jalen Brunson effect. Does that elevate Darius Acuff Jr.'s stock? Are smaller guards now kind of given longer leashes because of what Jalen Brunson just did? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I'll tell you this. I love Acuff. Oh my
clutch.
God. What a great scorer.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, coming up on the other side, we're at the 8 o'clock hour. The Bickley Blast is next. Stick around.
Someone has to do
Bickley, Tim Ring, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
The Life Changer loan does exactly what it says it does. It changes lives. It allows people to pay off their homes in years, not decades, saves clients hundreds of thousands of dollars in interest payments. But there's another element with the Life Changer loan that comes in real handy, and that's because when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because Life Changer loan clients, you get 24/7 access to your equity, and there is no monthly minimum payment, which means the Life Changer loan gives you freedom, flexibility, and more importantly, control when it comes to your mortgage. When times are good, you can pay down and pay off quickly. In fact, 5 years is the average length of time a Life Changer loan client pays off their home. And should instability arise, you can manage those scenarios much easier because you have access to your equity, because you have the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want/need it. And like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844 online at lifechangerloan.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere.
Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
Meet Lee Platz, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was a kid, we didn't have much. One day, a box showed up on our doorstep. No name, no note, just things we really needed at the time. I was probably 7 or 8, and I still remember opening it and feeling what real kindness felt like. That's why we show up the way we do at Moxie Pest Control, because one small act of kindness can mean everything.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks dropped the rubber match to the Twins on Sunday 4-2, despite Jose Cabrera's very promising MLB debut on the mound, tossing 5 innings of shutout baseball. The bullpen would give up 4 runs in a loss, and the injuries continued for this baseball team, with Mike Soroka, Ryan Nelson, and Jordan Lawler all hitting the injured list. They will now hit the road and be in St. Louis today. First pitch will be at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns were busy this weekend as well. They re-signed both Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin to pretty team-friendly deals. They'll now turn their focus to the NBA draft, where as of now, they will have the 47th overall pick. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. A new high-efficiency AC from Parker & Sons cuts your energy bills from day one. No payments until 2027. Call 602-2-REPAIR before June 30th.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
I do not believe in curses, voodoo, or jinxes, but ever since Mike Hazen said his team would be buyers at the trade deadline, our baseball team has been a train wreck. They lost 3 key players to injury on Friday, another was booed off the mound on Saturday, and then they lost a series to the lowly Twins with another low-energy offensive performance on Sunday, and you have to wonder where this whole thing is going and if there's any patience left from the fans fan base to write off another year to flukish amounts of injury. While I do not think Mike Hazen is in any kind of trouble, I am not sure about the manager and how another fruitless season will play out in the top office, but part of this is certainly Hazen's fault, a GM who once struggled mightily to stock the pipeline with young, elite, hard-throwing pitchers, a guy who once stressed command and control over raw arm talent, and now we're going to see if Hazen has plugged some of those holes in the past 2 years and if there's any young talent ready to step in and save the season. And I say that because it isn't just Ryan Nelson and Michael Soroka. It's Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly who have struggled mightily as of late, and both the mood and the reception has turned very sour around Gallen, who now owns the worst ERA in baseball. Now, granted, the Diamondbacks have weathered storms before, but this one feels like a monsoon. This one feels like a season on the brink, and we're going to find out just how resilient our baseball team happens to be. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Wasn't the way we wanted it to happen. Clearly came here today to win the series, and we got off to a nice start. Unfortunately, we stalled out. We had a couple opportunities, hit some balls hard, just didn't keep tacking on and extending that lead. And then got nicked up in the seventh. I thought Rio made some good pitches. They hit some balls hard and resulted in 3 runs. So overall, a very, very tough couple of days. Given what we went through yesterday, we gotta digest what happened here over the past couple of days. It's frustrating, and we got to find a way to go out to St. Louis and start a new series, fresh series, and win game 1.
Well, Ketel Marte had a 2-run double in the second inning, and after that, the offense completely shut down. But this coming on the heels of offensive performances where you scored 8 runs, 9 runs, 8 runs. So complementary baseball continues to be an issue for this baseball team. The players have actually talked about that. Sometimes when you're hitting, you don't get the starting pitching. Sometimes you get starting pitching, you don't get the hitting. And then some days the bullpen doesn't do its job, like yesterday. And then they just got a really bad break. Corbin Carroll would have had Josh Bell out by a few feet. It ends up scoring what turned out to be the winning run.
Yeah.
Because the throw hits him in the hand.
Yeah.
So now
bad luck.
Now you're getting bad luck on top of all the other stuff. But the offense continues to be a problem, consistently putting runs on the board. I've talked about it. They're overly reliant on Marte and Carroll. That's not a good thing. Other guys at the bottom end of that lineup have to step up and start producing runs and also hit it in the clutch. Runners in scoring position. Their batting average right now over the last 3 weeks has been atrocious. They were 148 again yesterday. So there's a lot not to like. And now you pile on the injury news that we had beginning on Friday, Bick. And I just wonder how much this team, how much water can the good ship D-backs boat take on?
Tim, you said it earlier. Is it a bridge too far?
Too far.
This latest little rash of injuries, another hamstring injury to Jordan Lawler. Poor kid cannot stay on the baseball field. The injury to Ryan Nelson, we do not know how severe or how lengthy it's going to be, but it's going to be weeks. And then Michael Soroka, who has been a steal for Mike Hazen. Now you're dealing with a glute issue. Have you ever had a glute issue, Jarrett?
Well,
maybe after a girthy baguette?
I would have to refer to it as a soft tissue issue if it was my glute.
and not for nothing, we haven't even talked about this. They are, to use a boxing analogy, they are staggered and woozy.
Yeah.
And now they're walking to the center of the ring, and they're facing a really powerful heavyweight fighter in the St. Louis Cardinals and Tampa Bay Rays.
Yes.
On the road. At their places.
Mm-hmm.
So what is it going to look like after the 7-game road trip?
You're going into a series against the Cardinals in the unenviable position of you have TBA starting game 3 of the series for you. That's the state of the pitching staff right now. It's a day-to-day proposition.
TBA with a 2-run lower ERA than Merrill Kelly is pitching tonight, unfortunately.
Look, this is a huge start for Merrill Kelly. He really needs to start getting back to being Merrill Kelly.
That is the key. You could break down everything that we've talked about so far. If the D-backs are going to stay in this race at all through all of this, Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen have to be better because everybody else in their starting rotation is gone except for Erod.
Yeah, it's very accurate. You wonder if Zach Gallen is capable of getting back to being an A- kind of.
How many more starts do you need to see before the question's answered? I mean, that's.
That's that, and because
if they had another option, he'd already be pulled.
That's
I mean,
kind of
come
my way
on,
of
right?
thinking, right?
Like, let's be real about this.
Now, one of the bright spots of yesterday was Jose Cabrera making his major league debut. He was really good. He was really confident. He gave the team everything he needed. Torey Lovullo took him out after 62 pitches. We raised the question earlier. Going into games with prescribed ideas of how long you're going to let him pitch, is it really a good idea? Jose Cabrera's last start in the minors, he went 80-plus pitches. Now you put a guy out there and you drop him down to 62 pitches. What happens the next time he pitches and he gets back up into the 80s? Is that creating unnecessary stress on the arm? These are legitimate issues for a team that has suffered more than its share of pitching injuries. Torey Lovullo was asked about why he took out Jose Cabrera after 62 pitches. I promise he was.
Yeah, I know that's probably the easy thing to say right now. We mapped it out. It's a big emotional dump. It's his first big league start. We felt like 2 times around the lineup was going to give us the ability to win a baseball game if we were ahead. You know, if the game was a little bit more out of reach from a lead standpoint, we would have probably gave him a little bit more rope. But we just felt like everything was stacked up for us to win this game with our bullpen.
I thought you were going to ask me if I ever took an emotional dump.
I get the feeling everyone is emotional for you, Jarrett. Yeah, but again, I think this is something now. Can he duplicate that? Certainly you're going to give him the ball again. Can he duplicate that? If Merrill Kelly and Zach Allen can't get their stuff together, where do you go? Well, Cole Drake, who was acquired in the Merrill Kelly trade, who's been pitching in Reno, and you never know about high-level prospects pitching at Reno. You just don't. Because the altitude, it's a hitter's league, right?
It feels like maybe you toss Jose Cabrera out there one more time, see what else you got going on, and that 5th spot or 5th start right now is probably going to be a bullpen game like Cole Drake and Dre Jameson for maybe 1 or 2 turns until Fott can come back up. That's at least to me what it feels like. Hopefully by then Jose Cabrera is good enough to be in your rotation.
Fott would be the guy. The problem is he'd have to pitch on 3 days rest because he just pitched. So that's not going to be an option. In a perfect world, Fott would be probably ready to go, and you throw him out there on Wednesday. The Cabrera thing is interesting, too, because the leadoff single in the 6th, which prompted the mound visit from Torey Lovullo, it was a bunt single. I mean, he roasted with a screaming line drive up the middle. So it was a decision that at the time, obviously, they felt was the right one. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it. But your bullpen doesn't do the job. So you've taken that off the table in terms of that young man winning a game. But, like I said earlier today, Bick, I think Cabrera gives them hope. Hope that they've got a guy they can put out there every 5th day and that he's going to give them a chance to win a baseball game.
Sure looked like it yesterday, didn't he?
And we've seen, so like when Waldschmidt came up, when Troy came up, even Jose Fernandez, like the first couple weeks of their MLB day or stint was more positive until MLB pitchers started to figure them out, right? Maybe Jose Cabrera can do the same and just buy them time. Be good for 4 starts.
We all know how cold like frog Geraldo Perdomo is. This is how cold like frog he really is. He was the one that alerted the Diamondbacks about Jose Cabrera. You heard that story? Here's Jerry talking about it.
We are the same field. My cousin used to play for the Cardinals. He used to trade him. And every time he got a live BP, I always face him because he was throwing hard. And I just told him like how to pitch, and how to throw a batter like me. And I feel like he was getting better every single time. So when I saw that, I told a couple guys from the Diamondback, like scout him, like Cesar Geronimo. I don't know if you heard about him. Told Cesar Geronimo to sign him, and that's exactly what he did. And I told him he want to pitch one day in the major, and look at him right now. He's here.
Do you think did those guys know who Cabrera was at the time? Or
they didn't know. No, they didn't know. I think he signed all like 19, 20 years old.
10,000.
Yeah. So he didn't know. But when I told those guys to go see him, they signed him right away. So I'm very happy for those guys. Make it possible, and he didn't disappoint those guys.
Look at Geraldo Perdomo.
How about that?
I love the fact that Cabrera met the moment. There are no guarantees he's going to go out there in his 2nd and 3rd start and be just as good. But I love the fact that he met the moment. It wasn't too big for him. And he threw strikes.
Yes.
He threw strikes. Obviously, you love the shutout, 5 innings of shutout baseball. That's clearly not going to be sustainable. But can he give his team a chance to win a baseball game when he takes the ball.
Yeah.
If you're the Diamondbacks right now, you take that and don't ask questions.
Yeah. Like I said, he was attacking the zone. He had a good vibe about him. It was good stuff all the way around. Let's hope he's got some staying power. Coming up on the other side, the Phoenix Suns took care of some business this weekend. Are there going to be any trades in the next 24 hours? We'll discuss. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store. Message today, rates may apply.
Looking for a smarter place to grow your money? In honor of National Arizona Day, Global Credit Union is offering 4.8% APY when you transfer funds to an 18-month global certificate account. It's a limited time offer, June 22nd through 26th only. Come see us and take the next step toward a more certain financial future. Find your nearest branch at globalcu.org. New deposits only. Money cannot be transferred from an existing global account. Annual percentage yield APY 4.8% rate applies to a $500 minimum deposit for 18 months valid June 22nd through 26, 2026.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with an important question for you about your finances. Are your retirement, your tax, and your estate planning working together, or are they working against each other? At Trajan Wealth, they believe your financial future is too important to leave to chance, and that is why, unlike traditional firms, Trajan Wealth provides a true all-in-one family office model. Their dedicated professionals coordinate your asset management, your tax preparation, and your estate planning under one roof with a firm that can see the entire field. It's a seamless integrated strategy designed to protect your wealth, to reduce your tax burden, and help you retire with the ultimate confidence. You've spent a whole life working. You deserve peace of mind when it comes to retirement. That's why I highly recommend you schedule a free appointment with Trajan Wealth, where they can give you a second opinion on your existing portfolio, and they can give you personalized strategies that are built around you, your needs, your goals, your risk tolerance level. Trajan Wealth, also a veteran-led company, and just as our heroes safeguard our freedoms, Trajan Wealth committed to safeguarding your financial future with the same integrity. Give them a call today at 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Empty slogans and cute jingles, lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The #1 complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Wolf. What do we want the Phoenix Suns to do with the 47th pick in the NBA draft? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, the NBA offseason has arrived. Isn't that exciting? Phoenix Suns with a couple of moves that made their fan base very happy over the weekend. I know that going into the weekend, there was some worry that, oh my goodness, if Colin Gillespie gets some massive offer sheet, say from some East Coast team who wants to bring him back and celebrate him as the next great fan favorite, what are the Suns gonna do? Never happened. So I don't know if those ideas of Colin Gillespie being a $21 million a year player, if that was wildly overinflated, or if the circumstance here fit Colin Gillespie perfectly. So he's in for 4 years and 48. And as I said earlier, Jordan Goodwin, basically half the price. 6 years for 19. 3 years for 19. Yeah. So basically 12 mil for one guy, 6 mil for the other guy, when most of our discussions were these guys are equal in different ways.
I think Jordan Goodwin is very much a role player, but a star in that role. And I think we saw an evolution with his offensive game last year that makes him an imperative part of this operation in terms of winning basketball games. What he does from a defensive standpoint, from a hustle standpoint, from a making winning play standpoint, that's the kind of guy you want in your rotation. That's the kind of guy you want on your bench. Colin Gillespie turned into one of the best three-point shooters in team history in terms of a single season performer last year. I think the ceiling for Colin Gillespie is higher than it is for Jordan Goodwin. I don't know if Colin Gillespie can be your starting point guard if you want to have aspirations on making deep playoff runs, but I think he gives you that option. I think you can win a lot of basketball games with him out there on the court. Okay. We saw it last year. I don't think if Colin Gillespie could have gotten 20, I know he likes it here, but that's about a $9 million difference a year. I think I don't like it here that much. Yeah.
Right. No, I agree with you. So I think that perceived value might have been a bit inflated because I think, as you pointed out, there were a lot of people wondering, hey, he hit a wall. What does that mean in relation to who he's going to be as a player going forward? It's very interesting because now with the Phoenix Suns committed to player development in the coming years, and we know that would certainly mean a rotational role for Rasheer Fleming. You would hope it would mean a rotational role for Kaman Malawach because, come on, I mean, it's the 10th overall pick. Come on.
Yeah, but
come on.
So what does that mean for Oso Ighodaro then?
Well, and Oso was very, very reliable. This is why, to me, the signing of Mark Williams, I'm not sure what I would do if I were the Phoenix Suns. I don't know. You talk about hitting a wall. I think you got the maximum amount of production out of Mark Williams last year.
See, this is a great discussion about Mark Williams. If you would have asked me in mid-January, should the Suns re-sign Mark Williams to a long-term lucrative deal? Absolutely. Look, this guy's healthy now. He's fitting in great. He can rebound. He can score a little bit. He can rim run. But as the season progressed and evolved and the injury bug kind of came back, and then I started really looking at Mark Williams as an offensive player and who he is. As I mentioned, a rim runner, can get a few offensive stickbacks. Mm-hmm. But what Mark Williams is not right now, he's not a big man where you can dump the ball into him in the half-court set and say, Mark, go get us a bucket.
Yeah, not him.
He doesn't have that offensive game. I don't know if he ever will. And to me, that brings your value down as a long-term center in this league. I thought in the right situation, he can help you win a lot of games. But again, if your goal is to make deep playoff runs and ultimately be a contender, can Mark Williams be that center? I suppose it depends on the other 5-6 guys around him. But in terms of what he brings individually to a basketball team from an offensive standpoint, he's pretty limited in what he can do.
So is this you saying don't re-sign him or only re-sign him at a certain number?
Only re-sign him at a certain number. And Gambo was saying no more than $17 million a year.
Yeah,
we
maybe
know
some incentive clauses in there.
Right, and at some point.
But either you believe in him and you want him, or you don't want him. Like even if it's at a good number, he's still going to be on the team blocking minutes for Malawatch.
But I mean, you could be a really good backup center at a really reasonable price on a team that has aspirations of winning a title. I don't think he's a bad guy to have on the basketball team. But I just don't know if he's that guy that warrants a big-time contract. And eventually you pick the guy at number 10 who has to be your starting center, or you royally screwed that up.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt about that. And so to me, I think this team has got to, on some level, quite literally press play on Kaman Malawatch next year. Kellen Olson brought this up in terms of the futures of Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal. Of the 192 minutes that are available to non-centers, let's assume that Devin Booker, Jalen Green, Dillon Brooks all get their career averages, 34, 32, and 30 respectively. Assume Colin Gillespie is going to get a minimum of 24. Assume Rasheer Fleming is going to get another 20. That leaves 52 minutes total for Jordan Goodwin, Grayson Allen, and Royce O'Neal. And that's not even talking about Ryan Dunn. So my point is there's a log jam for minutes with this roster that would lead somebody to believe somebody's got to get moved, if not both of those guys. I would not be surprised if one of those players, Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal, is traded before the draft tomorrow night.
Well, those are your two best chips to try to move up and get something significant in the draft in terms of maybe not the player, that's the ultimate goal, but in terms of your draft position. Like Ryan Dunn's not going to move the meter for an opposing team.
No. And that's not even counting minutes for maybe a Haywood Highsmith if the Suns are inclined next year. So that's the point here. You've got a lot of agendas here. The player development piece is obviously paramount next year.
And by the way, if you move up to the 30s, Bick, you assume that you're going to want to get that guy minutes.
You would think.
Right?
You would think. So this is going to be interesting to see exactly what the Suns do and how they approach this.
Because really, I mean, there's two ways for this team to be significantly better next year. The biggest way is if Jalen Green, Devin Booker, and Dillon Brooks, when they're all healthy and they all are playing together, actually have chemistry and it works. That combo.
And actually play 65-plus games together, that would help.
The other one is if Rasheer Fleming and Kaman Malawatch take a big leap and get a lot more minutes and actually become really good, legit starters. Otherwise, you're pretty much running it back unless, like you mentioned, unless there is a big trade coming with Jalen Green or something.
You're running it back in a Western Conference that's going to be better next year. Because last year, everyone thought it was going to be a monster, and it was not.
But the good teams are still going to be good, and then the teams that were worse than the Suns last year seem to be on the upswing.
At least a couple of them. So, I mean, these are all things they're going to have to consider.
And those things you mentioned, Jared, are going to have to happen. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I don't expect Dillon Brooks to shoot the basketball next season as well as he did this past season.
But I do expect him to shoot it as much.
Yes, the field goal attempts will be there.
I'm not saying. I mean, I think Dillon Brooks can go out and be a 17-plus point per game scorer. He was ungodly.
Yeah.
Shooting the basketball, especially in those first 3 months of the season.
Yeah.
So was Gillespie. So was Royce O'Neal.
Yep.
I don't believe that's going to be replicated. So for them to replicate the win total that they had last year, so things have to change in terms of improvement from a Fleming or a Malawatch.
Yeah, you're right on the money about that. All right, when we come back on the other side, we're going to talk about the state of the Diamondbacks with Chris Garagiola, their radio play-by-play voice, Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
There's a difference between we're going to keep him out of the supplemental draft. Sorry, bud, you're going to have to go into the actual draft next year with everybody else. And by the way, those guys are all going to have played a year because they weren't gambling. That puts Sorsby at a disadvantage, which maybe is fair. He should be at a disadvantage. I don't think his whole career should just be gone. It would have been the height of absurdity if he just got to play college football this upcoming season.
Yes.
The Cardinals going to his pro day, as Gambo reported, that might just be due diligence. You have to do the due diligence. Can't you just see, like, teams are like, yeah, I don't know, and he ends up on the Seahawks and he's their quarterback of the future in like a year or two. Like, that's how this is going to play out.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you're waiting for someone to come along and make your private student loan debt disappear, I need to be honest with you. That's not how private loans work. There's no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is Y-Refi, and they are the next best thing I've seen for people in this situation. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi helps people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt refinance into a low fixed-rate payment they can actually handle. They don't make you feel bad about where you are. They don't grill you about how you got here. They meet you where you are and work with you to build something that makes sense for your budget, your income, your real life. If other lenders have told you no, that's actually where Y-Refi does their best work. They were built for the people traditional lenders give up on. Your private student loans don't get to define your future. Take back control today. Call 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sinks overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com.
How do you make the world's biggest soccer tournament all yours? Easy. Kalshi. Let there be soccer, and you can trade it all on Kalshi. Yep, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Ask Giannis, Bryson DeChambeau. Speaking of the U.S. Open. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position right now. Group stage. At last check, one of the favorites, Spain, is trading at 17% to win the cup, meaning a $100 trade pays out nearly $550. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app, Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was a depleting weekend for the Arizona Diamondbacks, as not only did they drop Sunday's game against the Twins 4-2, they dropped the series and more names added to the injury list. Mike Soroka, Jordan Lawler, and Ryan Nelson all will miss some time for Torey Lovello and this ball club. But the season rolls on, and the Snakes are in St. Louis for a series with the Cardinals that starts today. First pitch will be at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns over the weekend were able to bring back some fan favorites. Colin Gillespie signed a 4-year, $48 million deal, and Jordan Goodwin inked a 3-year, $19 million deal. Now the Suns will turn to the NBA draft, which gets underway tomorrow night. And from Shinnecock Hills in Southampton, Wyndham Clark is your 126th U.S. Open champion, taking it wire to wire for his second career major championship win. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to Saturday, July 4th's Diamondback game versus the Milwaukee Brewers, plus food and beverage credit. That's SEATS to 620-620.
Arizona Sports. Swung on that is hit high and deep. Bickley and Marana talk D-backs baseball now.
Jared Carlin says it all the time. You can even watch us every day on YouTube, right, Jared? Exactly, and it comes in handy right now because joining us live via video, the one, the only Chris Garagiola joining us, play-by-play voice for your Diamondbacks. Chris, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
All right, so quite a weekend at the ballpark for you, huh?
Not so much for me, but it seems like for everybody else, right? No one can avoid the injured list, it feels like.
All right, so let's work in reverse. So Jose Cabrera takes the ball yesterday. How impressed were you with what he gave that team in his major league debut, and how does it project going forward?
Well, I think it's hard to project how it's going to go moving forward, but beyond impressed, right? I mean, to be fair, I think the expectations were very low just because – I, in a group of probably many, didn't know much about Jose Cabrera, saw that he had some decent stats in the upper levels of the minors. You're always curious how that might translate because it is still a pretty significant jump. But look, he threw strikes. He let his defense work behind you. I mean, it was a great defensive game between both teams, so that was visually a lot of fun to watch. But the kid's got personality, right? I mean, he kept looking into the camera and smiling like that, at a time where there's been rain clouds overhead, that was a bright spot of sunshine. So I'm excited to see what he does at his next start. And look, as long as he continues to produce, he's going to continue being a big leaguer.
Well, they could certainly use that, especially in light of the injuries now to Nelson and Soroka. And Chris, that's kind of where I'm going with this next question. Obviously, there's an impact on the field when you're in Lawler too, obviously the news over the weekend. But I'm more interested in your thoughts on the psyche of the club when they continue to take on water like this from an injury standpoint. And then the news about A.J. Puck and the news about Corbin Burns a couple of years ago. Like, how damaging do you think that potentially could be to a clubhouse right now that seems to be kind of trying to hang on?
Look, it's my best guess, right? I never put on the uniform and never played at the highest level. I think for the 7-day window, I'm sure it had a little bit of effect. Like, these are your friends, these are your brothers, these are your teammates. And so you feel a lot of pain and sorrow for them because they were working really hard to get back. I think for the players, though, like once you get outside that week window, the everyday nature of baseball just commands your attention to focus on what's in front of you that day. And the more games that are played, the more that they're just going to look around and see that these are the guys that they have to, to go to battle with, so to speak. And that's basically it, right? You can only control what you can control. I think for fans, right, like us, it's a longer devastating period because we were expecting to have Corbin Burns for X amount of starts. We were supposed to have A.J. Puck X amount of innings. Jordan Lawler, he wasn't – the hamstring really stinks. That's a recurring injury trend. The broken wrist or the fractured wrist, that's just bad luck, So it's just – we want to see him play a full season with all of the talent that he has. And then the Ryan Nelson element, I mean, it feels like it kind of came out of nowhere. He pitched 7 strong innings, and then the next day he's going to not throw for another 6 weeks. So I think for the outside people that don't play, that's where you feel this lingering effect of, man, when is this ever going to end?
Yeah, that's exactly right. All right, so I know that 2025 was mostly a slog for Zach Gallen. He finished strong. I think we were all hoping that him coming back another year was going to work out well for everybody. That scene Saturday night was very, very disconcerting. What do you think Zach Gallen needs to harness to kind of get back on track here? I know there's been a lot of speculation that maybe he's a guy that just overthinks things, that maybe the solution is just taking his sign and letting the ball rip. Could it be that simple for Zach Gallen?
I wish. I don't know, right? I wish I had the answer. I wish I could just call him right now and tell him well, I wish I had his number, and then I could call him and tell him what the answer was, but I wouldn't be able to do that anyway. So I think in this scenario, right, what's baffling is you're just looking for some sort of sign to say, well, there's the problem, right? Well, his velocity's gone down, so he just doesn't get swing and miss, or well, his shoulder's hurt, he's been on the IL, and I've said it a couple times on the air, like those two things aren't there. There is no evidence that the stuff isn't as crisp as it was. It's just not getting the same results. And so is it a confidence thing? I don't know, right? He'd have to answer that question. It's in there. Like, I believe that it's in there. And if he were able to tap into it once again, just given the injuries we talked about, what a difference, what a boost it would bring for this team and this pitching staff that I think has been holding its own for, almost 50% of the season. But the reality is that the last few performances, it hasn't been there, and it seems to be trending in the other direction. And I hope for him that he can, pump the brakes on this and turn it around, because he has shown us for years that this is not who he is, and it's sad to watch.
All right, Chris, let me try to give you some happy stuff. And I'm not even sure this is happy, but let's talk about the road trip now, beginning in St. Louis, 4 games in St. Louis, 4 games at Tampa. Those are not going to be easy games, a 7-game challenging stint now for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Preview the road trip for me, starting with the Cardinals. And I feel like we say this all the time, but how important are these next 7 games for the Arizona Diamondbacks?
Yeah, in a sense, right, like we could do the cliche, every game's important, Tim, right? But like in 162 games, like not every game is quite as important. What's important is staying within the pack of the wild card. And the Diamondbacks are doing that right now. And they need to stay within that pack until the trade deadline, because if they're there, then that's enough reason to go ahead and acquire, because you still are hoping to get Corbin Burns back at the end of September. You're hoping to get Ryan Nelson towards the end of August. You are getting Justin Martinez back, God willing he doesn't get a setback as well. So like that's the primary focus. If I'm previewing this series, the next week is really going to be about this Diamondback offense. If you haven't paid much attention to the Cardinals, it's a slightly different group. It's a little bit of a youth movement. Jordan Walker got off to a blazing start. The power's kind of receded a little bit, but he's still hitting for a high average. And then JJ Weatherholt, that's going to be, I think, a household name in the next few years. Kid's an outstanding shortstop. I know that Cardinal fans were excited to see him. They might in a year get Joshua Baez, who's basically hitting a home run like every other at bat down there for their system. But that team can pump up some runs. And we know the D-backs this month, they've been struggling to score a little bit. Runners in scoring position has kind of been the thesis of that. So if this D-back offense can supply the starters with a little bit of run support, I know the bullpen didn't have the best day yesterday, but to be fair, I mean, they were asked to do a lot over those 3 games. So I still feel really confident in this bullpen. And, if they score, D-backs are going to be fine. If they don't score, it's going to be a sad week of baseball.
Yeah, that is so accurate. And the runners in scoring position issue, I don't know how many more times Torrey can tell them, stop pressing. Just give me what you got, because what you got's enough. And yet that message, for whatever reason, hasn't really kind of held with this team. Do you think there have been times in the last couple of years where getting up against that proverbial wall where you've been counted out, where the team has been counted out, there were sellers at trade deadline and responded with real competitive baseball. Do you think maybe that you can find hope in that this team has been kind of cut to the bone with injuries and now really has nothing to do but fight?
I never really thought about it that way, but I think that is a good point, right? Like, in a sense, they've had seemingly little to work with, and they have found ways to win as recently as last year. And as much as we celebrate the going to the World Series in 2023, I think the attitude going into that playoffs was like, look, we just got in, let's just see what happens, right? Kind of reciting those low expectations. So I'm not saying that expectations are low, and I'm not saying there isn't a certain amount of pressure, but again, I do think there is an element of banding together, and it's not like this team is totally hopeless. Again, there are some things that are going really well. Like, Corbin's going to be an all-star again, as is Ketel likely. Paul Sewald's like thumping down the door of 20 saves before the all-star break. I don't think anyone was expecting that to go with the performances of Taylor Clark. Kevin Ginkel's got almost a 30% strikeout rate. That's like upper reliever stuff right there. Brandon Garcia's nasty from the left side. So you just need a little bit of a spark. You just need a little bit of momentum. You know, if Torrey were here, he would talk about downhill baseball. It just seems like every time there's an opportunity to find that momentum, there's a stubbing of the toe, metaphorically, or someone literally headed to the injured list. So I'm hoping that kind of stops, and we'll see what happens. But I think it's in there. They're just going to have to take it day by day.
It's in there, Chris, and Torrey admitted this right before the Yankees series. We got about 30 seconds here. Overly reliant the offense is on Marte and Carroll to be hot every game to win baseball games consistently. Give me a couple other names that really could stand to step it up over these next 20 games or so.
Well, I think Geraldo Perdomo, right? Just looking at last year, this team was able to score runs when he was able to manufacture on base. You know, hits are awesome, but it's a lot of pull side batted ball results. So using the field a little bit more, certainly drawing his walks is going to be important. And then, you know, one of the other left-handed bats, whether it's Adrian Del Castillo or Pavin Smith, you need a little bit more. Hopefully one of those guys can sort of dig in and find their stride.
Chris, thanks so much for your time.
Man.
Thank you for joining us. Enjoy your road trip, my man.
All right, sounds good, guys. Take it easy.
You got it, man.
Chris Garagiola, Diamondbacks play-by-play voice via radio, does a fantastic job. When we come back on the other side, Giannis Antetokounmpo expected to be traded before the first pick of the NBA draft. We'll discuss where he might be going next. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
This is 1-0. Swung on. It's a pop-up. This should do it. In comes the center fielder, Clemens. He calls. He catches. And the Twins take the final two games of this weekend series. And they take the series by a final score in the finale. Minnesota 4 and the Diamondbacks 2.
Recapping the Twin series and laying down a preview of 4 games in St. Louis at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the app, and 98.7 FM.
As America celebrates its 250th birthday, it's amazing to think of how much has changed since 1776. Take dentistry. George Washington's teeth weren't actually made from wood, but from materials like ivory, metal, and even someone else's human teeth. Fortunately, we've come a long way in 250 years, and today, dental implants from Aria Dental Implant Center can permanently replace missing and broken teeth with a solution that looks, feels, and functions like natural teeth. No more slipping dentures and hiding your smile, just the confidence to eat and laugh the way you were meant to. In honor of America's 250th, Aria Dental Implant Center is running the Wolf Red, White, and Blue special. 10% off your dental implant procedure this month only when you mention Wolf. Celebrate your own dental independence like I did and get 10% off. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey, everybody. Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for making service simple. What can customers expect right now?
What's up, Dave? As part of our kickoff to summer savings event, we're helping customers get road trip ready for less. Take advantage of $25 off any service, including oil changes.
And while you're there, don't forget you can also lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $269 a month. Schedule your service or shop online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Plumbing problems never knock. They kick down the door at the worst possible time. A burst pipe turning your kitchen into a water park? A clogged drain bubbling like a swamp monster? Don't panic. Gettle wrestles plumbing nightmares for a living. Our perfectionist plumbers handle it all with the precision of a surgeon and the enthusiasm of a game show host. From sewer line repairs to water filtration to tankless water heaters, your home sparkles like we've never even been there, except your plumbing actually works now. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L, will fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
Your local bar could be your ticket to a global stage. Enter Michelob Ultra's soccer shootout at participating bars for your chance at FIFA World Cup 26 tickets. Your neighborhood, your chance to witness history. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. Enjoy responsibly. 2026 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 21 plus. Contest ends on May 31st, 2026. Official rules at www.michelobultra.com/rules. For prizes and details. Message and data rates may apply. Void where prohibited.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs.
SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
Meet Lee Platz, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Meet Lee Platz, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Arizona sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
So imagine being a New York Knicks fan and you've just had a parade of all parades. You had your first championship in 53 years, and now a couple days later, after maybe 4 or 5 days, a week later, the Boston Celtics end up with Giannis. Is that what's going to happen here, Tim Ring? Because it sure seems like it might.
Well, he's going somewhere, and I'll tell you right now, if they're on the path to getting the best deal and the best player in return, if Jaylen Brown's on the table compared to what the Miami Heat are cobbling together, it sure seems like Boston would be the destination. And it's not going to be a 3-team deal.
No.
This is per Brian Windhorst now. Not going to be a 4-team deal. It is going to be a straight-up 2-team trade, and the Bucks right now are putting Jaylen Brown out there and perhaps a first-round pick, their number 1 pick in the draft this year, and another number 1 in a couple of years. If you're the Bucks, you got to take that deal. Forget what
There's no doubt
forget
about
what
it.
Giannis wants.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Jaylen Brown is very good.
Very good. NBA Finals MVP kind of good.
So it's not like the Celtics are just giving up some young prospects and draft picks. They're giving up a player who carried the team for most of last year before Jason Tatum came back.
Because you're getting Giannis, and this is what drives me nuts about Pat Riley. Like, I'm sorry, if you're the Bucks, you're like, okay, we'll start these conversations with Bam, right? And then we'll go from there.
Yep.
But the Heat don't want to do that. The Heat don't play that game. They try to get a superstar for a bunch of, mediocre stuff that they don't care if they lose or not. Like Anthony Chang covers the Heat for the Miami Herald. And he put out there, the Heat don't want to give up Bam Adebayo. They don't want to give up draft capital. They don't want to gut their roster. It's like, yeah, but you're getting Giannis.
Yes, but again,
you have to give up something.
But this is 2026 NBA. You can't just put like 2 superstars on a team and expect to win a championship. That's not how it works anymore. You need depth. I understand what Miami's thinking. Like, we could gut our roster and we could give away a ton and we could have Giannis, but then what are you left with? So what? You have Giannis. That's it.
That's why to me the Celtics...
We lived through this with the Suns.
Well, look, and again, this is why I think this is a very, very clean ending for Milwaukee. Because for a team to give up a heritage player like the Suns and Kevin Durant, we know the initial reaction. Kevin Durant forced his way to the Rockets, and the Suns were forced to take trade pieces in return that weren't ideal. Now, the Dillon Brooks piece turned out to be a fantastic addition, and it made that trade a win for the Phoenix Suns, coupled with what Kevin Durant didn't do in Houston last year. So it doesn't always work out that way. When you can trade a player like Giannis, by definition, it's a loss for your franchise. This guy delivered them a title. When you can trade him for a piece like Jaylen Brown, that's about as good as you can do when you trade an elite NBA player, because you're getting an elite NBA player in return. A player, by the way, that the Celtics, you don't even know if Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum can coexist another year. There's some weirdness between those two dudes.
If you're Milwaukee, though, and you make that trade, what does Jaylen Brown do for you?
Well, Funny you should ask.
Okay, because I was going to say, could they then flip him just to get a bunch of draft picks?
He does more than anything the Heat are offering.
Do you know how the Trailblazers, you know how the Bucks once traded every draft pick they had and then some for Damian Lillard?
Yes.
You could go trade Jaylen Brown to Portland and get all those picks back.
Right. So then you're just left with what you would have had anyway if you didn't do anything. But I know that's how it works.
So, I mean, there's stuff like that Milwaukee
Why,
can do.
Why is it only these two teams, though? This is Giannis.
Yeah.
I know his salary makes it tough, but shouldn't a whole bunch of teams be trying to, like, rework things?
Well,
is there a sleeper team? Minnesota, maybe?
Because you're the one that just said it. This is the NBA in 2026. Giannis is going to go where Giannis wants to go. It just so happens that both Miami and Boston are okay with him.
Otherwise, he chooses not to resign, and then no team is going to.
Then there's no deal.
Going to put up the draft capital needed to get him.
And/or I don't know how much he wants to go out west and compete with the Thunder and Spurs for the next 6 to 8 years. You know?
I was curious if Oklahoma City was going to go down that path because Oklahoma City has got a Wemby problem, as we have discussed. Anybody who watched the Western Conference Finals, it was right there in front of your face. You could see it. And the Oklahoma City Thunder, they don't play. They're in this to win championships. And if they've got a defective piece that's going to, turtle every time they play the Spurs, then you gotta deal with this. But I don't think Giannis wants to be in Oklahoma City.
Why wouldn't he want to be there, though?
Because it's Oklahoma City.
Oh, so it's a quality of life issue, not a Thunder issue?
I'm guessing.
I mean, he just spent his
he's been in Milwaukee.
I mean,
I think
that's my
Milwaukee
point.
ain't exactly the Greek islands.
Yeah, but that's his point. That's his point, though. I just did Milwaukee for a decade. I want out.
I think Giannis, he wants to win at the end of the day, and so I don't know if I think he would be open to going to Oklahoma City. I don't know if Presti and that front office wants to take that swing.
You might be right about that. But they've got the draft capital. You could sacrifice Chet Holmgren, but then what else would you have to give him? I mean, it's...
Realistically, if OKC called Milwaukee, they could easily put together the best offer.
They put 5 first-round... I mean, how many... They
have enough.
14 first-round picks in the next...
Yeah, the problem is they've got a lot of good guys and a lot of great depth, and they're not going to be able to pay everybody going forward. Giannis might complicate things for them financially.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So this is going to be fascinating because this is a pretty big name to precede the NBA draft.
Oh, yeah. It could...
Again, I'm going to say by the time the sun sets tomorrow, Giannis is going to be a Buck. Or excuse me, a Celtic.
So does Giannis and Jason Tatum work?
Well, does Giannis and the Missoula system work? I know... he's going to win. He won Coach of the Year.
Well, if it doesn't, it won't be the Missoula system for very long.
It does beg the question, like, the Celtics want to get up and down. Mm-hmm. They want to shoot a lot of threes.
Mm-hmm.
Giannis, we're going to find out,
They
right?
need somebody who can attack the basket. So you're right. They're going to have to tweak that system.
Yes.
In fact, there were people who believed that was necessary even before they were in the Giannis sweepstakes, that team is too reliant on three-point shots.
Yep. So we're wondering who will get Giannis. But what about who T? Because tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see Darius Rucker live at Arizona Financial Theater on Thursday, July 23rd. It is the Songs of Summer Tour 2026 with Austin Williams and Old Crow Medicine Show. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for more details.
You are so smooth.
You
That's good.
Smooth.
I've seen them. I've seen Hootie and the Blowfish.
You've seen Hootie and the Blowfish?
Yeah, Darius Rucker. He was phenomenal.
Yeah, he's got a great voice.
Oh, yes.
I didn't appreciate the going country and all that, but hey, that's for you.
I did.
Jarrett, you're smooth like butter.
Thank you.
Yeah. Coming up on the other side.
Not so smooth as to remember to give you those before the show.
You could have done that, man. You could have done that. Well, there's always tomorrow. Coming up on the other side, we get social. Sammy Cebulka will guide us through social studies. Stick around. Dan Bickley, Tim Ring, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Maybe it is a symbolic paradigm shift for Devin Booker. Maybe it's just, you know what, he's tired of it. He's tired of the one, whatever it might be. Now go to something a little bit more personal. This is a bigger deal to me. It's a number that is personal to Devin Booker, number one.
It's not like he changes numbers every year.
Yeah.
This is the one time he's done it in his whole career. It's not like he's changing teams. He's changing it within the Suns. Whether he intends for it to be like symbolic of, hey, kind of a new chapter of a new era of Devin Booker or whatever, it does kind of symbolize that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I say it all the time. I'm a huge believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself. I'm a big believer in what QC Kinetics can do for you if you're dealing with any of that nagging, chronic, awful joint pain. And I say that for a couple of different reasons. Number one, I've used QC Kinetics twice. Once when I tore my meniscus, they helped me avoid surgery 6 years ago. And more recently, I came out of a 5-round treatment for a terrible case of tennis elbow. My tennis elbow would twang every time I hit a golf ball. 5 treatments afterwards, I am markedly better. That's what QC Kinetics is doing for people. They're the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. These are treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you're hurting, and the results are long-lasting relief. These treatments are backed by science. They happen right in the office. They're all organic, no missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. What happens is the inflammation in your body calms down, the pain backs off. Suddenly you're feeling like your old self again. Like I said, they helped me dramatically on 2 different occasions, and the overall patient satisfaction rate at QC Kinetics, a staggering 92%. Get a free consultation, see what these cutting-edge treatments can do for you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. The number, 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Parker & Sons here. What if your new AC unit started paying you back before you paid for it? A new high-efficiency unit cuts cooling cost from day one, so you save on energy all summer before you've spent a dime on the system. Because right now, you pay nothing until 2027. No interest, no payments, no stress. But this offer ends June 30th. Call 602-2-REPAIR for your free quote. That's 602-2-REPAIR.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins at Galaxy Lending Group. He always tells me, Tom, when it comes to paying off your mortgage, 30 years is optional. Harold, did you know the average pro basketball career is only about 5 years? And you're telling me your clients are paying off their mortgages in about the same time?
They are. With Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator loan, our clients are paying off their mortgages in about 5 years or less, and they don't need a pro basketball contract to make it happen.
That is incredible.
It's true, Tom. The Ownership Accelerator loan puts your existing cash flow to work against your mortgage balance every single day with absolutely no lifestyle changes.
What I really like about Galaxy is you're all so easy to work with.
Thanks. We talk with our clients, not at them, and we'll answer every question until you're totally comfortable. Zero pressure.
Check it out for yourself at GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Paul Caldesi here with Matt Dagus, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think they're done paying taxes when they retire.
Paul, not even close. If most of your savings is in a 401k or an IRA, you've built a tax time bomb. And without a strategy, the IRS becomes your biggest beneficiary. So the time to act is now. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116. We'll map out your risk and show you how to fix it. BrightWM.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks dropped the rubber match to the Twins Sunday 4-2, despite Jose Cabrera's very promising MLB debut on the mound, tossing 5 innings of shutout baseball. The bullpen would give up 4 runs in a loss, and the injuries continued for this baseball team with Mike Soroka, Ryan Nelson, and Jordan Lawler all hitting the injury list over the weekend. They'll now hit the road and are in St. Louis today. First pitch will be at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns were busy over the weekend as well. They re-signed both Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin to pretty team-friendly deals. They'll now turn their focus to the NBA draft tomorrow, where as of now, they have the 47th overall pick. And the United States have clinched a place in the World Cup knockout stage after their 2-0 win over Australia. They'll wrap up group play against Turkey on Thursday. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess, cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, the 9 o'clock hour is upon us on this Monday morning. That means it is time for some social studies. You can find us on social media. We are at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And you can watch us live every single morning on YouTube at Arizona Sports over there. All right, our first question on social studies this morning is for Suns fans. It's a poll question. If the team runs it back with mostly the same roster, which is more likely and why? Is it more likely they get the 6th seed or better in the West, or is it more likely they miss the play-in and playoffs?
Altogether, I'm gonna guess. I think the voting is going to be close on this, but I'm gonna vote 6th seed or better. I'll be the optimist with this particular question.
Yeah, so am I. I mean, if I had to guess, they'd probably be a play-in team again if they run it back completely. But what's more likely to be a 6th seed or better?
Be a little bit better or a little bit worse?
I would say a little bit better, solely because you'd like to think Jalen Green will play 75-plus games.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, Bick was right. The voting is pretty narrow. 54% of the vote voted that they get the 6th seed or better. 46% say that they'll miss the play-in or playoffs. James, his response, he said, the Suns seem like a Rubik's Cube. It looks like the puzzle might be solved, but in the end, it's never solved, which, can any of you guys do a Rubik's Cube?
I can get one side.
If I take all the stickers off the cube and then conveniently place them on one side, I can get that done really quickly for you.
Fair enough.
The Rubik's Cube, there is a trick to it, which is why people can do it in like 9 seconds or something.
Yeah, what is it?
I don't know what it is, but you can go online and find out, like, you turn this way, this way. Like, there's a way to do it without having to actually figure it out.
Heyday, there was no online.
That's true.
We were left to struggle with it on our couch.
I can wholeheartedly say I've never solved a Rubik's Cube in my entire life, and I don't think I will ever be able to. It just never will happen. Okay, the next question on social studies today, Diamondback fans. It was a tough weekend when it comes to the injury front.
Oof.
3-3 on this homestand. What song lyric or song title best describes their season so far?
White Snake, here we go again.
Man, that's
Can't do any better than that.
One step up and 2 steps back.
Yep.
That'll work.
That's fine. The Mighty Shoeman said, another one bites the dust.
That's a good one, too.
That's fair. Colby said, anything by the Red Hot Chili Peppers, because I give it a try when it comes on, and halfway through it, it's so mediocre I switch stations. J-Rod Card says, don't know what you got till it's gone. I think that's fair. And James Barner, he said, the Beatles song, The Long and Winding Road. We're not sure where we're going and not sure not sure where we'll end up.
And Double Barrel Booker. I hurt myself today. The Johnny Cash.
How about this for inspiration? Each time I find myself lying flat on my face, I just pick myself up and get back in the race.
That's life.
That's
life. It is funny that whenever we ask kind of these questions, it always comes after like an injury had happened. Like, Jerry, we need to ask like a song.
Happy one?
A song, yeah, like a happy.
Well, let's have some sustained.
No doubt.
Any sustained happiness in Arizona sports, and I will ask that question.
Okay, that's a very fair rebuttal. Okay, last question. It was Father's Day over the weekend, and we opened the show a little bit you guys talking about your guys' Father's Day.
Understated Father's Day.
Understated Father's Day. So this is kind of open-ended. What is your best, worst, or most memorable Father's Day memory, and why?
Could be as a father or as a kid.
Man, Father's Day memory.
Or what does a dream Father's Day look like for you guys?
Just leave me alone. Let me watch the U.S. Open final round.
Let me play golf and then watch golf. Except the golf was El Succo.
No, nothing stands out. No, like, great Father's Day gifts. Come on.
Bickley and Ring kids, if you are listening.
Yeah, exactly. Call them out.
Yes.
Tell them to come correct.
For goodness sakes, man, for all that your fathers do for you all year long.
Preach.
Can you give them one? Make the day feel special.
Can you make a card? Can you make the day feel special?
You
Preach,
guys,
Garland.
you have 363 days now to come up with something special for next year.
I'm doing some heavy-duty questioning of all those vacation dollars.
That's right.
Could question those Balenciaga boots, Bick.
Sammy, I'm questioning everything.
Right. Maybe this year we'll go to Goodyear for vacation.
That's it. How about it?
Go see the new Buc-ee's.
The new Buc-ee's.
We'll go to Buc-ee's.
We'll go to the Buc-ee's.
Get whatever you want.
What do we got for some responses?
Yeah, we got some good responses. Okay, Adrian Gomez, he said 15 years ago, he was at a new job 3 weeks in at the hospital. He got called in on a Saturday night, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., the night shift, before Father's Day. He got home, slept a little bit, took his son to the Diamondbacks game, standing in line, waiting to get tickets, and some guy came up, gave him 2 free tickets, 10 rows behind the dugout. Wow. That's a good Father's Day story right there. Jones said, from the dawn of my existence, my father has only asked for one thing on Father's Day: to be left alone and watch golf. It's a beautiful tradition I look forward to participating in every single year as a father. This one's pretty good. Daylight Films. A long time ago, I went with my dad to an Omaha Royals doubleheader game against the Denver Bears at Old Rosenblatt Stadium. He caught a foul ball, which he still has, ended up on TV, and his mom, when he got home, said, I saw you guys on television, which is pretty good.
There's a good memory.
So some good Father's Day memories there, and yeah, there you guys go. We're at Bickley _Murata on X, Bickley and Murata elsewhere. And go watch us. We're on YouTube at Arizona Sports.
I grilled ribs and chicken for my dad yesterday.
Is that what you did?
Nice.
Yeah. Had a big, party at my sister and brother-in-law's house. Swam, and I made ribs and chicken, corn, coleslaw, beans, big old barbecue.
That's awesome.
Nice.
I don't recall being at many Father's Day parties. Like, hey, there's a Father's Day party over here.
We do. We have, they make fun, but my immediate family all lives close to each other, so we spend all Mother's Day, Father's Day, all the different holidays together.
We don't make fun of you for that.
You say every weekend I'm going to
celebrate that.
Yes.
No, listen.
Should I mentor
your very, very close family?
Should I mentor your children and teach them?
Because I've obviously done a very poor job.
Or just teach them how to appreciate their parents. Or I'll invite you guys.
Totally agree with you. Team USA wraps up group play this Thursday in Arizona Sports, hosting a watch party at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. Kickoffs at 7 p.m. Plus, enter to win a Team USA jersey, courtesy of Just Sports. Text CUP, C-U-P, to 620-620 for more info and to reserve your table, powered by Michelob Ultra. All right, on the other side, the World Cup. Speaking of which, red hot in the country. How serious are we taking Team USA? Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
This is 1-0. Swung on, it's a pop-up. This should do it. In comes the center fielder Clemens. He calls, he catches, and the Twins take the final 2 games of this weekend series, and they take the series by a final score in the finale, Minnesota 4 and the Diamondbacks 2.
Recapping the Twins series and laying down a preview of 4 games in St. Louis at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the app, and 98.7 FM.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
At the UPS store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
It's the world's biggest soccer tournament, and you can trade it all on Kalshi. Yep, trade every match all the way to the final on Kalshi, the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Kalshi. Hey, which continent's going to reign supreme and bring home the cup? Paul Calvisier, last we checked, South America, trading at 22%, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $400 if one of those countries wins soccer's biggest prize. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app, K-A-L-S-H-I. Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here, and in case you missed it, Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is keeping the savings rolling this summer, and your wallet's going to feel it. Now that's American value for American values. That's right, employee pricing isn't going anywhere, and that means one thing: you pay what they pay. Plus stack serious cash back on top. No bull. Right now, save big on a new 2026 F-150 plus an extra $1,000 cash back. 2026 Explorer plus an extra $2,000 in your pocket. 2025 Bronco Sport plus an extra $2,500 cash back. Trust and American value delivered the right way. Since 1951, shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefits, $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply, $0 security deposit, and APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in July 6, 2026.
Hey, it's Luke. Which player should the Diamondbacks be targeting if they do, in fact, buy at the deadline? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Welcome back, everybody. Happy Monday. Dan Bickley, Tim Ring, and the crew taking you up until 10 o'clock in a couple of interesting juxtaposition over the weekend. I've already ranted about how disappointing the U.S. Open golf was. I was with the group on Friday golfing, and we saw Wyndham Clark had hung on to his lead, and we're like, anything but Wyndham Clark, anybody but Wyndham Clark. And that's basically the way the whole galleries felt in Long Island. They were anybody but Wyndham Clark, and he ended up winning the trophy. And people are like, when are we ever going to get Scottie Scheffler back? When are we ever going to get Scottie Scheffler versus Rory McIlroy as the next rivalry to save golf? When's that going to happen?
What I will say is both those guys had the chance to do it this weekend. Rory, first round, was right there. Scottie was right there. I mean, not necessarily right there on Sunday, but had he gone out and shot around like Sam Burns did, maybe that puts more pressure on Wyndham down the stretch.
Well, Clark had a 6-stroke lead going into the final Sunday, and that thing was dwindling.
Yes.
I was getting Greg Norman at
Vibes?
Augusta in 96.
No doubt.
What was it, 96 at Augusta, Norman, right? When he melted down with a 6-shot lead? Tom Kim out of nowhere.
Yep.
I'm not a big Tom Kim guy prior to yesterday, but he had a birdie at 16 to get close and tight. Obviously, Burns was already in the clubhouse with the 3-under posted, not going anywhere. And then Wyndham Clark hit one into the native fescue at 16 at the par 5. And it's like, okay, is he going to kick the door open for either Kim to catch him, or is he going to come back down and join Burns where his number was at? And I'll be damned. Not only did he get out of the fescue, he ended up birdieing the hole.
Yeah.
And
that birdie, real quick, we talked about he's an American, and the response for him not only winning that tournament, but that birdie on 16, you would have thought, okay, that is Wyndham Clark's moment in the sun. That's his U.S. Open moment.
That's it.
And you turn and you look at the grandstand, 3 people are standing up and cheering.
It was unbelievable.
Wild.
I have never seen anything like that with an American player at the U.S. Open.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you'll never see this again.
No.
And it's because Wyndham Clark's got a very checkered history, the destroying lockers, 121-year-old lockers. All right, whatever. I've never seen an American-born player be treated with such hostility. This is what he had to say about it.
I was kind of making jokes about it with Dave, where if we heard someone cheer for me, I go, oh, there's one person that likes me, you know? So we would kind of make jokes and make it maybe a little lighthearted. But it's tough, man. I've played now a President's Cup and a Ryder Cup on foreign soil, and it kind of had that atmosphere a little bit. I also got good prep last week in Canada. You know, they were pretty harsh on me the last day. And so I think that all of that combined kind of led to this moment where, all right, I've been in this position. It sucks being the underdog or getting rooted against, but I can pull through, and there's nothing like winning kind of an away game, if you will.
Congratulations. He just admitted that he's hated everywhere in the world.
Yeah. Well, right. I mean, it's just...
Well, when it was in Europe, they booed me. Then when it was in Canada, they booed me. Now in America, they boo me.
He lives in Scottsdale now. He may be listening to this very show right now.
Could be.
I'll tell you this. That was the post-match tournament press conference. I thought the way he handled himself with Mike Tirico on NBC in the immediate aftermath of winning that trophy, I thought there was a lot of self-awareness, and I think a lot of looking in the mirror, if you will, for Wyndham Clark over the last couple of years in terms of what he's done and how he's perceived. And I think he's trying to work his way back into the good graces of the people.
His redemption arc, if that's what you want to call it, wasn't going to happen overnight.
At least, I mean, I think at least that was something interesting to root against someone.
Yeah.
Is at least something.
Well, and then, Tim, if you mentioned it, Wyndham Clark, if you are listening, join us.
Absolutely.
He would be awesome to have.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, call in the show.
What isn't struggling is Team USA and the World Cup. If you have seen footage of these crazy Norwegians in Times Square, they have overtaken Times Square.
The Scottish in Boston, and now they're in Miami.
Yes, yeah, that, and then you're seeing a lot of TV reporters from Mexico during live stand-ups getting lifted up by fans and bounced up in the air. So this energy coming off this current World Cup is unbelievable. And maybe a lot has to do with it being in this country, but this thing really feels like fire to me. They have got crazy great momentum. And the question becomes, can Team USA really win this thing? You probably have heard this by now. Former U.S. goalkeeper Tim Howard said, in no way can Team USA ever win a World Cup.
Well, that's such a stupid thing to say. Of course they can win it. All you have to do is win. Even if you're not as good a team, all you have to do is beat them one time in soccer. Come on, how hard can that be?
If you listen, yeah, no doubt.
I hate to say it, but if the 1980 hockey team can win a gold medal, anything can happen.
The United States could definitely eventually win a World Cup. His point and premise was like, this World Cup, can this team win this World Cup? And to his point was, the United States would have to play 4 straight games, all of which being their best game to date. And that is, in soccer, as a team that's, an underdog in all 4 of those games, it would be very, very near impossible to do.
Spain was the favorites coming into this World Cup. They tied a country I had never heard of until this tournament started. I still don't even know how to pronounce Cape Verde, whatever.
Cape Verde. Not Rio Verde.
Because soccer is so low scoring that I don't understand why there's not more upsets. All you have to do, if you get one lucky goal or something, you could just play defense for the rest of the time.
But the thing with soccer is eventually the cream rises to the crop.
Like the top.
Cream rises to the
cream
top.
of the crop.
You are the cream of the crop. And the cream does rise to the top.
The ceiling is the roof.
The ceiling is the roof. MJ said it himself, right? So eventually, even if an underdog scores in the 6th minute, right? The team on the other side, say Spain gets down to the United States 1-0 in the quarterfinals. Spain's then entirety of the rest of the 80 minutes of the game is going to be press. And can the United States withstand that? Maybe, but it would take a massive effort.
How stupid. You're going to get me all angry at soccer again.
Here we go.
So you're saying that if they wanted to, they could score more goals if they wanted to, and they could just be more aggressive and try to actually score goals. Why don't they just play like that
Jared,
always?
It's tactical. Because if it's 0-0 in a Spain-United States game, Spain's going to have the ball for a majority of the time. They're going to be tactical in how they try to go score. They don't want to leave a counterattack open for a very athletic United States team, right? They don't want to get down 1-0. If they score first, the game's virtually over.
Oh, that's a great sport, huh?
Right.
The insurmountable 1-0 lead.
Oh, gosh, it's 1-0. It's over. Pack your bags.
Listen,
get on the bus.
As somebody who was in Czechia for the beginning of the World Cup, they were very excited about their team. Czechia just tried that. They got up 1-0. I forget who they were playing, and they messed around and found out. They ended up playing
South Africa.
South Africa. They ended up putting on a very, very poor draw because they were doing that.
The first game Germany played, I think they either fell down 1-0 or it was 1-1.
It was 1-1, and then they
wound up winning
7-1. Right. The other thing, too, about the United States' excitement right now, not only are they 2-0, the Turkey game, they've already won the group, so they can rest some of their guys, get Pulisic healthy, but their draw in the round of 32 and round of 16, a lot of people are focused on that. So right now, they would play Bosnia in the round of 32, which is a game the United States would be favored in. And then if it were to hold, they would play Egypt in the round of 16 to get to the quarterfinal. Which the United States...
Egypt didn't they just win their first ever
World Cup last night?
Egypt.
Jared's like, Egypt?
Yes.
All right, Sammy, put it in college football terms for me.
I'm trying
Team
to think.
USA trying to win the World Cup or advance to the semifinals is like
It's better
Team
than
X
Indiana.
trying to win the national championship.
It's better than Indiana.
Is it like Boise State in the playoffs trying to win a title?
Is it like
No.
ASU?
Is it like
Man,
James?
that's a great question.
Is it James Madison in the
No,
playoffs?
it's not.
trying
It's
to win a
not that.
title?
It's not like James Madison or Tulane trying to make a national championship run. At least in my opinion, I think it's more like I look at them more of like a Texas A&M. Of that, the talent is probably going to be there. Like athletically, they're as gifted as any of these teams. but can they actually put it all together? And it's A&M's a good one because they haven't won a national championship. I don't know. I can't recall. The United States have never won a World Cup, but the talent is going to be there. Can they actually make the run?
So like an Ole Miss, Texas A&M type program.
What a sport, huh, Jared?
1-0, game's over. Go home, everybody. Nothing to see here.
The Half Day Club is back on July 22nd. Wolf and Luke are broadcasting live before the Diamondbacks play the A's, and they're throwing out the first pitch. Did you know that, Jared? Luke Lipinski throwing out the first pitch?
Oh, old noodle arm Lipinski?
Lower level tickets, just $9.87 before taxes and fees. All you have to do is text HALF, HALF to 620-620 for details. We'll give out some Monday hardware when we return. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream house and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? That sounds perfect, right? Okay, now what if on top of that, you could maximize the return on your old home? That's even better. See, most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That way you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com.
If there's one thing you can count on, it's 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. And if there's two things you can count on, it's your smoke detector battery dying at 3 a.m. Not 3 p.m. on a Saturday when you have nothing going on, but in the middle of the night when you're fast asleep.
Oh, come on!
Get 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto with Progressive. Just one more thing you can count on. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers not available in all states or situations.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was a depleting weekend for the Arizona Diamondbacks, as not only did they drop Sunday's game against the Twins 4-2, they dropped the series and they added more names to the injured list. Mike Soroka, Jordan Lawler, and Ryan Nelson all will miss some time for Torey Lovello and this ball club. But the season rolls on as the Snakes are in St. Louis for a series with the Cardinals. That starts today. First pitch will be at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns over the weekend were able to bring back some fan favorites. Colin Gillespie signed a 4-year, $48 million deal to return to the team, and Jordan Goodwin inked a 3-year, $19 million deal. Now the Suns will turn their attention to the NBA draft, which gets underway tomorrow night. This report is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Join Arizona Sports at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria this Thursday for an official U.S. Soccer watch party. Enter to win incredible prizes like a U.S. Soccer jersey courtesy of Just Sports.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports poll question.
All right, today's Arizona Sports poll question. Who will be the Suns' starting center next season? Is it Kaman Malawach, Mark Williams, Oso Ighodaro, or other? If you had to say, the day before the draft.
I go Mark Williams.
Okay.
You think they're going to find a number? You think he's going to have...
You're going to find a number, and I think he's right now the best center on the roster once he's actually on the roster.
Let's vote for Mark Williams.
All right, 37% Mark Williams, 37% Kaman Malawach, a tie at the top. Oso Ighodaro got 20% and other 6%. So time will tell on that one.
All right.
Jarrett, are you with us?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
You're gonna go to the hardware store.
Handing out the hardware.
All this hardware.
All right, it's a Monday tradition. We give away hardware. They are fictitious awards to notable things that probably happened over the weekend in the world of sports or beyond. Tim Ring will be getting us kicked off today. What do you got for us, Tim?
Well, it's the Thank God Someone Had Common Sense Award. I'm going to give it out to the U.S. Open Rules Committee. A young golfer named Miles Russell, 17 years of age, played in the U.S. Open. Actually made the cut, was out there on Sunday. He asked the Rules Committee for a special exception. Can his father caddy for him on the last hole? Obviously, that's against the rules. You can't switch caddies in the middle of the tournament. And somebody on the Rules Committee said, yeah, kid, go ahead. So he surprised his dad, and his dad caddied for him on the 18th hole. He parred the hole to shoot an even par 70.
Wow,
at
golf
Shinnecock.
actually showed a heart. They got outside the rule
They did.
book
That's
and
why they
showed
get an
some
award.
heart?
They did.
Wow, that's pretty good. The Reunion Award goes to Brady Tkachuk, who was traded from Ottawa to Florida, where he is going to join his brother Matthew. And I didn't predict this. I brought this up because this was an issue and maybe still is an issue with Austin Matthews in Toronto. Members of Team USA who were involved in the locker room celebration after their gold medal win at the Olympics. Was it the Olympics?
Yes.
Yeah, it was the Olympics. Of course it was the Olympics. I'm getting these tournaments messed up. And the result was these American players took boatloads of grief from their Canadian fan bases in the cities they played. And there were a lot of smart Canadian media people who were like, you guys better lighten up on these kids because they're going to want out. And apparently Brady Tkachuk wanted out from Ottawa, and he got out. So I wonder if Austin Matthews is next.
Jarrett?
I don't know. I thought somebody was going to respond to that. My first award is the He Who Does Not Know His History is Doomed to Repeat It award. And it goes to me. Because despite Dan Bickley telling the story multiple times on this very show about how his lovely wife purchased bananas online, and they changed the way that they do it online. So instead of saying, I want this many bananas, it is now changed to this, I want this many bushels of bananas.
Oh, man.
I did not realize this. It was the first time I had ordered bananas since that happened.
Oh, my gosh.
And I wanted just 6 bananas.
Oh, no.
You got 6 bushels?
6 bushels of 5 or 6 bananas each. So I've already made banana pancakes twice. I'm going to make banana nut muffins.
Okay.
But it is a race against time now.
You want a pro tip? This is something my wife discovered. She just talked about this yesterday. It's changed her life. When those bananas ripen, put them in Ziploc bags and freeze them.
Yes.
Now you've got banana popsicles.
Delicious. Oh, I love frozen bananas. Absolutely
you can
right.
put them in protein shakes.
Yeah. You can dip them in chocolate.
No, you can do a lot of things with them.
You can. Oh,
Enjoy those 6 bushels of bananas.
I got
hairy ape.
Because I went to pick it up, and they're coming out with the thing. And I'm like, wait a minute. Why is there so many bags that they're loading in?
Is this the primate cage at the zoo?
Yeah.
That's
You could stand out on the street corner and hand out bananas.
You do that.
It's also an option. That's always a good look.
My
Sammy,
goodness.
what do you
All
got?
right, my first award is
Do I want to make this joke? What do you think, guys? So if you see me and you say, is that a banana in your pocket? The answer is yes.
Man. All right, my first award is the Being Stupid Could Cost You a U.S. Open award. And I'm giving it to live golfer Joaquin Niemann. Okay, so Thursday at the U.S. Open, he had a 2-stroke penalty for throwing his club, deemed serious misconduct. On that same hole, he went to a septuple bogey, carded in 11 on Thursday. He went +8 on Thursday. His next 3 rounds, 5 under, 2 over, 4 under. That's an aggregate of 7 under par. Had he not just been stupid, he could have been lifting a U.S. Open trophy.
Amazing.
Unreal.
All right, I got a quick one. Not too funny, but breaking news today in case you're just joining us. The See You Wouldn't Want to Be You award, Dusty May, who came, he saw, he conquered, he left Michigan after 2 years to go to the Dallas Mavericks. And as Mark Stein brought up on Twitter just a little bit ago, what a world we live in where Mike Malone is coaching North Carolina and Dusty May is coaching the Dallas Mavericks.
Unbelievable. That is absolutely wild.
He's the first college coach to go to the NBA since
Brad Stevens.
No. Someone since then.
College coach to go to the NBA.
John Beilein from Michigan.
Oh, wow. Yeah, to the Cavaliers.
Yep.
Yeah.
For like a half hour.
Right.
Yeah.
The Thanks a Lot Tiger Award goes to Tiger Woods, and it's related to a rant from Brandel Chambly, who eviscerated modern-day golfers for their potty mouths on the golf course. He referenced Joaquin Niemann and throwing clubs, and then John Rahm, who unleashed an epic F-bomb, and then kicked his club down the fairway. And Brandel Chambly said, "This is ridiculous. These golfers have no class, I tell ya." And it's all because of Tiger. Because Tiger was the one who would always drop F-bombs.
Oh, he didn't do anything for the sport.
I know.
Isn't that crazy,
Believe
though?
Me, I know how much Tiger did for the sport.
Oh, yeah.
Wyndham Clark makes a few missteps. Obviously, destroying lockers is different than swearing.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, he's vilified.
Oh, yeah.
And now he's trying to crawl back out of that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yep.
Tiger Woods was F-bombing everybody and throwing clubs.
That's right.
My last award is, I guess this is what happens when you're not on social media and there are no newspapers award. And this goes to my cousin Madeline.
What did Madeline do?
She now lives in Arizona, but she's from New York, and she was visiting New York this past week for an event with my family and cousins and stuff. While she was there, she made a doctor's appointment with one of her old doctors in New York City. And she made that appointment for Thursday.
The day of the parade.
Now, do you remember what happened on Thursday in New York City?
Good luck.
So she's waiting for the subway, and she calls my dad, and she's like, "It is so crowded right now. I can't even get it. What is going on?"
No,
it's like wild and crazy. It's like it took her like an hour to get like anywhere. It was so completely unaware of what was going on.
Fantastic.
Wow. My last award real quick. The what are we doing? What is the hype about? And I'm giving it to Buc-ee's. Okay? People were camped outside of the brand new Buc-ee's waiting to get in. It opened this morning.
They're expecting 75,000 people there today.
What are we doing?
What's going on? What are we doing?
What's going on?
I've heard of this place. Has anyone ever been to one?
I've been to a Buc-ee's.
Okay.
In Jacksonville, Florida.
What's the allure?
It's what it is. It's like the Walmart of pit stops.
Yes,
is
the
what it
Walmart
is.
of
world's
gas stations.
biggest convenience store.
What are we doing? I'm with Tim
What
Ring.
are we doing?
What's going on?
No
going
Egypt.
on?
What are we doing?
It's no Wawa.
Wawa is awesome.
It's a supersized gas station.
It is.
Right, it is.
It is.
It's a gimmick.
Yeah, right.
Yes,
And
it is.
But it's a gimmick everybody
seems to be down with.
Right.
All right, when the
Okay.
temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text water to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select the UPS store locations or donating today. We'll be back on the other side. Wrap up the show with some off the grid. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lavello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
If you're waiting for someone to come along and make your private student loan debt disappear, I need to be honest with you. That's not how private loans work. There's no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is Y-Refi, and they are the next best thing I've seen for people in this situation. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi helps people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt refinance into a low fixed-rate payment they can actually handle. They don't make you feel bad about where you are. They don't grill you about how you got here. They meet you where you are and work with you to build something that makes sense for your budget, your income, your real life. If other lenders have told you no, that's actually where Y-Refi does their best work. They were built for the people traditional lenders give up on. Your private student loans don't get to define your future. Take back control today. Call 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, 4Runner, and Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer. Toyota. Let's go places. 4.99% with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome.
You spit in today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins at Galaxy Lending Group. Harold, the average pro basketball career is only about 5 years, and your clients are paying off their mortgages in about the same time?
They are. Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator loan puts your existing cash flow to work against your mortgage balance so you can pay off your home in a fraction of the time with no lifestyle changes.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. The song of the day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL, keeping you cool but hard to spell.
Montag lieben, glauben, globen.
All right. I got something to say.
I hear a lot of cowbell in this song, Jared.
Yeah, you know,
I got a fever.
There's not a lot of songs with cowbell.
You're gonna want more cowbell.
And the Don't Fear the Reaper one gets all the credit.
Yeah, that's right.
Because of that SNL sketch, but
Yeah.
this is a
Yeah.
famous one.
Yeah, I not quite remember that. So I'm curious, what made us choose Def Leppard Rock of Ages for Song of the Day?
There's obviously a deep meaning.
Rock of Ages, yes. Tell me, yes.
And it's certainly not because I played the Song of the Day rejoin and realized there was no Song of the Day that we decided on. And the first thing I clicked on here as the built-in song things with this. But I figure it's...
What do you want? The draft's coming up.
I'm always cool with Def Leppard. Always cool with it. And I would say from the formatics and mechanics standpoint, we've pretty much covered all the bases today. We've done very good with that.
And the Rock of Ages, a lot of the young people, their lives will change tomorrow in the NBA draft. Will be rocked.
Plus, anytime you can get Oogen, Gleben, Globen, Globen on the air, you got to take advantage of that.
Well, so that came on, and one of my favorite songs starts like that, but it's not this song.
Oh, really?
It's Pretty Fly for a White Guy.
That's
It
right.
starts like that.
Yeah, and that's The Offspring.
Yes.
And then Pretty Fly for a Rabbi is the Weird Al version of it also.
For a rabbi. There you go. Today's Song of the Day, Def Leppard Rock of Ages.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, a few items of note to hit you with before we get out of here today. We mentioned this at the very beginning of the show. Serena Williams' comeback is in full swing, folks. The 23-time Grand Slam champion will compete in the women's singles draw at Wimbledon after receiving the event's last wild card invitation. 44 years of age.
And I wouldn't put it past her to win the damn thing.
Either would I.
I mean, my gracious.
Either would I.
What if she does well? Like,
could
she return to full-time? Like, what prompted this all of a sudden, seemingly out of nowhere, return this season?
Maybe that weight loss drug she's taken?
That, or maybe she got bored.
Maybe she got bored.
I mean, she's done having kids, so she's probably in like really good shape after like having the children, and she's lost weight, and she wants to play tennis. And
she wants the roars back.
Yes.
Is what it is, right?
Who wouldn't?
Yeah, who wouldn't? How about what went down in Philly? Bryce Harper hit for his first career cycle, and Kyle Schwarber launched 3 home runs, 2 in 1 inning over the weekend. That happened Saturday against the Mets.
I saw that. 3 home run game in a cycle, even though the cycle should not have counted because his triple was not a trip. Did you see that play?
That's a great call.
I did see that.
That's a great, because the
They
throw went
threw home,
It
yeah,
was
and
a
then he advanced
half-baked-
to
Yeah.
Oh, it was like a little. It was like I didn't see. It was like a little league triple.
No, it wasn't. There wasn't errors or anything, but it was like he gets to second base. There's other runners on base that they throw home. On the throw home, he advances to third base, and they call it a triple rather than like sort of advancing on the throw.
So also on that day, a leadoff inside the park home run happened, Jake McCarthy. A walk-off home run happened, Ozzie Albies. A grand slam and a 10-run inning, both happened Buxton and the Twins.
Wow.
All 7 of these things happened on the same day. The MLB history, not 4 of them had never happened on one day. It's nuts.
2 home runs in the same inning.
How does this still happen in Major League Baseball? How do things that you have never seen before still happen hundreds of years later?
That's the beauty of baseball, Big.
Because they have 162 times to try.
How could you not be romantic about baseball?
Isn't baseball romantic?
All right, so Jarrett told the story. Is it your cousin, Madeline?
Cousin, correct.
Okay. Well, the amount of people in New York City on Thursday has been quantified. They said 2 million people were at the championship parade. And that's funny that Madeline had no clue what was going on.
She was one of them.
Why is the subway
so crowded?
I will say, I thought it would be crazier.
So did I.
The parade. It was
did
a
I.
really cool, fun thing to watch, but I thought it was going to be so unbelievably overwhelming with everything going on that it didn't feel much different than any other celebratory parade.
I think New York City, I think they purposely limited, because you heard this on ESPN Live the morning of the parade, that people who were up at like 6 and 7 a.m., they were shut out. They'd get off the subway and they'd find streets were closed and there were no access to get there. And that then shortly thereafter, the New York City Police Department put out on Twitter, all the bullpen seating is full. So if you're coming out, don't. Turn around and go home. So I think that they did some sort of crowd control for obvious security purposes. Because, Jared, I'm right there with you. I thought this thing was going to be insane in terms of the aesthetics of it, and it wasn't necessarily that way.
I also have a question. So she had no idea that this was happening?
Correct.
It's fantastic.
Like, how?
Well,
she's not on social media, which is fair, and I applaud that.
She is from New York, but she does not live in New York anymore.
Okay.
She probably just wasn't aware. She probably knew the Knicks had won the championship.
Okay.
Maybe.
But didn't know like when
all that parade
was happening.
Okay.
I know it's hard to
day.
believe, but a lot of people don't care about sports.
It's true. It's true.
Maybe Madeline, maybe she's very much like her cousin Jarrett and just spends her time watching wrestling and watching Weird Al Yankovic videos.
No, she is in her 70s. That part.
Okay.
Part also.
Okay.
This is Patrick. He does sports. Like there's a lot of people like that out there.
Sports, that's right.
There is true.
By the way, the largest championship parade on record. Do you remember the 2016 Cubs? They claimed 5 million people were at that parade.
How would you ever?
I actually believe that because it culminates in Grant Park.
Oh yeah,
so
which is gigantic.
It's gigantic, and you can hold those. And that parade started, I think, in Wrigleyville, and the streets were packed all the way to Grant Park.
Yeah,
which, as the crow flies, that's just not a short distance.
Not at all.
So
not at all. Meanwhile, over the weekend, the Carolina Hurricanes celebrated their first Stanley Cup in 20 years. They had 150,000 fans show up, which may not seem like a lot to you, but it's 1/3 the population of Raleigh.
Wow.
So in terms of, pound for pound, that's representing. Who would have ever thought Carolina and that El Succo owner would become such a power in hockey?
And that's only going to empower him to
it's a
run
nightmare
the
for the
Trailblazers. See? My way works.
Right.
We bring championships.
That's what we do. That's all I got. Anybody else got anything?
Oh, we got the music.
We got 60 seconds. Who's got 60 seconds worth of content left in them? Somebody. Meet the moment. Somebody.
I think we're going to wake up tomorrow and Giannis is going to be a Boston Celtics.
You think it happens today?
I think it happens today.
Not draft day.
I think he's right. I think it happens later on this afternoon.
Kyle Kuzma's already sending out cryptic tweets.
Oh, yes. Cryptic tweet season is underway. Let's go.
Wow. Look, anywhere but the Western Conference, and I'm fine, right?
Where's Giannis been the last 5 years anyway?
Well,
what's he done?
Wherever he goes.
Where are we going? What are we doing?
Wherever he goes.
What's going on?
Wherever this superstar goes, remember one thing. The cream always rises to the crop.
The cream does rise to the crop.
Always.
That was fantastic.
I think we'll hear that again on Friday.
Yeah. All right, who joined us today? On behalf of Chris Garagiola, on behalf of Tim Ring, did a great job filling in. On behalf of Jared Carlin, Sammy, we'll see you tomorrow, folks. Hey, everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Message data rates may apply.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Collectors! Front Row Card Show is back for a massive NFL Stadium show. Join us at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, June 27th and 28th. 650 tables. Biggest show ever. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards. Plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. PSA, Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Free parking, plus thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show at State Farm Stadium. Saturday and Sunday, June 27th and 28th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, a lot of people listening right now are probably wondering, do I actually have enough money to retire? How do you help someone answer that question?
Well, Gambo, the first thing is, I tell people, do not guess. Cash flow it. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model the full retirement picture. Income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, investment withdrawals, inflation, healthcare costs. What happens if the market has a bad year?
So it's not just about looking at the account balance.
Exactly. $1 million can be enough for one family and not enough for another. It depends on spending and taxes and income sources and how the portfolio is actually structured. The goal is to see whether your money can support your lifestyle, not in just year 1 of retirement, but in years 10, 20, 30, and for the rest of the road.
So find out if you have enough money for retirement. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks dropped the rubber match to the Twins on Sunday 4-2, despite Jose Cabrera's very promising MLB debut on the mound. Tossing 5 innings of shutout baseball, the bullpen would give up 4 runs in the loss, and the injuries continued for this baseball team, with Mike Soroka, Ryan Nelson, and Jordan Lawler all hitting the injured list over the weekend. But the team will now hit the road and be in St. Louis for a series that starts today. First pitch will be at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns were busy this weekend as well. They re-signed both Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin to pretty team-friendly deals, and they'll now turn their focus to the NBA draft tomorrow, where as of now, they have the 47th overall pick. And the United States have clinched a place in the World Cup knockout stage after their 2-0 win over Australia. They'll wrap up group play against Turkey on Thursday. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Buick GMC. Truck Month is here at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa with amazing deals on GMC Sierras, Canyons, and more. Shop now at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, and my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Monday. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's up?
Yeah, what's going on, Luke? How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. How you doing over there?
My face is on fire right now, but other than that, does anyone have any aloe vera? Do you have any aloe vera? Sammy the Bull, do you have any aloe vera back there in the blue wedge?
I forgot the aloe when I was leaving at 4 this morning. My apologies.
Okay, Luke, do you have any aloe vera?
I don't, but even if I did, would you actually wear it? Because that seems to be the real question.
I don't think that I would, since I wouldn't put on sunblock, and the Warrior Queen told me put on sunblock. I guess when you're up there in Flagstaff, have you ever noticed this, Basin audience, that Flagstaff, it just feels cool, right? It just feels like, man, it's beautiful up there. It's wonderful. Are you kidding me? I don't need any stinking sunblock. I'm sitting in the shade with these pine trees all around me, and I have an umbrella when we're walking around. But I guess walking from drill to drill as you watch your son go out and compete and play. I guess the in-between parts, that's when I needed some sunblock. And the Warrior Queen was right, and I was wrong.
Oh, that's the worst part. So you walked in, I was like, wow, Wolf's really fired up. Look how red his face is already. Then you explained what happened. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I mean, Flagstaff, that elevation, that can kind of sneak up on you. Okay, I mean, it's happened to all of us. It happened to me once at Camp T. Maybe not to this extreme, but it happened to me the first time I went to Camp T.
Okay, yeah.
But the worst part is the Warrior Queen warned you.
She did.
Didn't listen.
I know.
And now here you are.
It's absolutely brutal. YouTube, what up, YouTube? How you doing? Shaka, bra. I would say this right now. If you can get to YouTube, you need to see it, Basin Arties. Especially the juxtaposition between the red face and the white hair. You might want to look at it, man, because it is like shocking is what it is. I'm just saying YouTube right now. Take a little tip from your Uncle Ron. If you're not at YouTube, go to YouTube at the Wolf and Luke Show. What is it? What's the handle on that, Luke?
How do you go to Arizona Sports on YouTube?
Well, there you go. Arizona Sports on YouTube. That's what it is, basically. Go look at it. The juxtaposition will blow your face off, as it did mine.
What? Literally. What color would you say your shirt is? Because I'm not trying to over dramatize this, but I literally can't tell now. Isn't that like a reddish shirt?
I don't think it's red. Would you
No,
call it red?
reddish, though. Is it like
would you call
maroonish?
it red? No, Jamal, would you call that red?
Not red.
It's not red.
But no,
It's-
but what color? Like, what's it? The clothes? It's not bluish. It's not greenish. It's not white or black.
Okay,
Like,
it's
Maroon burgundy?
Yeah.
burgundy. I think a burgundy color.
but it looks
is what it is.
white
Bruce.
next to your skin.
This is what I'm going to do, Base Audience. I'm going to take my hat. I'm going to put it on. From time to time, at the top of every hour, I'll take it off. Okay, YouTube? At the top, at the top of every hour, I'll take it off just so you can see the freak. Okay, but I'm going to go ahead now, and I'm going to pull it down low and broadcast.
It's like somebody just covered that light on top of the Luxor in Vegas. When you put the hat on, that's what it's
well,
like.
you knew Jeremy was going to come in here at some point in time and say, Wolf, you got to do something.
They got to change the
Your
whole
face
balance on the
looks like it
cameras
is
now.
literally on fire. You're getting ready to break the internet.
You may have broken the internet. I don't know.
Okay, what are we talking about here?
Just
What is going on
double-checking
over the
the
weekend?
elevation of
the
Flagstaff.
long weekend was beautiful, was it not?
6,909 feet. That's the elevation of Flagstaff.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it depends where you walk. Many times you're walking over 7,000 feet.
Yeah.
Just saying, for the record.
Apparently. Well, you know what? That was a welcome distraction. I know we had to sacrifice your forehead for it, but it was either that or talk about the Diamondbacks weekend and how much things have changed since the last time we did a show. So we had Friday off. So the last time we did a show was Thursday. The D-backs have played 3 games, though, since then, all against Minnesota. And in that time, Wolf, we have seen the Diamondbacks lose Ryan Nelson with an elbow issue, Michael Soroka with a glute issue. Zach Gallen's fine, health-wise.
Man.
ERA is not.
No.
We got to see Eldemaro Vargas pitch, which is not typically a good sign. They really were missing James McCann coming in and pitching. They lose 2 of 3. Just not a great 3 days for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Jordan Lawler hurt, too.
Yes.
Did I miss anything? They made so many moves, I can't even repeat them all.
I know. When you think about everything that has transpired right now, everything that happened in this 3-game series against the Minnesota Twins, what do you think of first, Basinonians? That is the question that we asked this morning. What do you think of first?
Well, I do think of the fact that Vargas gave him 1 2/3 innings of shutout baseball. I mean, that wasn't the worst thing.
Okay. For me, I think of Zach Gallen.
Yeah.
I do. So you do too? Of everything that happened, everything.
It's either Ryan Nelson being hurt because we don't know how severe that injury may be, or Zach Gallen because I know a lot of people were calling for them to pull Gallen out of the rotation before. He gave up 9 earned runs on Saturday, and I don't know how they can pull him out now because Nelson and Soroka are both hurt.
I know. I don't think you can. I think you're going to just continue to run Zach Gallen out there right now. I don't think they're going to pull him out of the rotation. Yeah, I don't think they can, to your point. It was really wonderful to see Jose Cabrera go out and have an awesome outing.
Yeah.
Yesterday, give them an opportunity to win the game. And at the same time, I don't know how much you're going to be able to bank on a guy that made his debut yesterday as well. Did very, very well. A great job giving his team the opportunity to win a game. Yet at the same time, right now, the rotation has got my attention for the Arizona Diamondbacks. I just don't know how many more injuries you can suffer to the rotation with Zach Gallen as well, pitching the way that he is.
Yeah, I mean, we're nearing the halfway point of the season, and I think a lot of us have had the question over the last few weeks as they kind of hover around or just above 500 of, what's gonna happen here? Something's got to give. Either the bullpen is going to come back down to earth, or the rotation's not going to be quite as strong as it was. What was it, 17 of 22 games there for a while with a quality start, or are the hitters going to pick it up? What's going to happen? And the hitting was at times, I guess, better over the weekend. But you mentioned Jose Cabrera. He pitched really well, and they still lost that game. They couldn't get him any run support. Unfortunately, the strength of this team, which has been the rotation, I don't know how you can look at it right now and say it's the strength of the team because hopefully Soroka's not out for a long time, but he's out right now. He's on the injured list. Ryan Nelson, who knows? It's an elbow. He's on the injured list. Those were 2 of your better pitchers this season. And Zach Gallen in a moment where it was like, okay, now we don't know when we're getting Burns back. We don't know when we're getting Nelson back and Soroka's hurt. Give us your best, Zach. He gives up 9 earned runs.
Wow. It was crazy, too. There were a lot of balls that were not hit hard either.
True.
But At the same time, you gave up 12 hits in 4 innings pitched. 12 hits. So a situation where you could say Zach Gallen is very unlucky. Or you could say that Zach Gallen is in a bit of a spot, a bit of trouble. It's hard for me to say that. It's hard for me to believe that. Yet at the same time, watching him give up 9 earned runs, 9 in 4 innings. That is not Zach Gallen. That is
for
not.
me. It's that I call him 9.
Jamal, it is not. That is my biggest concern right now. It really is. And one of the things I worry about is just Zach himself in regard to his confidence level and where he truly is right now. It's one of these deals where you typically don't walk around and tell your locker mate, tell your teammate exactly where you are in your confidence level. It's not like you do that. There may be a few guys that are inside that clubhouse that Zach Gallen does confide in. There may be a few guys, but most of the time, as a professional athlete, you don't walk around and say to your teammate every now and then, my confidence is a little shaken. You just don't say that.
Yeah, I don't think that's something you want
Does
to
it
hear.
happen? Yes.
Yeah.
Do you speak about it? No.
I know you say that's not Zach Gallen. I thought he was going to be much better this season. I bought into what we saw at the end of last season, the fact that he is not old enough to be losing it by any means. But his ERA now for the season's above 6. So maybe 9 runs in 4 innings is not Zach Gallen, but I think not giving you a chance to win the game, that is Zach Gallen right now, unfortunately. I mean, now we're – and I'm trying to be fair about this. I know people are like, it's been 3 years. No, it hasn't. It hasn't. He wasn't good the first 2/3 of last season. He had some really good games in there, but he was wildly inconsistent. After the trade deadline last year, he was good. If he just pitched the way this year that he did after the trade deadline last year, that'd be fine. He pitched very well in April this year. His ERA was sub 3. But, a good chunk of last year, and now certainly for the last month and a half, and really even with that sub 3 ERA in all of April, his ERA is still above 6. Yeah, so this is not a small sample size anymore. I'm looking at all the starting pitchers in baseball that have pitched enough to have a qualifying ERA. So, the best ERA in baseball is Jacob Mizorowski, who throws 102 miles per hour, 50 pitches a game, and I don't know how he still has an elbow, but good for him. The worst pitcher, the worst ERA in all of baseball among qualified pitchers is Zach Gallen.
Oh, man, that just, again, blows my mind that this is actually happening, especially in this year, which I thought, again, was going to have Zach Gallen's full attention, intensity, bringing that intensity day to day to the ballpark with him and going out and competing. And, man, it has not gone that way at all.
All right, when we come back, NBA Draft is this week. Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin are coming back with the Phoenix Suns. So what does that mean for this upcoming season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
This is 1-0. Swung on. It's a pop-up. This should do it. In comes the center fielder, Clemens. He calls. He catches. And the Twins take the final 2 games of this weekend series. And they take the series by a final score in the finale. Minnesota 4 and the Diamondbacks 2.
Recapping the Twin Series and laying down a preview of 4 games in St. Louis at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Listen, when you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're going to be working with the most local, trusted shade company available. That's right, voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Go check them out. And speaking of checking it out, you can check out all the 5-star reviews on Google that they have right now, All Pro Shade Concepts. Installation is all done by their in-house team. You're never going to have any subcontractors. Listen, these shades are commercial grade. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors, and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. You can choose from manual or motorized, seal track or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts, they have them all. Go check out allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Why? Because you got to have shade.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here, and in case you missed it, Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is keeping the savings rolling this summer, and your wallet's going to feel it. Now that's American value for American values. That's right, employee pricing isn't going anywhere, and that means one thing: you pay what they pay. Plus stack serious cash back on top. No bull. Right now, save big on a new 2026 F-150 plus an extra $1,000 cash back. 2026 Explorer plus an extra $2,000 in your pocket. 2025 Bronco Sport plus an extra $2,500 cash back. Trust and American value delivered the right way. Since 1951, shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefits, $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply, $0 security deposit, APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit, not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in July 6, 2026.
How do you make the world's biggest soccer tournament all yours? Easy. Kalshi. Let there be soccer, and you can trade it all on Kalshi. Yep, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Ask Giannis, Bryson DeChambeau, speaking of the U.S. Open. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position right now. Group stage, at last check, one of the favorites, Spain, is trading at 17% to win the cup, meaning a $100 trade pays out nearly $550. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app, Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Roll with the punches, because you know that it's a
Hey, this is Jarrett, and it is NBA Draft Day. Could the Suns move up and go after Koa Pete? Could they stay pat and draft Jaden Bradley? And which Wildcat would make Vince Marotta more uncomfortable when he has to announce their name during Suns games?
Bear down, Arizona.
Tune in at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Monday morning. Wolf, we're a great pair this morning. You are wildly sunburned, and I'm trying out these new earbuds that don't fit, so they're just falling out every 5 seconds, and I have to readjust. So we're doing good.
You know what, Basinonians? I honestly feel like I should do a PSA on SPF.
You should.
I think I should do a PSA on SPF.
Yeah.
Listen, Basinonians, what are you doing walking around? You're not going to put sunblock on? You're not going to put SPF 50 on? Have you lost your mind? Yeah, you're up there in Flagstaff, 7,000 feet. It feels so good. Oh, my goodness. It's so nice out here.
It is nice
I
up
don't
there.
have to worry about my forehead. Get some sunblock, bro.
I think the Warrior Queen should do the PSA because she was ahead of the curve.
Yes.
She's fine, right? No sunburn for her because she actually wore the sunscreen.
Absolutely, yeah, she did. She put it on. Yeah, okay, good. You're right. You're right again. Yes. Yes, Warrior Queen.
And just to be clear, she did suggest maybe you should do that too.
Yeah, she did.
All right, good.
Yeah, and I said, walk the road, bro.
And here you are. All right, some basketball news. The NBA draft, of course, this week. The Suns with the 47th pick. There was that report out there from Jake Fisher late last week that the Suns would like to move into probably the bottom half of the first round, if at all possible. So keep an eye on that. There's also talk out there that Giannis may get traded before the draft starts, which is not that far away now. We're like under 48 hours. So that's a big national thing. He's not going to the Suns. And then obviously the Suns potentially moving into the first round would be huge locally as well. And then also, Wolf, they did go out and reportedly agree to deals with Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin. Two names that have been brought up a lot since the end of the season of, hey, if you can only have one of these guys back, which one are you bringing back? Well,
Produce.
Matt Ishbia. Yes, all the producers out there. Matt Ishbia chose a Wolf-like answer and said, you're asking me to choose. I'm just going to bring them both back. And he did.
Man, I love this. I really do. Well done, Matty Ish and the Phoenix Suns to bring back Colin Gillespie, of course, and Jordan Goodwin. These two guys, we know how important and how critical they were to the Phoenix Suns last year, especially to their bench and coming off the bench. And Gillespie, for many, many games, started as well. You know what? I just think a couple of dogs. I realize a couple of guards. You know, I look more at Jordan Goodwin as a guy that is more of a 2. I think Colin Gillespie more of a 1. Yet at the same time, they both have played the 1 and the 2. And I would say Jordan Goodwin's even played the 3 multiple times as well and done a very, very good job, especially on the offensive end, getting offensive rebounds.
Yeah.
For a guy that is 6'4", he really is incredible. But watching these two guys play last year, they were the Phoenix Suns and the culture of the Phoenix Suns.
That's
they
a good way to put it.
Really were. I mean, I know Dylan Brooks is the beating heart of it. He set the tone for everybody. But these guys, when you talk about models, when you talk about players, when you talk about human beings that need to model the culture that a team has, my goodness, Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin, those two guys are right there in terms of being what the Suns wanted.
It can't just be Dylan Brooks. If
No.
it's just Dylan Brooks, then
Right.
he's an outlier. Then
That's
he
right.
almost doesn't. That's one guy. That's great.
right.
If he's hurt, then you don't have your culture. If he's off the floor, you don't have as much of your culture. If he is getting a technical, you got to have other guys that really embody that new identity the Suns carved out last year. That I think most of us would agree is the best thing the Suns did last year. So I'm happy to see both these guys back. Certainly Jordan Goodwin. Gillespie, though, too. Gillespie's getting 4 years, $48 million, reportedly. Goodwin, 6 years, $19 million. So interesting that Gillespie's getting that much more than Goodwin.
Yeah.
But I think the bigger question here now, Wolf, and maybe I'm just conditioned to think this way right now with sports in this city, but I look at that and I'm like, that's great. Like the Gillespie news came out first, like, that's awesome. I don't want to lose that guy. We don't totally know what he is yet. And then Goodwin, for sure, I didn't want to lose. Like the mask. I mean, you talk about maybe more than anybody, he embodied what they needed last year. But are you just going to run the same team back? Are we getting closer to that? Because I don't know if just running the same team back is a long-term answer.
Yeah. You know what? I will say this. I don't know if it's a long-term, meaning 3 years down the road answer. But, man, I do want to see it this year. I've been talking about it all offseason. I want to see it. How much better could the Phoenix Suns be, Basinonians? If you told me that Devin Booker and Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green, those 3 guys, don't call it the big 3. Whatever you do not call it the big 3, okay? But those 3 guys specifically, how many games can we get them to play together? How many games can we get them to play together? And how much better could they possibly be? I don't know what the answer is to that. I really do not, but I do want to see it. That's part of running it back. Mm-hmm. I do want to see how much better the exposure Jalen Green will have with Devin Booker and Dylan Brooks on the court at the same time. How much better can the Suns be? That's number 1. And number 2, how much better can Kaman Malawach and Rasheer Fleming be in year 2? We saw how much Oso Ighodaro grew in year 2. How much better can these young guys grow in year 2? How much better can the Suns be because of those 2 things? Exposure between your 3 best players, exposure with each other, and these young guys developing.
So I just did some fast math. Out of a possible 246 games between Booker and Brooks and Jalen Green last year, they played a combined 152. So it's about 61, 62% of what they could have played. Now, unless they're all Mikal Bridges, they're not playing 246 games. That's not the way it works. I understand that. But, if you could get even 60 games, 65 is supposed to be the cutoff in the NBA for awards, unless they just want to make special exceptions for you, which they did with like half the guys in the league last year. But let's say 65 games each, that would have been 195 games. And instead they got 152. So they definitely left something on the table in terms of, I do think there's still upside there. But the reason I say long term is I'm cool seeing them run it back until the trade deadline next year.
Yeah.
Or earlier than that if it's not working. But this just continuity, just internal development is not going to catch San Antonio and or Oklahoma City.
No, it's not going to happen, as a matter of fact. But again, we're talking about how much better can the Phoenix Suns be at this point right now. We could say, hey, just trade for Wemby. Just go get Wemby.
Well,
just trade for him.
If that's an option.
I'm just saying, obviously firing for effect here, Basinonians, but it's just a situation where you got to build, and it takes time to build. And this is the reason why it is so critical, almost more than anything else, that Kaman Malawach and Rasheer Fleming develop and get better, noticeably better in year 2 than they were their rookie year. I'm sorry, guys. Hey, especially you, Kaman. I know how young you are. Is he 20 years old yet? Has he turned 20?
I think he's still 19.
No, I think he's 19. He has not turned 20 years old yet. Are you kidding me? Still got a teenager that is out there. But you know what? Come on. We need you to go now. We need you to get we need you to get a lot better right now. I just, man, it is a big ask for a young guy. Both these guys, really, how young they are, to develop and get better. You saw what happened last year with Ryan Dunn. Ryan Dunn took a step back last year. It's not a guarantee.
It's not a given, exactly. That's the biggest thing.
You're going to get better from year 1 to year 2.
Yeah, it's not all linear, and you also now are in this position where if you are bringing everybody back, and I think we have a conversation about this later, but what does this mean for Royce O'Neal and or Grayson Allen? Because if you just bring everybody back, then are Rasheer Fleming and Kaman Malawach even going to get to play enough to develop? There's only so many minutes in a game. Assuming Jalen Green plays more next year and Dylan Brooks plays more. Dylan Brooks missed almost 30 games last year. Assuming those guys play more, those are minutes that are rightfully getting eaten up. But we don't need to play all these other guys over Malawach and Fleming. Otherwise, you're kind of at your ceiling. You're going to be a 40 to 45 win team most years, which was a welcome sight. It was a revelation this past year, but it's not going to be that way if that's their ceiling that they keep bumping up against the next couple of years. I want to make sure, though, that conversation went that direction. Overall, bringing back Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin, fully on board. You too?
Totally.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally. Coming up next, how can Carson Beck fight his way to potentially starting for the Cardinals as soon as week 1? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Ciao.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You want to give a good long look to Carson Beck. Can you do that and give a good long look to Brendan Sorsby at the same time?
Probably not this year.
Probably not, right?
Probably not this year.
And you need to, because you're going to need to make an informed decision as to whether either one is the guy. But if either one was the guy, and you didn't have to take quarterback next year in the first round, ooh, the things you could do with that pick.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-881-8686. That's 800-881-8686. 800-881-8686.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family.
when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Meet Keith. He runs a 30-acre ranch. 8 years ago, his knees started giving out.
Climbing a ladder was almost impossible. If I could get down, I have to have something next to me to get up.
Keith's wife had a knee replacement. The recovery was hard and the results, not great. Keith wanted another way.
I won't go under the knife because I believe the body can do whatever it needs to do to heal itself.
Surgery wasn't the answer. QC Kinetics was. They're regenerative treatments. No surgery, no long recovery.
After the first one, the inflammation dropped 90%. Today, my knees are just amazing. I could not do what I've done if I had not gotten treatments to QC Kinetics. I just pray that my physical model continues to go and help other people.
Maybe that's you. Tired of dealing with the joint pain? Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here, and in case you missed it, Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is keeping the savings rolling this summer, and your wallet's going to feel it. Now that's American value for American values. That's right, employee pricing isn't going anywhere, and that means one thing: you pay what they pay. Plus stack serious cash back on top. No bull. Right now, save big on a new 2026 F-150 plus an extra $1,000 cash back. 2026 Explorer plus an extra $2,000 in your pocket. 2025 Bronco Sport plus an extra $2,500 cash back. Trust and American value delivered the right way. Since 1951, shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefits, $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply, $0 security deposit, and APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in July 6, 2026.
Most people wait to replace their AC because of the price tag. But here's the math nobody mentions. A new high-efficiency unit from Parker & Sons starts cutting your energy bills the day it's installed. And with no payments until 2027, you're saving on energy all summer before you've spent a dime on the brand new unit. No interest, no payments, no stress. The offer ends June 30th, so call 602-2-REPAIR for your free quote. That's 602-2-REPAIR.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the Minnesota Twins yesterday 4-2, which also means that they lost the series to the Twins this weekend. And to add on to the D-backs' rough weekend, the D-backs Michael Soroka, Jordan Lawler, and Ryan Nelson were all placed on the IL this weekend after injuries they suffered against the Twins. Jose Cabrera, who threw 5 shutout innings in his MLB debut, and Cole Drake were both called up from AAA Reno to fill Nelson and Soroka's spot in the rotation. The D-backs are in St. Louis taking on Jordan Walker and the Cardinals. Merrill Kelly will be on the mound for the Snakes, opposing Andre Palante for the Cards. First pitch for that one is at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are reportedly bringing back 2 of their key pieces to their success last season. Sources say that Colin Gillespie has signed a 4-year, $48 million deal, and Jordan Goodwin has signed a 3-year, $19 million deal to stay with the Phoenix Suns. The Suns can now lock in on the NBA draft, which begins tomorrow. The Suns currently have the 47th overall pick. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona. Big wins are waiting at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Jeep Wrangler or a share of $25,000. Join us July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m. Details at CasinoArizona.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and the NBA draft looms. Will the Phoenix Suns find themselves making a pick on night 1? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Monday morning. You getting some good SPF advice from people? I haven't looked at the YouTube live chat yet.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. YouTube's beating me up, of course, and people are hitting me up on X, Bay Sinonians, at Wolf 98.7 FM.
You really set yourself up for it this time.
Yeah, I did.
Really,
yeah, I did. I deserve it. Bring it on.
Literally right into it. Good weekend overall, though, watching some football.
You know, that's the story of my life, to walk literally right into it. Interesting, basically.
Yeah, well, it's worked for you most of the time.
Thank you.
Let's talk some football. We got some Carson Beck audio. This is from last week, Wolf, but we didn't have a show on Friday. Thursday's show was jam-packed, so we got to play a little bit of it. But I want to play some of this and just kind of react to what Carson Beck has been saying, because I feel like so far, and none of this really matters when the games start, but Carson Beck has been acting the part and saying the right things so far coming in here. And I don't feel like he's come in with this attitude of like, oh, this is my team, everybody get lost, I'm the new guy, I'm great. But I also don't think he's come in here all like, cowering in the corner and be like, I'm not ready for this. Like, I think he's come in with, at least outwardly, the appropriate level of confidence, which, again, doesn't mean he's going to be a good quarterback, but at least it's a good first step.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right about that. And again, this is where Matt Schaub is going to be so important. Matt Schaub, of course, the quarterback coach for the Arizona Cardinals, he's going to be developing Carson Beck, this young guy. He's going to be developing all these quarterbacks on a tactical level. The strategic level is more about Nathaniel Hackett and saying, this is the what we're going to do. And I'm going to work on the what you're going to do. But Matt Schaub is going to be the guy, the quarterback coach, to work with Carson Beck and all these quarterbacks on the tactical level, on individual, on taking snaps, on reading coverages. He's going to be working specifically. They're going to let Matt Schaub coach Carson Beck. And I'm really interested to see where this all leads.
Well, he was asked about the opportunity to potentially get into that Hall of Fame game, because the Hall of Fame game, of course, is going to be the first preseason game for anybody in the NFL. The Cardinals will be playing in it this year, in case you kind of lost that in the shuffle. And you and I have been joking, like, I'm actually kind of excited about the preseason this year.
Yeah.
I actually am, because I want to see what Carson Beck potentially is. And he was asked about that. And this is what he said.
Obviously, it's an amazing opportunity, right, to not only, showcase my skill set and what I can do, but for, our entire team, as we step into that game and the rest of the preseason.
He's also asked if he's been thinking about that specific opportunity to get things started.
Oh, absolutely. 100%. It's already on my mind right now. Yeah, the break, it's not much of a break. Obviously, we'll be working, and I can speak for myself, but I think the other guys understand that too, of the mission and the mission that we're on, and especially for myself, making sure that I'm prepared and ready for those moments, and that's what I'll do.
Oh, baby, yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. Just acknowledge it. It's on my mind right now. Just acknowledge it. I love the honesty that I'm hearing from Carson Beck. And just saying that, yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I'm playing, the Hall of Fame game. And there's a really good chance I'm going to play an awful lot. I'm going to get a lot of snaps in that Hall of Fame game. It's going to be interesting, too, because I'm wondering, what will Mike LaFleur and the Arizona Cardinals coaching staff, what will their approach be with Carson Beck when you stop and think about it? Okay, I don't think he's going to start. No way in the world would he start that first Hall of Fame game. I think that is going to be Gardner Minshew, unless Jacoby Brissett is back at that point in time.
He's got to be back by then, right? Otherwise,
Well, I don't know.
Feels like he's either back by then or he's not coming back.
Can I just say, I think it's a question mark as to whether or not he will. So let's go ahead and put a question mark over Jacoby Brissett right now. But I think it's really important. Okay, Carson Beck, by way of example. Let's say Mike LaFleur says, we're going to run you out there for a quarter. I don't care if it's the second quarter, the third quarter, whenever it might be. We're going to run you out there for a quarter. Well, what happens if you run them out there and things go really well? And suddenly, do you want to run them out there for a quarter and a half?
I feel like opportunity is there. However it breaks down, you're right. Brissett is a question mark for sure. Maybe Brendan Sorsby's in this mix by then, too. I don't know. The only guys that feel like are going to be here are Minshew and Beck.
I was going to say, I think the Brendan Sorsby thing, can we just put that in the category of if it happens?
Yeah, we can put that in the if category. Over here in the if category.
He's not on this team right
There's been a lot of ifs. Hey, what if they draft Ty Simpson? Hey, what if they bring in Aaron Rodgers? Hey, what if they keep Kyler Murray? All this stuff that's been going this offseason.
Let's deal with that when it actually happens as a show. Can
That's
we
fine.
say
Yeah,
that?
absolutely.
Okay.
Except we're going to talk about it at 12:15.
Okay. Well,
but after that, we'll deal with it as a show.
Line that out.
I can feel my own personal mindset adjusting. I don't know if you're the same way. I want the Cardinals to get their franchise quarterback in the first round of the 2027 draft. That is my mindset right now. That's not really a knock on Carson Beck. That's more the concern is, can they know that he clears that bar, that he clears franchise quarterback bar with just one season? That's more my concern. It's not so much about him. It's just how much time if they had drafted him last year and he had played last year and they was showing promise and then, okay, he's going to play this year too and we're going to get a definitive answer before that 2027 draft, I'd feel a lot better. But it's not a knock on Beck. So where my mindset is shifting right now is it's kind of going from I've been looking ahead to 2027, and that's still there in the back of my mind. But while we are where we are, I want to see Carson Beck. I want him in the best position to succeed. Because the best case scenario is that he just blows everybody away and he's the guy.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah,
that'd be wonderful if that happened. But again, it's really cool to think of Mike LaFleur and how they're going to handle it. Like maybe a guy goes out there, he doesn't get a lot of reps in the quarter. And maybe you're going to play him because he didn't get a lot of reps in a quarter. Maybe the other team had a couple of long drives, and now all of a sudden you really didn't get to see Carson Beck. I think it's going to be a situation. Is it possible he goes out there in the first couple of drives? Really, really good. Looks really good. Guess what? You're done. You're done. Because we don't want you going out there and throwing 2 picks in the next quarter. You're done right now. We're going to go ahead and we're going to sit you down. Because we want to build that confidence. How much of that will really be going on?
The extra preseason game to work with, too, which normally is a burden, but maybe in this case could be a good thing. Well, we played 2 Carson Beck cuts. So that's better than we did last week. Red, white.
I wish you'd stop talking.
Yeah, sorry. Red, white, and you. Wow, this sounds like your PSA for SPF. Red, white, and you. This July 5th, continue the celebration by saving lives. Joined by Talent's Saving Arizona Blood Drive at Tempe Center for the Arts from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. 700 donors needed. Visit our contest page for more information. When we come back, should the Diamondbacks still be planning on buying at the trade deadline after what was a pretty rough weekend against the Twins? We're going to talk to Jody Jackson next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's up.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. As a matter of fact, go to movingteam6.com/careers. And the reason why is right now, Moving Team 6, they are looking for young guns. They are looking for young guns, even if you're not that young. They're still looking for people that actually want to go to work, man. Moving Team 6, they have excellent pay. They have great benefits. They have overtime. And not only that, bonuses that will make your summertime really, really fruitful. Students, if you're out there right now, you're on summer break and you need a great paying job, you need to go see Moving Team 6. This is more than a job. You're going to be joining a team, and when you make the decision to join Moving Team 6, you're getting a signing bonus of $500, man. Think about that. $500. Go to movingteam6.com/careers. Your move is their mission.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Truck Month is finally here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking it off with their biggest deals of the season. This is the one time of year when the Valley's best GMC trucks come with the Valley's best savings. Forget all the runarounds and pressure from those other guys. At Earnhardt, you walk in as a customer, you leave feeling like family. That's 75 years of doing things the no-bull way. Right now, save up to nearly $14,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab. And the savings keep coming with up to $6,000 off MSRP on a new 2026 GMC Canyon just in time for summer. Discover the hottest trucks now ready and waiting for you. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference, or find your perfect match at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 30th, 2026.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, YRefi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. YRefi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. YRefi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
And Lawler swings and crushes one. High and deep to left field.
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call YRefi today.
All right, D-backs are right back at it, actually starting a pretty big series tonight in St. Louis against the Cardinals. It's Wolf and Luke on a Monday, and Jody Jackson is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Jody?
What's up, guys? Doing fine. Not in St. Louis on this trip, but yes, very disappointing weekend, sadly, over not just about the Wolves getting burned in the sun.
Oh, Jody. Jody, I wish you could see it. I wanted to shock you. I didn't put my hat on because I thought you were going to be on with us, and now all of a sudden, here it is. My face is the color of an apple. A red apple.
I got a couple more hours, luckily, to check it out. So I will circle back.
Yeah, go to YouTube.
Wow. Yeah.
I'm looking at the chat right now. Chaz Nader says Wolf matches his shirt.
Thank you.
Let's see. Vance says, when did George Hamilton take over for Wolf? So there's that. There's a few other ones.
I'm sure there's a few other ones that are not so kind, I would imagine.
I think they all just sympathize with you on
You want to
this one.
go, bro? Is that what you're saying? Put the mouth guard in.
All right, Jody. I'm
throw
going
some aloe on it.
We'll see if he actually does that.
Jody, I'm telling you right now, that's all I did yesterday was just smear this aloe vera on my face. I had no idea what it was, but Stephanie was like, just do it.
You didn't listen to me over the weekend, so I put this on. All right, Jody, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to start with the simple question because I'm not sure I know the answer to this anymore. What exactly is the Diamondbacks rotation right now?
Well, that's a great question. Yeah, it was a very rough day Friday, and then into Saturday, learning about Ryan Nelson first, and then seeing Michael Soroka go out there and be injured in the warm up to the second inning. So and it is so strange because they were so healthy in the starting rotation, one of the best in the league, I would imagine, when you only use 6 guys, and that was that was just basically because they had Brandon Pfaadt in the rotation, and then they couldn't keep him in there. They had to move him to the pen, and it wasn't because of injury that they even had 6. So it's crazy how in one day everything can change. And with Ryan, hoping for the best, an elbow is never good, but if he can rehab that thing and whether it's come back in September or, it's really hard to say how that's going to go because you just want to make sure his elbow is healthy. And then for Soroka, I think, it's much more optimistic being that he could still throw. It's a lower body thing with the glute. You don't see that a lot, but hopefully, he can come back sooner than later, but he is on the IL, so he's going to miss a couple weeks, I guess, at the least. And, he was having a great season. He and Eduardo Rodriguez were really carrying the torch and carrying the team many times. So it's Erod. You have Erod in there. You have Merrill Kelly going tonight, who has struggled lately, but, wasn't that long ago. He pitched pretty well against the Marlins, who were really hot. So, you have to have faith. You have to hope that Merrill Kelly is going to be at his best tonight in St. Louis because the team certainly needs a boost. You've got Cabrera, who came up and really gave the team a boost. I think we were all thrilled to see that. The joy on that kid's face, I love the video of Jeff Gardner telling him down in Reno, you're going to the big leagues. That was one of the better videos just because of his face. He was so excited. And he pitched really well. I thought he did well. And he didn't look like he didn't belong. He didn't look like he was phased. He was on the attack. So, he's there for now. And then I think it's shaping up to be a bullpen game potentially Wednesday. I know they haven't announced anything just because, Brandon Pfaadt is not ready to start again. And I don't know. Everything that I've heard is that, they wouldn't want him to be part of the bullpen again. So I think for Pfaadt, it could be. I don't have any intel on this, but my gut feeling is they're going to let him continue to get lengthened out in Reno and then just come up when he's ready. So it could be very crucial for them to have some pretty good innings given over the next 2 games because of the fact that they may run out a bullpen game with Cole Drake getting the bulk. Dre Jameson can get a good amount of innings in there, maybe 2 to 3 innings if he's efficient. And, Dre has been kind of sneaky, very important for this team lately. So that's what it looks like, guys. And Zach Gallen, I know, and it was really hard to watch the other day, seeing him boot off the field, seeing him kind of death by paper cuts with all the singles, single. Look, I get it. It's not hard hit balls, but it's still equally damaging to the team and to his ERA. So when you hear that he's fine and he doesn't physically have an issue, the stuff looks pretty good. You're seeing 94-mile-an-hour fastballs. It just looks like he has lost confidence to me. And so he's got to go out there. I guess what I'm saying is he's got to go out there and keep plugging away. And, they need these guys to continue doing what they have been doing for the most part, which is give them innings.
Jody, all apologies for the producer question, but I'm going to ask it anyways. Are you more concerned about the injury situation with the Diamondbacks or the performance issues with Merrill in particular and Zach Gallen?
Oh, yeah, that's a tough one. I could go off the board and tell you I might be more concerned about the offense.
Okay, that's good.
Even better.
Is that a twist? Look, the injuries, it's tough for me to say injuries because, I'm kind of in the mindset of you can't control that. And it is concerning and it stinks. Soroka, though, will be back sooner than later. So, and yes, you can cry over not having Corbin Burns coming back, but we knew all that already. And we knew that a month ago or whenever that happened. So, got to move forward. And I think I'm more concerned about the overall play of the team. And that means just having the right mindset going out there. This is another challenge for the manager, Torey Lovello. This is similar to me, not as drastic, but last year when you sold off pieces and you came back and you played really well. Not right away. That was, I think they were on the road for that first little stretch and it was a little tough, but maybe you need a James McCann to come pump up Zach Gallen. Maybe you need Max Kepler to come give him a shot in the arm. But, they also have to look at themselves and figure out what's the best version of myself because they were a weakened team talent-wise last August and September, and they put together a pretty decent run. So, I mean, is can Torrey find that again? Can Torrey manage to get the best out of them? It seemed like he did for a pretty big stretch last year.
Talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, as far as this series coming up with St. Louis, the Cardinals are one of those teams, and it feels like there's a couple of these teams every year that on paper at the start of the year people weren't really expecting a ton from, but right now they lead the wild card race in the National League. Maybe this isn't the best time for the Diamondbacks to be playing an important series, but they are. It's a 4-game series here. So how big is this in your mind, and what is it about St. Louis that has pushed them 7 games above 500?
Yeah, they've been a team I've been paying attention to. They're 41-34. They have been a surprise, but J.J. Weatherholt kind of, for me, leads the way. West Virginia's finest, by the way.
Yes. It's West
This young man
Virginia.
has
Don't
come
get me
in.
started.
There you go. There's the song. But, yeah, he's been and he's not a big guy. He's about 5'9", 190 pounds. He hit 2 homers yesterday. He's not just all about homers. He's just giving the team a shot in the arm. He's a talent. He's only 23 years old. And, he is a force to be reckoned with. They've got Alec Burleson, who's got an on-base streak going. Herrera, he's a guy that's always hit the ball hard. So they've been hitting. Palante, to me, has been lately their best pitcher, or one of their best, and he's going tonight against Merrill. I think that this team, in theory, can score against the Cardinals, but if you're in a shootout with them, if you're in a slugfest, I'm not sure that's what you want. So, look, Miami, Cincy, Angels, Twins, that was a stretch where I was really hoping this team would have a similar to the Giants-Rockies stretch, even though those are better teams. But they went 5-7, guys, and now they're taking on the Cardinals, Tampa, and, they do get the Giants at home when they come back. But it's a tough stretch because then the next road trip is Padres, Dodgers. So, this is not going to be easy by any means. And the Cardinals for 4 is going to be quite a challenge.
Yeah, interesting timing to play this team after the weekend the Diamondbacks just had. Jody, thank you so much. We'll talk to you again soon.
Hey, thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, that's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, hour number 2 of the show, Devin Booker has officially changed that number. So is it just a jersey thing, or does it potentially mean more? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y-Refi today. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
At the UPS store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, venues, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
You know, it's been more than a century that Ford has been here for those who build America, for those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. If that's who you are, then Ford believes that you should pay what Ford employees pay. American value, literally for American values. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and it's here at our Desert Ford dealers. Employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. So on a 2026 Ford F-150, do not miss employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford F-150, or get employee pricing plus $2,000 cash back on a Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the Minnesota Twins yesterday 4-2, which also means they lost the series to the Twins this weekend. And to pile on to the D-backs' rough weekend, Michael Soroka, Jordan Lawler, and Ryan Nelson were all placed on the injured list. Jose Cabrera, who threw 5 shutout innings in his MLB debut yesterday, and Cole Drake were both called up from AAA Reno to fill Nelson and Soroka's spot in the rotation. The D-backs are in St. Louis taking on Jordan Walker and the Cardinals. Merrill Kelly will be on the mound for the Snakes, opposing Andre Palante for the Cards. First pitch for that one is at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are reportedly bringing back 2 of the key pieces of their success last season. Sources say that Colin Gillespie has signed a 4-year, $48 million deal, and Jordan Goodwin has signed a 3-year, $19 million deal to stay with the Phoenix Suns. The Suns can now lock in on the NBA draft, which begins tomorrow, and the Suns currently have the 47th overall pick. This report is brought to you by Galaxy Lending Group. Paying off your mortgage in 30 years is old news. What's new is the Ownership Accelerator loan from a Galaxy Lending Group that helps you pay off your home decades faster. Text Galaxy to 620-620 to learn more. NMLS 142766, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, this is Jarrett, and it is NBA Draft Day. Could the Suns move up and go after Koa Pete? Could they stay pat and draft Jaden Bradley? And which Wildcat would make Vince Marotta more uncomfortable when he has to announce their name during Suns games?
Bear down, Arizona.
Tune in at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Yeah, the NBA draft gets going tomorrow. Suns currently don't hold a first-round pick, but there are reports out there that they would like to move into the first round, although I guess probably any team that doesn't have a first-round pick would like to move into the first round.
Of course.
The party you'd like to be invited to. We talked about this a little bit last week, Wolf, and I heard the morning show talking about it too, and Tim Ring was in, but him and Dan Bickley sort of had a similar reaction, I think, to what we did of like, okay, Devin Booker's changing his number. So my initial reaction is like, okay, big deal. Like, cool, he's got a new number. And if you want a up-to-date Booker jersey, you got to buy a new jersey. But it does feel like there's something a little more to this than just some guy changing his number. So it became official yesterday, and the Suns posted a video to Instagram. And I'm just going to play you what Devin Booker said in the video.
Okay, cool.
So here's a couple cuts from Devin Booker.
It's always been a family number. Obviously, you wore it, and I looked at you as, the blueprint for success. I've always said that. So, a new chapter to honor you, everything that you've done for me. I'm excited about it. Watching the highlights, the old highlights of him at Moss Point, him at Missouri, rocking number 15, it felt like a family number. His sister, my auntie, also was a hooper, and she wore 15, so the number runs through the family. Like I said, any opportunity that, I could get my hands on it, I did. And, now was I feel the perfect time to switch it up. I think this is a perfect way to honor him, honor our family, everybody that, the number of 15 has been a part of.
Okay, I got more, but your initial reaction to that?
Oh, once again, just listening to Devin Booker talk, he wants to do it because it's family. He wants to do it for his father, of course, first and foremost. But it is interesting. Why now? Why now? I get the reason why he wants to do it, to honor his dad.
But why not just start with number 15?
Exactly.
Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
How cool is that right now? And why would you go ahead and make it after this past season, I guess? Why not the season before or the season next season?
We got a little clarity on that. Here, I'll skip ahead.
Okay.
Because Book did try to change it actually a year ago. So maybe it was, hey, Mike Budenholzer's gone. Let's start a new era. No, he didn't say that. But I mean, this was supposed to be the kind of the start of a new era.
You got to do that more often.
Once a show. Maybe. But they were kind of switching as a team going into last season. And according to Book, he actually did try to change it last season, but it takes a little while.
Yeah, I'd definitely say, this is a new chapter in my career. I try to do it after year 10, but the NBA, you have to alert them over, I think, a year and a half in advance. And I always say I never really had a true meaning for wearing number 1, even though I feel like I did a lot of good things in it, but people would ask you, why do you wear number 1? I'd be like, because I've been chasing 15 my whole career.
Wow, okay. Yet he does acknowledge, he acknowledged in the first cut, and he acknowledged in this cut as well, that it's a new chapter.
Mm-hmm.
New chapter.
I got another cut that talks about that. Actually.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the last one I have from Book. And then we have other Book, because we have Melvin Booker cuts too, but here's the last one from Devin Booker.
This is after year 11. I mean, by the grace of God, hopefully this is like the halfway point in my career. I can do even more and, accomplish what I'm really set out to do, and that's win a championship, and I hope that's with the number 15 on my back. But just continue the legacy, continue growing. Hopefully people that have the number 1 jersey, they have a different admiration for it now that I'm not wearing it. And you can think back to, that was the number I wore from 18 years old to 29. But now it's a new chapter in my career that I'm looking forward to.
Oh,
they flat out said new chapter there.
New chapter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 3 cuts where he talked about the new chapter. Turn the page. Turn the page. Bob Seger's Turn the Page. Or even better than that was Metallica's Turn the Page, okay? I'm just saying.
I was going to say, I know the Metallica one. I don't
Google
know
it, my young Kronks, Bob Seger. But having said that, a new chapter, to me, this is something new to Devin Booker. Ron Wolfley reporting.
He just said it right there.
I
mean,
know.
yeah.
I don't know how. I said it at the time when we had this conversation before. I said it at the time. The first thing I thought of was Book was creating a paradigm shift. There was something here to start over. He was hitting the reset button. And the reason why he wanted to hit that reset button, of course, was his dad. But why did you even have the thought to hit that reset button and honor your dad?
Yeah.
Maybe it is a new chapter in his life.
You know, we all know how close Book is to his dad. He's always been that way. I talked about this last week. Sometimes Book sounds like a dad. Like even when he was 19, he sounded like a dad sometimes when he spoke. But it's always been cool how close he is to Melvin Booker. And you heard the cut right there. It's not just his dad. It's other people in his family. You know, again, there's two ways to look at this. You can say, okay, cool, you know, New Jersey. But it clearly means something to Devin Booker.
Yeah.
It clearly is some level of a reset in his mind. And I did find it very interesting that he tried to do it before this past season because, to your point, that was like a clear cut, dude, let's put this previous era behind us. And I'm not saying Devin Booker's first 10 years of his career, like, oh, let's forget that. There was a lot of great moments in there. And they did come within 2 games of winning the title. Like, Devin Booker's done a lot of great things in his first 10 years, but that was a clear line of like, okay, the big three's broken up. KD's out. Hopefully we're bringing in a coach that's going to be a coach for more than 1 year here. Like all these things it was a clear team change, whereas this summer, the team seems like it's going to stay the same mostly. That's why it was interesting to hear Book actually had this thought and tried to do it a year ago.
Yeah, for me, again, I go back to the fact that you're changing your number, period. You know, it's so personal to you. It really is a personal thing for a player to have a number. And I know that because of the number 24, once again, that's what I wanted, and that's what I love. But again, I didn't get to wear that the whole time, but it is personal to me. I still remember myself when I think Basinonians of the damage that I took playing the game of football, the beatdowns that I took playing the game of football. I don't see 26. I don't see 30. I don't see 36. I see 24. That's what I see. It's very, very personal. And I'm wondering why he had the thought in his head, I'm going to change my number, period. Again, what brought that about?
Yeah.
Was it the fact he just wanted to do it for his dad? Or maybe he also wanted to do it for his dad, of course, but also as a way to say, I'm in a different part of my career.
Well, and you know Devin Booker, too, like this is a guy that now he's wearing his dad's number. Like, you know how much that means to him. Not like he wasn't trying when he was wearing number 1.
Right.
But he just said it. He said it multiple times in those cuts. Whether this was intended to be like originally, maybe the original thought, whatever, a year ago, whenever it was probably like, hey, you know what? I've been in the league long enough now. I feel comfortable wearing dad's number. Like, let's do this. Let's honor the family. Whether it was just simply that, which is a big enough deal or not,
he had the thought to change his number.
Yeah, and whenever you're doing that, especially this deep into your career, I mean, like he said, maybe it's only the halfway point, and that would be great. There is inherently some form of reset built into it, even if it's other people being like, oh yeah, I got the second half Devin Booker jersey, the chapter 2 jersey, whatever, number 15. Like there is inherently a sense of reset built into it.
It's how the fans see it.
Yeah,
it's how the fans see it.
So
interesting.
I like it. You're never going to hear me talking about somebody changing their jersey number for more than 30 seconds, but this one potentially, it shows his mindset, I guess is the best way to put it. His mindset changing a little bit.
Yes. How does that change? That's interesting.
Half Day Club is back July 22nd. Join us as we broadcast live before D-backs A's. And by the way, Wolf, we're throwing out the first pitch of that game, too.
What?
At Chase Field, yes.
Somebody told me that.
Lower level tickets, just $9. And we got to get stretched out like Brandon Fott at this point. Just $9.87 before taxes and fees. Text half to 620 for details. When we come back, how can the Arizona Diamondbacks make up for all of the injuries they have suffered in the rotation in the last 3.5 days? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Maybe you got some teeth that you're missing or you're tired of fumbling around with dentures. You just have had it. Well, you know what? Now's the time to go get the All-on-4. That's right, the All-on-4 at Aria Dental Implant Center. I've had the All-on-4. I can tell you it is a game changer. My good friend, Dr. Joe at Aria Dental Implant Center, he's the real deal. He's helped more than 2,500 full-mouth patients and placed over 20,000 implants, over 20,000. And with the All-on-4 full-mouth implant, experience is everything. Maybe you want to book a new patient consultation, 3D CT scan, or get a second opinion before you make that big decision. If you do want to do that, go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Collectors! Front Card Show is back for a massive NFL Stadium show. Join us at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, June 27th and 28th. 650 tables. Biggest show ever. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards. Plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. PSA, Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Free parking. Plus thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Card Show at State Farm Stadium. Saturday and Sunday, June 27th and 28th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hey, it's Gamble. What more did we learn about the Diamondbacks in their series against the Twins? It's the Burns and Gamble Show. Starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Ow. My face.
Oh, this song may be perfect for you today, actually, with your sunburn, then.
Let's knock your
face down for
off.
you right here.
Oh my goodness.
There we go.
Makeup.
If he
Does
said
anyone have any?
If he said put on a little aloe, that'd be perfect for you.
What is it that they put on? Ladies, help me out here. What is it that you guys put on where it's base or something? What is it?
You got me and Jamal here.
I know. I'm just saying.
We don't know.
You put something on. Can't even think.
I should ask Felisa.
If you have
she
a
just
sunburn,
walked in here. It's her first day back.
If you have a sunburn, she-wolves that are out there. If you have a sunburn, what would you put on it? You know what I mean? A little powder or something. I don't know, something.
But butter, just walk out there and really just absorb it. Just say, all right, son, give me all you got.
My face is fire.
You do kind of look like the fire emoji today. I will say, I don't know what they've done with the camera.
Okay, that's enough.
It's more extreme on YouTube than it is in
what's
real
up,
life.
YouTube? Shaka, brah. Looks like I've been literally out on the beaches of Maui.
He looks like the anger character from, like, what is it called? Inside Out.
Okay, that's enough out of you, Jamal.
We got to tweet the picture of the
Turn
anger
his
character
microphone
out.
on.
I gotta find that during the break. I might find it during the segment, actually.
Okay.
All right, party time's over. The Diamondbacks have no pitchers left. So what do we do here? The rotation has been a strength, maybe the strength of this team for most of this season. There was a stretch there where it wasn't, and we were talking. This was right towards the end of that opening 33 game beginning, that segment of the season, and we were talking about, man, 33 games in, they've got 5 quality starts, worst in baseball. Torrey sat down with the rotation, famously in Chicago. Whatever he said, whether you believe it worked or not, they started pitching much better.
No doubt.
17 of the next 22 games, quality starts. Now, to be fair, only one of those 17 came from Zach Gallen, so put a pin in that for a second. Gallen's still good, but they lost 40% of their rotation since our last show. Michael Soroka, who's been really solid all season, I think we'd all agree he's been their second best starter. And Ryan Nelson, who has been a little up and down, but for the most part, you trust him. He's been their third best starter.
Yes.
They lost their second and their third best starters over the weekend. It sounds like Ryan Nelson probably for a while.
You know, it was interesting, Basin Owens, because I asked Jody Jackson, of course, a good friend of the program here, that very question. Is she more concerned about the injuries? Produce! Are you more concerned about the injuries, or are you more concerned with the performance of some of these guys in the rotation?
Yeah.
The injury part of it, it's still a little bit of an unknown. We don't know exactly what is happening to some of these guys that got hurt. Of course, Michael Soroka, we do. Ryan Nelson, how bad is that? How severe is that?
It's an elbow.
It's an elbow. That much we do know. We don't know how long it's going to be, but are you more concerned about the injury situation? Because that's a fact. That's just going to happen. Or are you more concerned with the performance of, like, Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen in particular? They're struggling. They are. These are 2 of your best coming into this season. Did anyone see these 2 guys struggling to the degree in which they are? And I know there's a lot of guys out there about Zach Gallen. Well, if I told you this 3 years ago, just knock it off. Okay, what were you saying in the second half of last year? The second half of last season when he was pitching well? What were you saying then?
Or April of this year. I mean, I keep throwing that stat out there, and it's a double-edged sword because it's not an exaggeration if you go back to the 5 starts in April. So those were 5 of his first 6 starts, and the other one was in March against the Dodgers, whatever. Yeah. But his 5 starts in April, he had a 2.19 ERA.
Yeah.
That's a really, really good ERA, and that was 2 months ago.
Yeah.
But even with that really good month, Wolf, he has the worst ERA among all qualified pitchers in baseball now, a 6.10. Like, I don't even want to know what it would be if you take that month out, but that's not even just struggling. Like, that's melting down.
Right. Typically, I would say, once again, what is the bigger concern right here? Oh, injuries, of course. The injuries are facts. They're not going away. The performance of guys like Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen, oh my goodness. These 2 guys, we've got a large enough sample size on Merrill Kelly, do we not? We have a large enough sample size on Zach Gallen to know who these guys are. Now, you could point to Merrill Kelly and say, well, Merrill's getting up there, Wolf. And I understand that.
Yeah.
But again, it wasn't like last season he was getting up there, especially when he went over to the pitch for the Rangers.
No, Merrill's, I don't know which one is. Merrill's almost more jarring to me because he's so consistently just solid. You never, I mean, there was that run when they made it to the World Series, he was lights out. But generally speaking, it's just like, you know what? Merrill's he may not be elite. I get that. He may not be an ace. It's not like he walks around and says, I am an ace, but he is so consistently solid and good. And in a time like this, he'd be like, hey, Merrill's pitching tonight. Okay, that's good. That'll kind of get us back, like, get things stabilized, right?
You know what you're going to get from Merrill.
Yeah, and this season, you don't know what you're going to get from Merrill. Would you say, what was your stat last week where it was like his entire 2025 season, he had 2 games where he gave up 5 or more runs?
Where he gave up 5 or more. Mm-hmm. That's in 32 starts. Mm-hmm. This year, in 12 starts, 5 times he's given up 5 or more runs.
So I still have some hope for Merrill, but I'm not super confident tonight. Like, he's starting tonight. Okay, here you go. This is the perfect scenario.
This is it.
Not the perfect scenario. I shouldn't say that. It's an awful scenario. It's the perfect example. You just lost Ryan Nelson, and it might be for a while. You just lost Michael Soroka. It's a glute injury. I would hope that's not very long. But either way, you just lost both of them. And then, again, you went to Gallen on Saturday, and you're like, dude, we just lost 40% of our rotation. Can you pitch like Zach Gallen? And he had his worst start of the season. So here you go, facing St. Louis. You got to win these games. Merrill Kelly's out there. I mean, he's the definition of stabilizing things, right? He hasn't been that guy this year. Real quick on Ryan Nelson, here he is after the game on Friday giving an update.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a full-blown UCL tear, so I think that would be the worst-case scenario. It's a, little flexor strained, UCL sprain, so just going to shut it down for a little bit, try and rehab and see where it's at in a few weeks.
So no full tear, just a strain?
Yeah, correct.
They didn't specify how many weeks at this point or when you could start throwing again?
No, I think it's still kind of up in there. I would say it's shut down for a few weeks, 4 weeks, and then kind of reevaluate.
Yeah, that's right there at the end. That was the part that caught my attention. Reevaluate. At the end of those 4 weeks. They're going to shut him down and then reevaluate at the end of 4 weeks. What way that could go, I have no idea. But it does not sound good. And that's just the beginning point then of his rehab. He's not rehabbing it right now. They're shutting him down completely. And then he'll rehab from that point on. I mean, what a mess.
It's not, and I mean, it sucks because we like Ryan Nelson, friend of the show.
Oh, yeah.
It's aside from what it does to their rotation. I mean, his ERA this season, I get it. It's not like amazing, but that really, most of those runs are in 3 starts. And in his other starts, he's been really good to great. But beyond that, it's just like, we know this guy. I think D-backs fans know this guy. They know, how much heart and soul he puts into all of his starts. I think they could use his personality on the mound right now, and just to hear him sound like that, because I know these injuries don't just happen to the Diamondbacks. I don't want to get caught in like, oh, it only happens to, but man, it feels like they have had well more than their fair share. They're still rehabbing guys from last season, and they're not coming back. And now you're losing your guys from this season too. So, like, hopefully Ryan Nelson comes back in August or September, but are we going to be talking about him coming back next June too? Like,
what a mess.
It is a mess. All right, when we come back, how can the Arizona Cardinals potentially sneak up on some people and make the best of the 2026 season? Is that possible? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here, and in case you missed it, Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is keeping the savings rolling this summer, and your wallet's going to feel it. Now that's American value for American values. That's right, employee pricing isn't going anywhere, and that means one thing: you pay what they pay. plus stack serious cash back on top. No bull. Right now, save big on a new 2026 F-150 plus an extra $1,000 cash back. 2026 Explorer plus an extra $2,000 in your pocket. 2025 Bronco Sport plus an extra $2,500 cash back. Trust and American value delivered the right way since 1951. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefits, $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply, $0 security deposit, and APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $699 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in July 6, 2026.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avastin-capted pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the Minnesota Twins yesterday 4-2, which also means that they lost the series to the Twins this weekend. And just to pile on to the D-backs' rough weekend, Michael Soroka, Jordan Lawler, and Ryan Nelson have all been placed onto the injured list after injuries they suffered this weekend. Jose Cabrera, who threw 5 shutout innings in his MLB debut yesterday, and Cole Drake were both called up from AAA Reno to fill Nelson and Soroka's spot in the rotation. The D-backs are in St. Louis taking on Jordan Walker and the Cardinals. Merrill Kelly will be on the mound for the Snakes, opposing Andre Palante for the Cards. First pitch for that one is at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are reportedly bringing back 2 of the key pieces to their success last season. Sources say that Colin Gillespie has signed a 4-year, $48 million deal, and Jordan Goodwin has signed a 3-year, $19 million deal to stay with the Phoenix Suns. The Suns can now lock in on the NBA draft, which begins tomorrow. The Suns currently have the 47th overall pick. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Right now through June 30th, a new high-efficiency AC from Parker & Sons means no payments until 2027. Start saving before you spend a dime. Call 602-2-REPAIR.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Can the Diamondbacks get off the canvas again? Big road trip begins today in St. Louis. We'll talk about our baseball team tomorrow. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke. Has Wolf seen this yet?
He has not, no.
Okay. First of all, can you post it during whenever?
I absolutely I can.
All right, so people just tuning in. Wolf, do you want to tell us the story of the weekend? What happened to you?
You're talking about my sunburn.
Yeah.
Yeah, Basin Onions. I went up to Flagstaff, Arizona, 7,000 feet elevation, roughly, of course, depending on where you are. And Basin Onions, it's beautiful up there. Ron Wolfling reporting. It is beautiful. It feels cool. There's always a nice breeze, of course, that is blowing. And you never feel the impact of the sun, even though you are closer to the sun. You never feel the impact of the sun. And then there's the warrior queen looking at you saying, man, you should put on some sunblock before we go out. And I said, don't worry about it, hon. I'll be okay. No, you should actually do it. No, I'll be okay. Just walk through it is my mentality.
Mm-hmm.
Walk through it. I'm going to be
mentality
fine.
To have, yeah.
We're sitting underneath the Ponderosa Pines, basically.
Sounds very relaxing.
I'm walking around with an umbrella. Man, it was so soft. It was a spotted umbrella. I kid you not. Polka dots and stuff like that.
Wow, so you did make the sacrifice.
Well, it was the warrior queen, and I was carrying it for both of us.
And looking out
walking
for you.
around. So, you know what? I thought I was being responsible.
Mm-hmm.
But at some point in time, that umbrella did come down, and at other points, we were not under the Ponderosa Pines. And even though I didn't feel it, I got lit up like Juice Newton's penthouse. Google it, my young crops.
Oddly specific.
Okay, so what's your point? Is that
My
the story
point is,
you want?
here's the picture.
So it's the anger emoji?
It's anger from inside out. Anybody that knows what it is, it doesn't even matter if you know what it is. Go ahead and Google anger from inside out.
Is that what you were laughing at? Was Jamal playing that? Okay.
Jamal's going to post it on our Twitter page, right? Fantastic. Great call, Jamal.
Yes, interesting. Okay.
All right.
Does anyone have any aloe vera? Hit me up, Basin Audience.
Yeah, anybody wants to send some aloe vera in, Wolf will definitely put it on. There's a story on NFL.com. It's the teams most likely to end long playoff droughts in 2026. Okay. And you go through and you put the hat back on.
Yeah.
And they're looking at 7 teams that have long playoff droughts. Well, they have the Cardinals 7th on that list, which I don't think is, surprising given the fact that we don't know who the quarterback is. Myles Garrett just joined the division, and they're in the NFC West. So I can sit here and read through everything. Oh, look, there's not much of a chance for the Cardinals to get better, this, that, whatever. Let me ask you this, Wolf. What would a successful season look like? And I don't just mean like, oh, it's this many wins or this. Like, what's the path to it? Is there a way where they can surprise people? Are we all kind of almost, I don't want to say overlooking them because I don't think they're going to have a good season record-wise, but has it almost swung too far? Just because typically in the NFL, things don't go exactly the way everybody expects.
Well, first of all, they cannot have the injury situation that they had last year, based on Onions, or they are doomed once again. There is no way you can withstand and absorb those kind of injuries, especially when you're a borderline playoff team to begin with, when you talk about your talent level. Having said that, this year is completely different. You're going into this season looking at Jacoby Brissett as being your possible starter. Now, once again, we all know the contract situation and where they are on that. And we also know that Jacoby Brissett, he may not play for the Arizona Cardinals. Honestly, he may not play for them again. He is a question mark to me, and I'm putting him in the question mark category. If he was coming back and all things are copacetic, I will tell you right now that I think this offense, with the skill they have, and Jacoby Brissett playing quarterback, I think they would be in the top half of the league. I think they'd be one of the better offenses in the league on offense. Defense, question marks all over the place. So it's really, really tough to try to get a gauge on where you might feel the Arizona Cardinals are headed. And the reason being, Basinonians, is because this year is about development. The wins and losses for the Arizona Cardinals, it really isn't on just the quarterback that is going to play. It's on all the other guys and how much better they actually get, how much better they develop. I'll take a guy like Will Johnson and wave him around in front of your face. How much better can Will Johnson be? Could he turn into a shutdown, lockdown corner? Yeah, he could. Or he could not. We're all going to have a front row seat, and this is what 2026 is about, development.
Yeah, and maybe that's the better way to look at it, and that's probably...
And I've been saying that for a long time.
You have, and so maybe I should reword the question. I don't know. I like to go into the season with kind of what I'm looking for, and yes, development's obviously the key. Like, how can we... This is not ideal, but you have to deal in the reality of the division they're in, the situation they're in, the question marks they have on defense, the question mark they have at quarterback, and the schedule they have. I mean, those are all reality. If you're out there thinking, people don't get it, they're going to go 12-5. Hey, more power to you. I mean, it is the NFL. I mean what I say. There's always, anytime everybody seems to think one thing's going to happen in the NFL, it doesn't happen. So, but that might just simply be people think they're going to win 2 games and they're going to win 5 instead. I don't know. But I think the better question, I guess, for me is, how do we, a year from now, maybe less than a year, going into next year's draft, feel better about the direction of the team? Because right now, it's like, man, this is bleak. Not bleak in that they don't have young players that could develop into something. Like Jeremiah Love legitimately could develop into one of the best players in the NFL in the next couple of years. But just how do you feel better about the direction of the team overall? You're going to need some teams in the NFC West to sort of calm down and stop being the best teams in the NFL. You're going to need a better schedule than what the NFL gave them. I mean, they're bye weeks a couple days before Christmas. They are not set up to have success this year at all, even including the stuff they can't control. But how do they get to the point where next April we're feeling a lot better about the direction?
Yeah, I think so much of that is going to depend on the play of a guy like Jeremiah Love. Once again, he's a rookie. I understand that. How much better is he going to be in year 2 than year 1? Who knows? We'll get to that point when we cross that bridge. To me, it's all about his rookie year. Have we seen rookie running backs come into the league and do well? Mm-hmm. Yes, we have. Have we seen them also come into the league and not do well? Yeah. Yes, we've seen that as well. So to me, Jeremiah Love, how much better can Jeremiah Love be? How much better can Marvin Harrison Jr. have a statement season this year to say, I'm not going to be a guy that is going to underachieve my draft position. I'm going to be the guy, I'm going to be all that and everything you thought I was going to be. Can he actually do that this year? It's going to be really, really hard, because the quarterback situation is a question mark. Player development is what 2026 is all about. And how much better can players get? That's something that we're going to be tracking all year long. How much better are these young guys getting or not?
When we come back over to baseball, Mike Hazen said he wants to be a buyer this year at the trade deadline. The trade deadline is 6 weeks from today. Given what's happened in the last 3 days, that's still a good idea. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trades and Wealth. Go to tradesandwealth.com for more information. When you picture your retirement, what do you see? Well, everyone's goals will look a little bit different, do they not, based on earnings? And that's why your plan should as well. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they take time to understand what matters most to you and build a plan around it. Find out how at TrajanWealth.com. There's more to retirement planning than crunching numbers. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they help build strategies around real goals and real lives, not spreadsheets. They craft personalized plans that keep your future in focus. Visit TrajanWealth.com and start planning today. Or you could go ahead, based on earnings, and pick up the phone and call Trajan Wealth, 855-TRAJAN-1. The number is 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC, Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's Renter's Insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slashed prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
I'm John Morgan. There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Reason number 3. First, all lawyers are not the same. If my family had an injury case and I couldn't hire us, there are only about 3 to 4% of the lawyers out there that I would hire. And here's why. Most of them rarely, if ever, go to trial. They just take the last best offer. Hell, you can do that yourself. Do this. If you're looking for a lawyer, Google Morgan & Morgan results and see what comes up. It may shock you. Then Google the firm you're thinking of hiring and do the same. That may shock you as well. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. We won a lot. $30 billion and counting. Morgan & Morgan. For the people.com. Who would I hire? I'd hire us.
Morgan & Morgan. For the people.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Big wins are waiting this July at Casino Arizona. Join us for the final grand prize drawing on July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m., where you could take home a new 2026 Jeep Wrangler or your share of $25,000 cash. Continue earning entries now through July 29th. The countdown is on. Get all the details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona, uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey, it's Gamble. What more did we learn about the Diamondbacks in their series against the Twins? It's the Burns and Gamble Show. Starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app at 98.7 FM.
Well, what we learned is that they're all hurt. Like, we're laughing during the last update by Jamal because laughter is the only thing you can do at this point. Who's going on the injured list, Jamal? Just half the team? They just said, okay, this half's going on the injured list?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
Sounds about right.
Great. Michael Soroka, injured list. Hopefully not for too long, but, actually I can play that cut here in just a second. Ryan Nelson on the injured list, potentially for a while. And Jordan Lawler on the injured list as well. Here's Torey Lavello with updates on Lawler and Soroka, at least on Saturday.
Just unfortunate news. I know you guys got the information. You got the diagnosis. MRIs confirmed that there was something that was going on in there, and they're going to have to just step away and rest up. It's going to be in weeks and not days. Hopeful for the fastest return possible. I know you guys like timelines. We're hoping it's going to happen before the 4 to 6 week period of time that everybody seems to be throwing at me. But I'll keep you guys updated on their progression.
Man, that is so rough. It really is. Michael Soroka, of course, a guy that they said glute base hernias. Can you imagine pulling a glute?
Doesn't sound fun.
I've never pulled a glute base hernia. It's not that there's a ton of glutage there, but I'm just saying I've never pulled a glute, and yet at the same time I do know some players that have, and it was when they pulled that thing, they were the most popular guy in the locker room at some point in time because everyone was like, "What did it feel like?
Oh,
what did you do? I mean, like, what did you do? How did it happen? And what did it feel like?"
Yeah.
Because, you know what a hammy feels like.
Yeah.
You know what a quad feels like. You know what a calf feels like. Nobody pulls their glute.
No, but Michael Soroka did. And Jordan Lawler, speaking of hamstrings, is dealing with a hamstring issue. And you got to be careful with the stuff because everything's connected, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you pull a glute, and I'm not a doctor, but if you're not careful, you don't want to mess with your hamstring. Same with Lawler. You get your hamstring messed up, you don't want to mess with your calf or whatever else. So I'm trying to stay optimistic about Soroka, at least, just because I don't really know much about that injury. But anytime I hear pitcher and not elbow, I'm like, oh, okay, good.
This is glute.
As long as the letters U, C, and L aren't in the injury, even if they're not all together,
yes.
Like glute has U in it, but there's no C, and there's an L, but there's no C, so we're okay. There's a U and an L, but there's not a C.
That's right.
But Lawler, man, like,
uh-oh,
hitting 316 this year, limited at bats, but this was supposed to be his year now. Here we go. He was supposed to be the guy coming out of camp. It wasn't supposed to be Jose Fernandez or even Ryan Waldschmidt or Tommy Troy or whatever. Just can't stay on the field.
Yeah. I know it's his hammy. I know, it's not the end of the world, and thank goodness it's not the end of the world. Just right now, in the very small sample size, very small, still it is base hernias. The small sample size with Jordan Lawler, I'm concerned. And the reason why I'm concerned is because I just wonder if this guy is ever going to really get the opportunity to develop into all the skill and all the talent that he has? Or is he going to be one of these guys, and I have played with these guys that by no fault of themselves, these guys worked hard. They were tough guys. They'd play through stuff. But, man, they were always getting injured. They were always getting nicked. They were always getting beat up. Availability is very, very important, as we like to say. We know that. And I'm just wondering, I worry about Jordan Lawler being available enough to where he's actually going to be able to develop all of his skill and talent.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue with that. I know he's still only 23.
Oh, I know.
We may look back on his career when it takes off and be like, remember how disjointed it was at the beginning because he couldn't get on the field. And even last year when he got called up because he was playing so well in the minors, but they didn't really have a spot for him. So it was one of those situations where, like, hey, you're not getting called up out of necessity. You've earned this call up. But then, you get to play one game and then you're sitting the next 4 or whatever. And he was so out of sorts then because he couldn't get into any sort of rhythm. And so he obviously couldn't get hitting, and he got into a slump and got sent back down. Once he got called back up, though, Wolf, and I'm trying to do the math on this quickly, and that's a huge mistake. But once he got called back up last year, if you start from September 1st on, I actually went 0 for 3 that game, so you could even bend these stats a little bit more. If you go from September 2nd on, his average is well above 300.
Mm-hmm.
The last month or so of last season, and then his at-bats, even though they're spread out this year, if you put them all together, he has been hitting, not like, he's maybe he's hitting a little better, he's hitting like 220. He's hitting above 300. He just can't stay on the field.
Yes, it's a problem. You can't stay on the field. It is a problem. and other teams are noticing as well if you cannot stand or you cannot stay on the field. So it's a situation where, once again, what does all of this do for the Arizona Diamondbacks and the trade deadline that looms?
Yeah.
Does it make them a buyer still? Do you look at the Diamondbacks right now and think, hey, you know what, Mike Hazen, you need to go out and buy? Or, do they sell? Here's the thing that I think about. We got all of July. And I'm going to use all of July, I think, if I am Mike Hazen, to make that determination as to what it is you're going to do.
He's hitting 324, Lawler is, since September 2nd of last year. He's hitting 324.
Man.
That's 24 hits and 74 at-bats. So not nothing, but not as many at-bats as you would like to have, obviously.
Right.
But the concern at that point was, can this guy hit major league pitching, or is he just basically a quad A hitter where he's just going to tear up the minors, but he can't hit major? Well, he can hit major league pitching. He just can't stay on the field right now. And to your point on the trade deadline, yeah, you're going to take – you got 6 weeks. It's 6 weeks from today. That's the trade deadline in Major League Baseball. You're going to, out of necessity, probably going to have to take 5 of those weeks anyway, because just teams don't make trades too far ahead of time because so many teams feel like they're still in it right now. But,
man,
it makes a series like this one against St. Louis big if you want them to be buyers, because they're going to have to be in contention to do it. And the reason why now, even more than last week, is you're going to have a lot more you have to buy if you're buying. You're probably going to need to address the rotation now, too.
Yeah, you know what, honestly, right now when I think about the Arizona Diamondbacks, a team that I love, Basinonians, I got a lot of respect for the guys that run that team, yet I'm looking at it right now, and the facts are not lining up very well for the Diamondbacks when you stop and think about the rotation. Not only the injury situation of the rotation, but also the performance of guys like Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen. Would you say they're big cogs in the Arizona Diamondback wheel? Yes. And their performance has not been anywhere close to what we expected from them. So now all of a sudden that rotation melting down because of performance and because of injury is going to put a lot more wear and tear on the bullpen. The bullpen has been a bit of a surprise, but how long can they hold on? How long can they actually hold on and benefit the Diamondbacks, especially when the Diamondbacks lineup will struggle from time to time to score runs? It's not shaping up to looking at the Arizona Diamondbacks, if you're Mike Hazen, and saying, you know what? We're in this thing. Let's buy.
77 games in, they're 1 game out of a wild card spot. This is a big series starting tonight. St. Louis is the number 1 wild card, so they're 3 games back of St. Louis. You got a 4-game series in St. Louis right now. But it's the Cardinals and Phillies. I don't know. I feel like the Phillies are a playoff team, so they're probably not giving that spot up. The Cubs are Exhibit A for what we were talking about 2 weeks ago. Nobody's really taking control, so a team like the Cubs that was playing horribly is just going to wake up and take a wild card spot. I think Philly, Chicago, and even San Diego, if they can ever learn to hit, are going to be right there. And that's not even accounting for St. Louis, who's leading the way. So just got to call it like it is with the rotation.
I know.
40% is hurt now, and 40% is massively underachieving. So that just leaves Erod.
Yes. And once again, you have all of July. But right now, based on the conversation we just had, I'm not bullish on what the Diamondbacks are going to do in July.
Merrill and Gallen are going to have to get going.
I hope I'm wrong on that. Hope I'm dead wrong.
All right, we come back. We're going to take through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
The United States could definitely eventually win a World Cup. Can this team win this World Cup? The United States would have to play 4 straight games, all of which being their best game to date. In soccer, as a team that's an underdog in all 4 of those games, it would be very, very near impossible to do. The thing with soccer is eventually the cream rises to the crop. Like top. Cream rises to the cream top. Of the crop. You are the cream of the crop. The cream rises, and the cream does rise to the top.
The ceiling is the roof.
The ceiling is the roof. MJ said it himself.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Lots of places can expose you to identity theft.
Oh, no.
That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity, which is way more than anyone can do on their own. If we find anything suspicious, like new loans or changes to your financial accounts, we alert you right away, all through text, phone, email, or the LifeLock app. Get the alerts that could make all the difference. Save up to 30% with promo code NEWS at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Today we tip our wrench to Rock Auto customer Jeremy.
When I was a kid, I used to spend hours watching my stepdad work on cars. It really turned into something special, and now I work on all my own cars. I heard about Rock Auto the first time just doing an internet search. I couldn't recommend Rock Auto enough. Fact is, my kids go there to buy. I tell my neighbors about them. I tell pretty much everybody about them.
Hey, it's Gamble, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, you handle retirement planning, financial planning, tax planning. How important is estate planning to somebody's overall portfolio?
Listen, I think it's one of the most overlooked things. A lot of people say they're going to get to it eventually, and they never do. Look, I mean, here's the thing. I sometimes say I'm a bit hypocritical because I've been preaching the importance of having an estate plan and a living trust for 20 years. I just got mine done a few years ago. So a lot of you out there know they need to get it done because, look, here's the thing. Probate is not an evil process. It's just expensive and time-consuming, and it's a process you can avoid by having proper estate planning.
And especially for those of you in split families, because then you've got to divide assets among two different families. It becomes very difficult. If you want to get an estate plan as part of your portfolio, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
Make the move to Mopsy. Call Mopsy Pest Control.
Hey, it's Austin at Moxie Pest Control. I grew up in a neighborhood where people really showed up for each other. I remember one Sunday we were all sitting in church when our pastor stood up and said, "The rest of our services are canceled today. A neighbor's fence was knocked down, their home was robbed, and they need our help." So right then and there, we all walked right out of church, grabbed our tools and materials, and we all rebuilt that fence together. I'll never forget how that felt. Seeing an entire community stop everything to protect one family's home. That day taught me something I've built into Moxie Pest Control. When a home doesn't feel safe, nothing feels right. And when people show up for each other, a community becomes a family. At Moxie, we don't just control pests, we help families feel secure. Moxie Pest Control, the highest and most reviewed pest control company in Arizona.
Make the move to Mopsy. Call Mopsy Pest Control.
You know, it's been more than a century that Ford has been here for those who build America, for those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. If that's who you are, then Ford believes that you should pay what Ford employees pay. American value, literally, for American values. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and it's here at our Desert Ford dealers. Employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. So on a 2026 Ford F-150, do not miss employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford F-150, or get employee pricing plus $2,000 cash back on a Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the Minnesota Twins yesterday 4-2, which also means that they lost the series to the Twins this weekend. And just to pile on to the D-backs' rough weekend, Michael Soroka, Jordan Lawler, and Ryan Nelson were all placed on the injured list after suffering injuries they had this weekend. Jose Cabrera, who threw 5 shutout innings in his MLB debut yesterday, and Cole Drake were both called up from AAA Reno to fill Nelson and Soroka's spot in the rotation. The D-backs are in St. Louis taking on Jordan Walker and the Cardinals. Merrill Kelly will be on the mound for the Snakes, opposing Andre Palante for the Cards. First pitch for that one is at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are reportedly bringing back 2 of their key pieces to their success last season. Sources say that Colin Gillespie has signed a 4-year, $48 million deal, and Jordan Goodwin has signed a 3-year, $19 million deal to stay with the Phoenix Suns. The Suns can now lock in on the NBA draft, which begins tomorrow. The Suns currently have the 47th overall pick. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Saturday, July 4th D-backs home game versus Milwaukee, plus food and beverage credit. That's SEATS to 620-620.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
Every time I turn my microphone on, I see my face. Interesting.
It is.
Makes you laugh.
It is noon on a Monday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch.
That's right. Here we go.
Jamal is here. Jamal, what do you got?
Jamal!
Fellas, happy Monday. And Wolf, how is the face, by the way?
It's on fire.
It's okay.
Yeah.
All right, that just kind of figured.
Some aloe vera.
Yeah.
Would feel really, really good smearing it all over it. But
The Arizona Diamondbacks lost to the Twins yesterday and lost the series as well. And on top of that, they lost 3 crucial pieces in Michael Soroka, Jordan Lawler, and Ryan Nelson, all to injury, and all 3 of them have been placed on the injured list. Fellas, if you were Mike Hazen at this very moment in time, would you still want to buy at the trade deadline?
Like if the trade deadline were today instead of 6 weeks from now.
Yes.
I still would, because you're only a game out of a wild card spot. It's still the Corbin Burns thing that like hangs over me, because now Corbin Burns may not even pitch this year. It's pushed back to at least September. AJ Puck, for whatever reason, is having a delay in his return too. Now you don't have Ryan Nelson. You may not have him for the rest of the year. I mean, it is an elbow injury. They haven't said that. Maybe he's back in a month or 2 or whatever. I'm not as worried about Soroka, but it's just like, what is your ceiling? Like, I genuinely believed when the rotation was healthy and you were getting Corbin Burns back.
Right.
This is a playoff team, and also a playoff team that, like, teams don't want to mess with. If you can run Corbin Burns, Erod, and Ryan Nelson or Merrill Kelly out there in your rotation. But now it's just, you're getting so depleted. I still would, but you're going to have to buy a lot more now.
Yeah. You know, it's just, I think Mike Hazen is a realist. I really believe that. I think it's one of his super abilities, superpowers. He is a realist. I think he's got an excellent idea as to when they're actually in it and when they're not. And I think right now, for the most part, if you were saying the trade deadline was coming up and it was this week, yeah, I think they'd be sellers.
Now, the good news is, and you said this earlier.
Could be laughing hysterically as he hears that. What up, Mike?
Well,
you know I love you.
I don't think Mike
Freaky Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing.
I don't think he's laughing hysterically at anything after this weekend. But the good news, and you said this earlier, you've still got all of July. And the reason why that's good news is I think you're going to have a clearer picture.
Yes.
Because if they're still hanging around in it in 6 weeks after everything they just went, then I think it is worth investing at the deadline.
Agreed.
If the deadline were today, like you're trending downward horribly with all the injuries. But if in 6 weeks you're still right there, then that means the guys that are left are
That's
overcoming
right.
it, and then it is probably worth investing in as a buyer.
Yes.
The Phoenix Suns have reportedly re-signed some of the fan favorites over the weekend. Sources say Colin Gillespie has signed a 4-year, $48 million deal, and Jordan Goodwin has signed a 3-year, $19 million deal to stay with the Phoenix Suns. How excited are you that the Suns are bringing back two of the crucial pieces to their success last season?
I just think they're such a big part of the identity that right now is the biggest strength this Suns team has. So I saw when the Gillespie news came out, you saw like fans of other teams in the comments being like, who is this guy? What? And if you don't know who Colin Gillespie is, then you don't follow the NBA very closely. I understand you're not gonna understand maybe how vital he is to the Suns if you're not a Suns fan, and that's fine. Like, you don't need to know every important role player on every team in the NBA. But if you don't know who he is after he torched the Lakers this year, after he was such a big part of this team's turnaround, then you just don't get it. You just don't follow a whole lot of basketball. You just follow your one team and whatever. I think it's big to bring them both back because so much of the question going into the offseason was, what if they have to choose? They don't have to choose. They're bringing them both back.
You know, when you think of the Phoenix Suns last year and you think of what they did collectively as a team, you think of a team that wasn't very talented, but man, did they play hard. They played really, really hard. Did they have the requisite talent? Yeah, they had talent. They had Devin Booker, as we all know, and Dylan Brooks is talented, but he's more tough than I would say he is talented. And Jalen Green, wildly talented. Mark Williams is talented as well. More tough than talent. And when I think of that, I think of Colin Gillespie, and I think of Jordan Goodwin. Because we all know Dylan Brooks is like the beating heart of the Suns culture, but when you think of players that actually go out and model what the Phoenix Suns were last year and what I want to see this year, give them another chance. Give them another year to actually play together and see how much better they can get as a team. When I think of that, when I think of the Suns culture, I think of Jordan Goodwin and I think of Colin Gillespie. Because these were young guys that really developed and guys that were dogs, especially on the defensive end of the floor. They tried super, super hard. And both of them could shoot the three. I think Jordan Goodwin and I think Colin Gillespie, I think they modeled the Suns culture as well as anybody else on the team.
Cardinals rookie running back Jeremiah Love spoke earlier today and was asked about the possibility of winning the Rookie of the Year, and this is what he had to say.
I would love to get to that point. I got a lot of time in between now and hopefully that day I receive that award. A lot of work I got to put in, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears got to go into that. So I would love to be awarded that award, but as far as right now, I'm just focused on doing what I got to do for the team, and hopefully down the line that day comes.
What chance would you give the Cardinals rookie running back to win the Offensive Rookie of the Year next season?
Well, it's interesting you asked that, Jamal, because he is the favorite in Vegas, even over Fernando Mendoza, who's the number 1 overall pick, and it was a unanimous number 1 overall pick, and as a quarterback, and they typically have the inside edge to winning it. I think he's got a really good shot. You know, you can never project injuries to any individual player or other players around the league either. Like, that always plays a role. But let's just assume everybody, all the rookies on all the teams, stay healthy next year. I don't know with James Conner and Tyler Algier and even Trey Benson there, like if he'll get all the touches to get Rookie of the Year honors. But if he's the explosive player in the NFL that he was in college, he's going to be right there in the race.
Man, I would tell Jeremiah Love, don't focus on the end result. Don't even acknowledge the end result. Focus on the process, where you are today. Focus on the process. You hear it all the time, Basinonians. It's turned into a cliche, but it is the truth. Focus on the process. Don't worry about the end result. The process will take care of that itself. Focus on the process. Don't even acknowledge the end result. You just want to be the best you can be. And if you are the best you can be, where does that take you? Well, we're all going to see. Don't acknowledge it. Don't even focus on it. Focus on today Focus on the process and the best you can be, and it will take care of itself.
Well, the best thing about Jeremiah Love is I don't think you have to tell him that. I think he is already wired that way. I think he was only talking about that because he was asked that question.
Yeah, he does. But he also has talked about the fact that he did have goals and he did like winning awards in the past. Well, he's acknowledged that. I would just, man, at this level, I just let that go.
All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Jamal. One gets smashed on the griddle, the other gets smashed out of the park. Text SMASHER to 620-620 for your chance to win a $25 Sonic gift card and an autographed D-backs baseball. One grand prize winner takes home $500 to Sonic. All right, we come back. Speaking of the Cardinals, how seriously are they actually considering going after Brendan Sorsby? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
This is 1-0. Swung on. It's a pop-up. This should do it. In comes the center fielder, Clemens. He calls. He catches. And the Twins take the final 2 games of this weekend series, and they take the series by a final score in the finale, Minnesota 4 and the Diamondbacks 2.
Recapping the Twin series and laying down a preview of 4 games in St. Louis at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care. Go to Desert Institute for Spine Care, ladies and gentlemen, if you've got some type of back issue, man. If you do, you need the best, and that is disc. That's right, disc, Basinonians. As a former professional football player, suffered a lot of damage to my back, and disc, they've helped me in the past. I give them my highest recommendation to you. Disc surgeons have developed a personalized pain mapping system that pinpoints the spine pain generator to diagnose back and neck problems and customize a treatment plan that caters to your goals and the active lifestyles to provide long-term relief. Disc offers spinal fusion alternatives for patients suffering from back and neck pain. Enjoy life again, man. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900, 602-944-2900 for disc.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, 4Runner, and Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $1,519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hey, this is Jarrett, and it is NBA Draft Day. Could the Suns move up and go after Koa Pete? Could they stay pat and draft Jaden Bradley? And which Wildcat would make Vince Murata more uncomfortable when he has to announce their name during Suns games? Bear down, Arizona. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
It's been a while since we played this song.
Yeah.
Jamal behind the glass. Jamal with the soccer jersey today.
Yeah.
You into the World Cup?
Didn't notice that, but
I was watching soccer all weekend.
Yeah,
It's fantastic.
I get into it in the World Cup. I can't.
Yep.
I don't. I try to get into like the Premier League and all that stuff, but anything that runs the same time as college or NFL, it's just not going to happen. So, but the World Cup, I get into it.
The World Cup is tribal. It is.
Yeah.
Just admit it. It's about history as well. I mean, soccer's been around a long, long time. But guess what? People have been around longer. Ron Wolfley reporting. Let's get France and England to play each other. Okay? Let's get France and England. They fought a war for 116 years. It was called the 100 Years' War. And yet it was 116. Google it, my young
False advertising. Can I ask you this, both of you guys? Like I said, I get into the World Cup every time. My whole life, I've always followed the World Cup closely.
Yeah.
But I don't know all the ins and outs of like how they set it up in the scheduling. We're coming up on our 250th birthday as a country.
Yeah.
In like 2-ish weeks.
Yeah.
How did they not schedule the U.S. versus England on the 4th of July? There's no way that could happen.
That seems like common sense.
It just feels like figure out a way to make it happen.
But see, that's exactly what I'm talking about. There is history that is out there. You know, can you imagine?
Yeah.
You take a soccer ball and you roll it onto the pitch, and suddenly it becomes a metaphor for we're better than you. We always have been. Our history says so, and we're going to prove it right now because we're better at you at soccer. The World Cup is truly the world.
Yeah, and I love how into it everybody is.
Yeah.
When I was out in L.A.,
even if you don't follow the sport much,
you get into it. When I was out in L.A. was when the U.S. was playing their first game, and they were playing it in L.A. against Paraguay. Like just being around, you know how big L.A. is. Like just anywhere in L.A., it was all anybody was talking about and into. And by the way, the U.S. is like good this time.
Well.
Best start in 96 years.
Take that, Australia.
You think they can win it?
No.
The whole thing?
The whole thing.
I think they can make a run. I don't know if they can win the whole thing because we're going off a 2-game sample size. Although, if you watch them in like the tune-ups and everything, it's clearly a different, like faster team than they've been in the past.
They were what? They were ranked top 10 coming in.
So I guess to answer your question, can they win? Yeah, they can. I think probably it'll be like France or somebody, but I'm going to be disappointed if the U.S. isn't like one of the final at least 8 teams standing.
Yes, okay. I'll go, yes,
okay.
Semifinals.
Oh, of course. You Price is righted me. Okay. All right, let me ask both you guys this. I know we talked about this a little bit last week, the Brendan Sorsby stuff. I don't really want the Cardinals to get him, to go after him. I think it, more than anything, it complicates their quarterback situation right now. Maybe if they didn't have Beck, I could see you want to deal with the potential headache off the field with Sorsby. Setting all that aside, though, like if you bring him in, then you've got Beck and Sorsby and Minshew and Brissett that you have to divide snaps between. I don't really want the Cardinals to go after him, but I'll ask you this. How serious do you think the Cardinals are? Because you do have a new head coach who's offensive-minded who might be looking at Sorsby as a guy they were maybe going to look at in the draft next year. If he's really available in the supplemental draft, he might be that guy you always talk about that's like, oh, I can get the most out of him. And you've got a GM who doesn't really have time to be patient. Because, like, Monty's got to get at least some answers at that position probably sooner rather than later just for his own job security.
Yeah. Oh, man. Once again, I just don't like the idea of taking Carson Beck and then saying, oh, we drafted you in the 3rd round because we do see a little something there that we really, really like. And we think you could possibly be a guy that could develop into a true franchise quarterback. We don't think that's the case right now. You're going to have to prove it. You're going to have to do it. But we think the possibility is there. So let's go get another quarterback, another young gun, another rookie quarterback. We'll bring him in, and then we'll just let you two guys figure out who's going to be our starting quarterback. I don't like it, especially when Brendan Sorsby has the issue that he has.
No, I don't like it either.
If Brendan Sorsby was clean, this house is clean. If he was clean, I think I'd be more open to it. But the fact that this is here, oh, man, I don't know. Do I want to do that because I could ruin Carson Beck in the process?
I saw something this morning. They were saying the Steelers, that could be the perfect fit for Pittsburgh because they've basically neglected drafting a quarterback high for so long, and they don't really have their answer at quarterback, obviously, long term. But if they could get Sorsby in like the 5th round of the supplemental draft, like a team like that, I think maybe it makes more sense.
I think you have to say, though, where do you think he's going to go?
Team or round?
Round.
Okay, well, it's
Where
funny.
do you think he's
funny you say that because I have the odds.
Oh, of course you do.
The odds.
Luke is Mr. Vegas.
Well,
is he not?
They send me these
What
odds.
up, Vegas?
So the odds in Vegas for Sorsby's NFL team, the Jets are favored, then the Cardinals, then the Dolphins, and then the Steelers. Okay, but as far as the round, 3rd round is favored, then undrafted, then 2nd round, then 4th round. As far as where he goes. Undrafted in the supplemental draft.
Okay. So, yes, okay. Remains undrafted.
Yeah.
So 2019 will be the last year that somebody was drafted in the supplemental round?
Somebody's going to take him if Goodell allows him in the supplemental draft, don't you think?
I think so. Yeah, I do. I think so. But, wow, undrafted was number 2.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, I think the Jets could be a good possibility. I mean, also, Geno Smith has a bunch going on, apparently. But, like, that could be a conversation that the Jets could have and seriously debating on whether to take him.
Yeah, because let's just say the Jets did that. Like, let's just play it out. Then they would be basically in the situation the Cardinals are with Beck. Like, you got a year to see if he's your guy.
Yeah.
Minimal risk, depending where you have to take him. I still don't want him for the Cardinals for all the reasons you laid out. Basically,
for me, based on things, once again, I know how difficult the gambling addiction can truly be. I do have some friends that I know that have dealt with this, and it's serious.
Yeah.
It is a serious thing that ruins lives and can ruin a life. Have people recovered from it based on things? Of course, they have. Thank the Lord God for that. Yet at the same time, is it real? Is it something you have to be concerned about? Yes. And the more and more I think about it, this is a guy who does something with the ball every play.
Yeah. And I don't want to play like I see where you're going with that, and that's a whole different. Yeah, that's a very real conversation that I'm sure the league is having, and every team needs to have. I don't want to play psychologist here, but also like I would think a lot of people that get into it and get addicted to it, it's because they just want a connection to sports or whatever.
Right.
Think about how much he has to throw away and lose, and he still was betting that much.
Yeah.
Like he has an NFL career to potentially lose, and he was still doing it.
The one thing you don't want are his teammates asking questions about why he did what he did. Instead of, he just made a mistake.
Yeah.
Seriously.
That's true. We've never seen a player come into the league with this baggage already attached to their name.
Correct. And I know you could say, Wolf, that's unfair. It really is. Listen, bro, I wasn't the one who did it. Okay? I wasn't the one who did it. This kid might be the greatest kid on the face of the planet and just had an issue. And honestly, you could change my mind if I had the opportunity to talk to him and see where he is. But it's always going to be a situation where, honestly, teammates will look at him and go, "Oh, why did you do that?"
Especially if he ends up in New York. I mean, he could be totally clean, fixed, healed, whatever you want to say. And if he has a couple bad games, New York media is going to be all over him.
Yeah, but forget about the media. You don't want your teammates saying it.
Yeah, that's
you don't want your
next level.
teammates looking at it. Like, what are you doing, dude?
All right, we come back. How good of an idea is it if the Phoenix Suns really do just run it back with the same group next year? We're going to talk to the voice of the Suns. John Bloom joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bloomer.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Still very much believe that Devin Booker is the kind of player you build a championship roster around and that he is going to be a part of a championship winning team here. And if that's the case, they got to get moving on that because there's not going to be a ton of time left in that when it comes to him even being a viable part of where he is right now on this list, right? Before he starts to slide. Eventually, his age is going to catch up to him in this regard.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home and auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Collectors! Front Row Car Show is back for a massive NFL Stadium show. Join us at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, June 27th and 28th. 650 tables. Biggest show ever. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards. Plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. PSA, Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Free parking. Plus thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show at State Farm Stadium. Saturday and Sunday, June 27th and 28th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the Minnesota Twins yesterday 4-2, which also means that they lost the series to the Twins this weekend. And to pile on to the D-backs' rough weekend, Michael Soroka, Jordan Lawler, and Ryan Nelson were all placed on the injured list after suffering injuries this weekend. Jose Cabrera, who threw 5 shutout innings in his MLB debut yesterday, and Cole Drake were both called up from AAA Reno to fill Nelson and Soroka's spot in the rotation. The D-backs are in St. Louis taking on Jordan Walker and the Cardinals. Merrill Kelly will be on the mound for the Snakes, opposing Andre Palante for the Cards. First pitch for that one is at 4:45, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are reportedly bringing back 2 of their key pieces to their success last season. Sources say that Colin Gillespie has signed a 4-year, $48 million deal, and Jordan Goodwin has signed a 3-year, $19 million deal to stay with the Phoenix Suns. The Suns can now lock in on the NBA draft, which begins tomorrow. The Suns currently have the 47th overall pick. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Employee pricing is here. You pay what they pay on F-150s, Broncos, and Explorers starting under 42. American value for American values. Sanderson Ford.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pull-up jumper at the buzzer. He got it! How about 52 for Devin Booker? This is a dream job. I now have my dream job. He's going to fade from 3 and knock it down. My! If he can make it there, he can make it anywhere.
Voice of the Suns, John Bloom, joins Wolf and Luke to talk Phoenix Suns. Now.
We really just have John Bloom on so we can play his intro music.
So good.
No, that's not true. It's always great to talk to John Bloom. I'm excited. I was fired up, Jamal, when I walked in and saw him on the guest sheet today because that's perfect. He's just the right guy to talk to heading into the draft tomorrow and Wednesday, and with some other Suns news going on as well. What's going on, Bloomer?
What's happening, Luke and Wolf? And good to see both of you guys here on the video connection. I know for those who are listening, they can't. But I figure we might as well just start right here because I come into this office every day, right? And I've got this chair sitting next to me, and it's got a jersey on. Now, a lot of people think this is one of the uglier jerseys of all time in Phoenix Suns history, right? It's the gray shirtsy, remember, with the sleeves on it? And they gave us one back in 2015, but now it's got a whole new meaning because it's got 15 on it, and now that's Devin Booker's number. All right, so I'm here to celebrate. I wanted to show everybody that now I feel like even more pumped when I come into my office every day and I take a look at this jersey, even though it's got the wrong name on it right now with Bloom instead of Booker. It's the thought.
Well,
that's awesome.
You know
Johnny.
what, Bloomer? Let's start there. We were debating where to start with you. What do you make? And Wolf and I were talking about this even last week. It's like I feel kind of silly talking about somebody switching jersey numbers, but not if it's Devin Booker. Not at this point in his career, and certainly not after hearing the reasoning that he gave in the video yesterday. But, like, what do you make of this? He tried to do it 10 years into his career, but 11 years into his career.
Yeah, and I think I remember hearing something about how he did try to do it earlier. So this is delayed, I think, by 1 year. It would have been perfect because it mirrored Kobe Bryant doing it after his 10 years. And, you know, there's that connection there between Book and Mamba. But I think it's very meaningful, clearly, to him and his family. And that's the first and foremost thing. I'm sure Nike doesn't hate it. More rebranding and selling more jerseys to all the Booker fans out there, which there are tons of. And I know I've told you guys this in the past, but one of the things that makes me so proud is the radio play-by-play guy for this team and traveling around all the different markets in the NBA is seeing the support for Devin Booker and how it's grown over these last 10, 11 years in the NBA since he came in as the youngest guy in the league. So to see, anywhere from Sacramento to Minnesota to New York to Miami, and we're in the stands and we're seeing Booker jerseys in every single arena across this league. And I think that should bring pride to Suns fans all over the place. I know it's brought a lot of pride to Booker and his family. And now, to take it one step further and honor his dad, I know he would have done it to begin with, but Willie Cauley-Stein was rocking it in Kentucky and Markieff Morris was rocking it when he got here to the Valley. So he didn't have his pick, but now he finally gets it. And we'll see what he does with it. I bet it's going to be more great stuff.
Johnny, talk a little bit, if you will, in regard to Colin Gillespie getting $48 million from the Phoenix Suns and Jordan Goodwin getting $19 million from the Suns. Talk about these two contracts, these signings, and these players.
Well, Wolf, all I can say, and you know how it is when you're working for the team, you kind of have to wait until all these things are officially announced by the team before I can actually give numbers and stuff like that. What I can just say is we were told before the season ended and certainly right after the season and when we met that this was the goal, that they were going to try to bring this group back. Yeah. The continuity was something this group has been missing for a long time. I mean, I just had my daughter joke with me last night, like, hey, we get to have the same coach 2 years in a row. I mean, like, it's that big of a deal, right? Yeah. I mean, like, she doesn't remember when that happened. When Monty was here, obviously, was the last time we had a coach more than 1 year in a row. But that's a big deal. But also a big deal is the same dudes in the room. So you keep the coaching staff in place. Obviously, that's not a done deal yet because there's some guys I'm sure might get looks other places on Jordan Ott's staff. That'll be interesting to watch, although surprising story this morning with Dusty May and the Dallas Mavericks potentially happening. I didn't see that coming. So who knows how it's all going to play out with the coaching staff. But as far as the players are concerned, you know, again, like I said, that was what we were told as broadcasters on the team, is that they're going to try to keep everybody and bring people back and see what this team can do. Another year of continuity, knowing this system now. And I like that approach. Now, it doesn't mean that they're going to have the exact same roster. And I know that's what maybe has a lot of people wondering, like what could be the ceiling and can they really contend or compete in a way that maybe fans want to see them do that in this next year. But I think one thing you guys have always been on, and I'm the same way, is part of the biggest thing that this group can get better on is the development part, right? That piece of Kamal Malawach and Rasheer Fleming and maybe Kobe Brea as well, on top of whoever they get either tomorrow night or Wednesday night in the draft. Now, right now, it's just Wednesday night, right? The 47th pick, but they might make a move. I wouldn't be surprised if they did make a move and move up and maybe get some size. I think that's the one thing that people are really focused on that maybe this group could use more of, without a doubt, is size.
Yep.
Well, Bloomer, that was actually going to be my next question of if wherever they draft, whether it's tomorrow or Wednesday, what's the type of player you're looking for? And is it, I mean, we just saw this with the Knicks. You can get guys from the second round. 47's tough, but we've seen other players from that range. But you can almost build a whole championship team with late first and early second round picks if you do it right. What sort of player would you be looking for from the Suns if they can add somebody in the next couple of days?
No, you're right. You can make a difference. We've seen a lot of groups around the league, especially when they've got a good core established, to be able to just fit guys in that can take it up a notch. You know, obviously Oklahoma City is a great example of that, and now San Antonio as well. With regards to the Suns and what they can get, I'm going to go back to what I just said and say size, but I think that it's more than just a giant dude, right? It's also somebody who can really attack the glass. I think that's something that this group could use. Somebody who's maybe their superpower is rebounding. And I don't know that that's something that's on the roster right now. At least it's not proven. So that's something that they could potentially target and go out and get. I mean, if I listen to my wife, the Michigan Wolverine, Morez Johnson, if they can move up and somehow get their hands on that guy, he is that type of guy, like that I just described, a guy that could be that body, not only the size, but also the skill to go grab it off the window. And I think that's what they need. And then he's also a good finisher, and he's probably going to be in the first round. And from what I look at in mocks, and you never know what to trust with that, but, you know, maybe in the 20s. So what does that take for them to move up to that? I don't know if it's a player and a draft pick. They do have a couple first round picks over the course of the next 6 years that are tradable on draft night. One's next year's in 2027 and one's in 2033. So those are the things to keep your eye on whether they're going to play the long game and hold on to those things, or if they want to go grab a guy right now because they think they can make a significant step in contending.
Bloomer, we'll ask you a bunch of World Cup questions later on. I know you got some things you want to say there awesome. Too.
You know I do, Luke.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's layered. It's not just that I'm obviously a U.S. MNT diehard fan, and that's who I'm going to go with all the time. But I also am such a huge European soccer fan, so I'm watching all my favorite players play for their countries. This is so much fun, man.
Yeah, I have several questions to you about why Italy can't qualify for a World Cup, even with
What
48
is that?
teams. Yeah, but we'll get into that off the air and maybe next
Right?
time. Thanks, Bloomer. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Johnny.
See you guys.
That's John Bloom joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Yeah, noted soccer guy as well. Obviously the voice of the Suns, but a big soccer guy too. 4 Peaks, 4 seats on the 4th of July. See the Diamondbacks Brewers and get $200 in food vouchers for the game. Text seats to 620-620 for your chance to win. When we come back, what sort of expectations should we realistically have for some of these young pitchers who are coming up to fill those rotation spots for the Diamondbacks? We'll get into that next. We saw one of them already yesterday, and we got one of the biggest names they got at the trade deadline last year coming up now as well. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. I am Santan Ford. That's right, Basinonians. We like walking around the compound and yelling that out from time to time. You know what? Employee pricing and more is still going on at Santan Ford right now. That's right, employee pricing. When a Ford employee pays for a Ford, they get a discount on that. You're actually going to get it as well, Basinonians. But what's the more part of it? Well, how about this? How about more affordability, more APR and lease plans, more value, more fun, and more selection? That's American value, man, for American values. It's employee pricing for everyone, and you can lock it in right now only at Tim Hovik Santan Ford, Santan 202 Freeway, and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or you can go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Giving your liver a spring cleaning is easy with Active Liver from New Nordic, the delicious daily detox that will keep you feeling your best. Search for Active Liver by New Nordic on Amazon or pick up some at your local CVS, Wegmans, or GNC.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Truck Month is finally here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking it off with their biggest deals of the season. This is the one time of year when the Valley's best GMC trucks come with the Valley's best savings. Forget all the runarounds and pressure from those other guys. At Earnhardt, you walk in as a customer, you leave feeling like family. That's 75 years of doing things the no-bull way. Right now, save up to nearly $14,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab. And the savings keep coming with up to $6,000 off MSRP on a new 2026 GMC Canyon just in time for summer. Discover the hottest trucks now ready and waiting for you. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference, or find your perfect match at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 30th, 2026.
The world's biggest soccer tournament is here. Cheer on the U.S. men's national team at 3 official watch parties with Arizona Sports at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. Get details at ArizonaSports.com. Brought to you by Michelob Ultra.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Can the Diamondbacks get off the canvas again? Big road trip begins today in St. Louis. We'll talk about our baseball team tomorrow. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Well, it got a lot tougher this weekend. Rotation took 3 pretty significant hits, Wolf. Zach Gallen didn't get hurt, but he gave up 9 runs and 12 hits over 4 innings. Oof. So if you were waiting for him to bounce back, he actually had an even worse start. You also lost Michael Soroka for an indeterminate amount of time with a glute injury. And then you lost Ryan Nelson for an indeterminate, but I'm guessing much longer amount of time with an elbow injury.
Yes. I'm going to say the glute injury from Soroka is not as bad as the elbow injury from Ryan Nelson.
Yeah. So all of a sudden now you lost 40% of your rotation to injury, and another 20% of your rotation is really struggling. And, to be fair, Merrill Kelly's struggling too, not to the level of Gallen. And I still kind of hold out some more hope with Merrill because it is a smaller sample size, and he was really good last year.
Yeah.
Good last year. So we'll see. He's pitching tonight. This is a big series against the Cardinals. Unfortunately, though, with this weekend, it's kind of tough to piece together what the rotation's going to look like, even in this series. It'll be Merrill tonight, and it'll be Erod tomorrow. But then, in theory, Wednesday's kind of open, and then Gallen will pitch Thursday. Cole Drake got called up. He was one of the main pieces they actually got in the Merrill Kelly trade last year from Texas. So, I mean, that is a high-end prospect in their system. We're going to get a look at him. But they're pretty thin right now.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. It's one of the reasons why Jose Cabrera got a start yesterday.
Yeah.
It was interesting because Basinonians, at least by all accounts, it's not like this guy is even in the top 30.
No, he's like Jose Fernandez when they called him up. He wasn't even on the list.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yet at the same time, Jose Cabrera, oh my goodness, he was awesome.
He was.
He was awesome, man. Got the start, delivered for his team. Wasn't overpowering, but he pitched so well. And he didn't walk a hitter in his outing, and he was never in really big-time trouble either. The third inning did come around, and he had a little hiccup right there, but my goodness, man, I thought he did an incredible job. Went 5 innings, gave up 3 hits, no earned runs, didn't walk a hitter, as I said. Yeah, I'm going to put that in the positive category for Jose Cabrera.
Yeah, that was good to see. And you look, everybody's different, so I don't want to overly generalize, but this is kind of what we have to do. You mentioned not in the top 30 prospects for the Diamondbacks. Now, that doesn't mean he can't end up being an amazing player, but I think kind of what we've seen, and even with Jose Fernandez this year, like a lot of times these guys, when they come out of the gate just firing and they have like Cabrera's performance yesterday, at a certain point they maybe kind of trail off a little bit, and then maybe they have to readjust and this and that. And it's the same with any rookie, but it's not like we're talking about their number one prospect, who incidentally is Ryan Waldschmidt, and he's back in the minors. So it's a long way of saying I don't know that you can just count on Jose Cabrera to suddenly give you 5 strong innings every single start, right? Cole Drake is the guy they called up who came over in the trade from Texas last year at the deadline. He is their number 12 overall prospect, and among pitchers, he's number 5, and some of the guys in front of him aren't necessarily starters the way he projects to be. But he does have a 7.83 ERA right now in the minors. So you're hoping, and it's not inconceivable, but you're hoping he's one of those guys that His numbers in the minors aren't great, probably because he's pitching in Reno a lot, and he gets to the majors and maybe has better numbers.
Yeah.
But the reality is their rotation went from strength to question mark at best in the span of about 3 days.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But again, I was so happy to see Cabrera go out and play the way that he did.
They needed
go out and
that.
pitch the way that he did.
They didn't give him any run support.
Can
but
you
they
imagine,
did
though,
need
you're making your major league debut?
Yeah.
This is your debut, and you go out there and you put up a goose egg in 5 innings. I'm just saying, no matter what happens, the rest of this kid's career, this guy's career, no matter what happens, Bay Citadines, in his first outing, in his major league debut, he took the ball, went out there, pitched 5 innings, gave up 3 hits, didn't walk a hitter, and goose eggs up on the board. No wonder why he was smiling, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you could just see him, the joy of going out and competing. And, in that 3rd inning, I would say the entire outing for the most part for Cabrera, it came down to one at-bat in that 3rd inning when Byron Buxton came up to hit, right? With a runner on 3rd and a runner on 2nd. 2 outs in the inning, and he struck him out on 3 pitches.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's a tough spot.
That is a still point moment right there that I thought to myself, you know what, Jose Cabrera is going to remember that moment right there. No matter what happens the rest of his career, hopefully he goes on and he makes a lot of money and has a great career and will be able to help his family and change, all those good things that come with playing a professional sport. But he's going to remember, regardless, he's going to remember what happened in that 3rd inning against Byron Buxton.
Yeah. Here's Torey Lovello after the game on Cabrera's performance.
Thought we were on a really nice path today with Cabrera. He was out there throwing the heck out of the ball. We talked about a plan to let him go 5, maybe around the lineup twice, and it worked out really, really well. We felt like we had our front line bullpen pieces lined up. He did a great job. It was overall a fantastic day for him. It was 5 scoreless, kept mixing up pitches, just doing a really nice job of getting some swing and miss. We just couldn't capitalize and get him his first win.
Now, you mentioned how much he was smiling. Another guy who was smiling was Geraldo Perdomo, who afterwards took credit for finding Jose Cabrera.
We are the same field. My cousin used to play for the Cardinals, and he used to trade him. And every time he got a live BP, I always face him because he was throwing hard. And I just told him how to pitch, and how to throw a batter like me. And I feel like he was getting better every single time. So when I saw that, I told a couple guys from the Diamondback, scout him. Cesar Geronimo, I don't know if you heard about him. Told Cesar Geronimo to sign him, and that's exactly what he did. And I told him he want to pitch one day in the major, and look at him right now. He's here.
Do you think did those guys know who Cabrera was at the time? Or
they didn't know. No, they didn't know. I think he signed all 19, 20 years old.
10,000.
Yeah. So he didn't know. But when I told those guys to go see him, they signed him right away. So I'm very happy for those guys. Make it possible, and he didn't disappoint those guys.
All right, so Jerry's side gig is Major League Scout in addition to shortstop.
I totally see that happening too. Down the road for Jerry.
Oh yeah,
no doubt about it.
All right, we come back. What is Jeremiah Love's mindset going into Cardinals training camp? We're going to react to what the rookie running back just said next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bic, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-360-0681 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-360-0681. That's 800-360-0681. What do you have to lose? Call 800-360-0681. Again, 800-360-0681.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins, president of Galaxy Lending Group. If he told you you could pay off your mortgage decades faster without changing your lifestyle, you'd think he was crazy.
I've heard worse, Tom. Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan does exactly that, and it helps most of our clients to pay off their mortgages in 5 years or less without changing their lifestyle. Let us sit down and show you exactly how it works.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Two different companies can install exactly the same air conditioner, and it will perform entirely differently in your home. If not installed correctly, that system will break down often and die an agonizingly expensive death. At Gettle, we install air conditioners the right way, not the easy way. From measuring and adjusting the static pressure in the ducts to cleaning out the pre-existing copper lines, because it doesn't make any sense to install a new heart without cleaning out the arteries. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L, will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the Minnesota Twins yesterday 4-2, which also means that they have lost the series to the Twins this weekend. And to add on to the D-backs' rough weekend, Michael Soroka, Jordan Lawler, and Ryan Nelson were all placed on the injured list after injuries they suffered this weekend. Jose Cabrera, who threw 5 shutout innings in his MLB debut yesterday, and Cole Drake were both called up from AAA Reno to fill Nelson and Soroka's spot in the rotation. The D-backs are back in St. Louis, taking on Jordan Walker and the Cardinals. Merrill Kelly will be on the mound for the Snakes, opposing Andre Palante for the Cardinals. First pitch for that one is at 45, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are reportedly bringing back 2 of their key pieces to their success last season. Sources say that Colin Gillespie has signed a 4-year, $48 million deal, and Jordan Goodwin has signed a 3-year, $19 million deal to stay with the Phoenix Suns. The Suns can now lock in on the NBA draft, which begins tomorrow. The Suns currently have the 47th overall pick. This report is brought to you by Western Governors University. Thinking about a career in AI? At WGU, you'll learn how to use AI to make a real difference. Your next chapter starts now. Visit wgu.edu and enroll today.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and the NBA draft looms. Will the Phoenix Suns find themselves making a pick on night 1? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
That's teamwork right there.
What are you talking about?
Dave Burns walks into the studio as we're coming back, and I believe that he just brought you a bottle of aloe vera. Is that what that is?
Let's see. Banana Boat, Basinonians, soothing after sun gel. The after sun gel with aloe. It feels cool right now. It's a green bottle. What up, YouTube?
Not all heroes wear capes.
Yes.
He just left, too. Burns, he just saluted
David
and walked
Charles
out the door
Burns,
of the newsroom.
Not only is he the professional broadcaster that he is, Basinonians, and I mean, seriously, the standard by which all of us are judged. Yet at the same time, he's bringing me some relief in the after sun gel. I'm not going to put it on.
Ever? Or during the show?
No, I think he was doing it for a laugh.
After sun?
I have all this aloe vera at home. I smear it on.
I would say you qualify for the after sun category. You have achieved sun, and now you're in the after sun stage.
Yes. The good thing is this, YouTube, if you're looking at me right now, I'm going to take the hat off and shock you. If you're looking at the face right now with the hair, you can see you're shocked, right, YouTube? What up, YouTube? But I will tell you, Luke says that it's better than it appears on YouTube.
I think my exact wording was it looks worse on YouTube.
Yes.
So, yes, the same thing. Yes.
Yeah. I just said it a different way.
Well, Wolf, now I'm going to see that face that you just made in my nightmares. I'm going to tell my dad to look under the bed for Wolf.
Let me just say, there's some other guys that saw that face.
Bill Bates.
Bill Boy. How's that feel? Bill, boom, boom.
I don't even remember what I was going to ask you now, but it was just it was going to be a brilliant question.
Bill used to kill me too, brothers. Okay, just so you know.
Are you going up to Amish country this year?
Yeah.
Okay. It's got to be
going up, as a matter of fact, at the end of this week, man. Here it comes. It's Hoopy Palooza, basically.
You're going to show up in Amish country with a remarkable tan by the time you get there.
That's right. It's going to be a tan walking around. How you doing? Yeah. What's up? Yeah. I'm from Arizona, of course. So that's why I've got this color.
You went to Hawaii a couple weeks ago. Came back, no tan, no noticeable tan.
Of course not. Stay out of the sun when you're in Hawaii.
Wolf is the first person in recorded history to go pre-tan for Amish country.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I cannot wait to go there, though. The Amish. Every morning driving by in their horse and carriage, you wave. Yet you never want to really get a conversation with them because they don't want a conversation with you.
Well, no small talk.
Because you're the English.
You love that. No small talk.
Exactly. No small talk whatsoever. You're the English.
Do you get now? See the traffic frustrated part of me has to ask this question.
Yeah.
Do you drive behind them? Could you get stuck behind a?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you could, especially if you're going up a hill and you're going to crest that hill. Yeah, you're in trouble.
Do they still go faster, even with just horses, than the people that sit in the left-hand lane and do 38 on the freeway here?
Okay, knock it off.
I'm just saying, there's somebody out there listening right now that's stuck behind that person right now.
And they've got Wisconsin plates, right?
You said it, not me. Here's
How's that feel?
Take that, Wisconsin.
Snowbird?
Here's Jeremiah.
Down here in summer?
Now's a good time to say it because most of the snowbirds aren't even here. Yeah, exactly. So it's just the locals that are like, yeah, no, Wolf's right, even though his skin is much redder today than it was.
Thank you for the after sun gel, David Charles, but,
we'll see.
I've got a pile of those at home.
We'll see if you end up using that. Jeremiah Love just spoke to the media. And so Jamal efforted to quickly turn this audio around so we could play it, and then we talked about aloe vera for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But here he is talking about. Let me see what did he talk about? Well, here he is talking about Carson Beck. Let's just play that. I haven't heard any of this obviously because you and I have been here talking.
Carson's a great football player and even better person. Played against him in college. Didn't know much about him, or a lot of just different things about him, but getting to learn about him in person and getting to actually see him in person, he's he's a great person and an even better football player, or vice versa, however way you want to put it. Like, he's just a great athlete, a great person in general. So it's been a blessing to be able to go out on the field and take the field with Carson. Catch some footballs and run some routes with him, and just build up that chemistry that we're going to need on game day. It's been great. So really looking forward to continuing that in training camp. Excited to see where he goes and how he excels. But it's been great. Just looking forward to, continue to play with him.
Man, I love listening to Jeremiah Love actually talk like that about Carson Beck, because you could see it, right? You could see there's something there that is developing, the friendship that is there. It's so obvious, too. I mean, it's something that you will have. Your rookie class, you'll never forget your rookie class, and being able to actually befriend those guys that are in the same boat you are. How's it going to go for you? How's it going to go for you? How's it going to go for you? How's it going to go for us? This is the National Football League, the opportunity that we have before us to make the money that we're going to make and support our families and maybe change our families for generations down the road. It's incredible. How is this going to go? Basinonians, you don't have to like the guy that you play next to in the NFL. Never forget that. You don't have to like the guy. You don't have to be friends with the guy that is lined up next to you in the NFL. You can go out and do your job. You just go do your job, and he does his job, and you guys get it done. But, man, if you are friends with the guy that you line up next to, you'll never forget it for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
That friendship, that bond will be there.
Well, and it's entirely possible that duo is the future of the Arizona Cardinals. I mean, the Cardinals did use the first pick in the third round on a quarterback and the third pick in the draft on a running back. That the intention is for that duo to be the future of the Cardinals.
Cannot wait to see that. How many reps are you going to get? How many reps in the Silks are you going to get in preseason? Not that I'm going to read into that. I'm not going to.
Yeah, you are.
I might.
Yeah.
Just a little. That's all I'm saying. I might read into that a little bit.
We're going to make you on the show, even if you don't, and you're going to anyway.
What Jeremiah Love he's a first-team guy. He's going to get the opportunity. One thing we know about Jeremiah Love, he's going to play, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley reporting. And I'm not talking about preseason. I'm talking about the regular season. He's going to play. So he's going to get reps. Carson, what are you doing in there? Why are you in there getting reps in preseason with him? You're not first team, are you? You're not first team, because Jeremiah Love could be first team. He could be.
You're already reading into hypothetical preseason.
That's what I mean. I'm done. I'm just baked. This preseason is going to be unlike anything that we have seen for years here. Seriously. Because of Jeremiah Love. Third player taken in the draft. And because of Carson Beck. Interesting.
Here's one more from Love on his dad being his role model.
My father is a working man. You could say he's like the backbone of our family, really. A lot of things go through my dad, and he takes care of a lot of people. And a lot of times, me growing up, I just saw my dad just, whenever he started something, he finished it, or whenever he said something, he did it. So word is bond to him. He set a lot of great examples of what a man should be, which is, I wish to aspire to that, as I continue to grow up and become more of a man. But my dad was a great role model for me. He still is today. So I make sure I listen to whatever he says most of the time. Sometimes, you don't want to listen to your parents, or you want to do things your own way. But I really respect my dad. He is my role model. He is the backbone of my family. And in a couple of years, I hope to alleviate him of some of that pressure and stress that he feels as being, that man in the family. Yeah, man, I'm just going to keep learning from my dad and keep looking up to him and bless him, continue to try to bless my family and take care of them.
That is awesome. Can you imagine being Jeremiah Love's dad and listening to your son say that about you?
He pretty consistently is that guy. Very consistently is that guy.
Jeremiah Love.
I mean, once again, and when you look at a young man that has been raised that way, that was not by accident, was it, brothers?
USA wraps up group play this Thursday, and Arizona Sports is hosting a watch party at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. Kickoff's at 7. Plus, you can enter to win a Team USA jersey, courtesy of Just Sports. Text CUP to 620-620 for more information and to reserve your table. It's all powered by Michelob Ultra. When we come back, supposedly a very big name in the NBA is going to be on the move in the next, 30-ish hours. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I would agree that dynasties are more memorable, but I don't think it's better. I personally love the fact that there have been 8 champions in this league the last 8 years. I think that's great because it does speak to this idea of, as a long-suffering Phoenix Suns fan who wants to know my team has a chance, it irks me that someone's going to call that a participation trophy.
That's stupid.
Even if I were a Lakers fan and I said, the bubble, if the Suns had won a championship in the bubble, I would have had the tattoo and the T-shirts and all that stuff. So I'll give you that it's more memorable. I don't think it's better.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagus, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think having a 401k and a CPA means they have a plan, but they don't, do they?
Well, they have accounts and not a strategy. And there's a big difference. A real plan connects your income, taxes, investments, and estate planning all working together.
All right, let's say they're not connected.
Things start working against each other. You can do everything right and still make costly mistakes, especially in those first years of retirement.
So what does Bright Wealth do differently?
We build one coordinated plan, everything aligned, no gaps, no surprises, and right now we're offering a complimentary written financial plan, no cost, no obligation.
Nice. All right, how do people get in?
Call us right now, 844-726-9116. One call, and we'll show you exactly where you stand and what needs to change. Don't wait. Call us at 844-726-9116 or online at brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Summer is calling, and Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates from just $129 and no resort fees for locals. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation. Enjoy $25 in free play, $25 towards your favorite spa treatment, and more. Make Talking Stick Resort your summer destination. Book your stay today at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
You know, it's been more than a century that Ford has been here for those who build America, for those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. If that's who you are, then Ford believes that you should pay what Ford employees pay. American value, literally, for American values. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and it's here at our Desert Ford dealers. Employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. So on a 2026 Ford F-150, do not miss employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford F-150, or get employee pricing plus $2,000 cash back on a Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was about 13, I started mowing lawns to make a few bucks. Looking back, I don't know how I survived those Arizona summers. What I didn't realize then was how much I was learning, showing up, doing the job right, and taking pride in it. That's what guides us today at Moxie Pest Control. Because reliability isn't something you say, it's something you demonstrate. Call 888-MOXIE-10.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
Montag, lieben, glauben, globen.
Hey, this is Jarrett, and it is NBA Draft Day. Could the Suns move up and go after Koa Pete? Could they stay pat and draft Jaden Bradley? And which Wildcat would make Vince Marotta more uncomfortable when he has to announce their name during Suns games? Bird down, Arizona. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Hairbeds.
We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. First round of the draft is tomorrow. Dusty May is now the coach of the Dallas Mavericks, by the way. I know Bloomer mentioned that briefly, but we really haven't gotten to talk about that. The Washington basketball team, whatever they're called now, they're keeping Trae Young around for a few more years. 4 years and $212 million. The Wizards keeping him. So that's
ain't nothing but $212 million.
No, it's a pretty good amount of money. But the real thing hasn't happened yet. The big news, I mean, those are both significant, obviously, but the big news that was hinted at by Shams, and I'm trying to find the exact post now, but Shams basically said Giannis is getting traded before the draft.
Okay.
He didn't say to who, he didn't say he has been traded, but he really suggested that he's going to get traded.
Okay, so that would make an awful lot of sense, would it not, Basinonians? Because of the pressure point that the NBA draft is.
Yes, it would make a lot of sense. But now anytime Shams or anybody says anything, if there's any sort of breaking news, it's like, wait a minute, Giannis, what? That hasn't happened yet. But Giannis there's a pretty strong thought around the NBA that he will get traded at or before the draft tomorrow.
How many teams do you think are really in on Giannis Antetokounmpo?
All right, let's bring Jamal in on this too. Okay. I think Boston certainly. You can't just ignore Oklahoma City. I mean, because they're the ones with the assets to pull this off. They'd have to move a lot of stuff around. Maybe they won't do that. I don't know. But I don't know, realistically in on him, I would guess like maybe 5. What do you think? About 5?
I go 3.
Really? Not even 5.
Just because you're going to have to give up so much. You're going to have to gut your entire roster for Giannis.
So you counting Miami as one of them too? Okay.
That's my favorite, honestly.
Okay.
Yes. Why is Miami your favorite?
Just because in terms of like where I think he's going to go to the most, I think Miami. It's Miami. Pat he's been waiting to make one of these big moves. You know, once upon a time it was Damian Lillard. Another upon a time it was Bradley Beal. Man, I wish that happened. But
it was almost KD at one point too.
KD when in 2022. I think this is finally the time that Pat Riley says, okay, I'm actually going to do something this time.
Yeah, Miami's it probably. I kind of still think Boston might be the favorite, but they're right there with Miami. I think it's Boston or Miami. I could see Oklahoma City again just because they have all the assets, but they would have to like carve up the core of their team, which maybe is worth it for Giannis. But I don't know that you could pay Giannis and Chet Holmgren and Jalen Williams and SGA, so they would have to make a fairly drastic move.
Man.
And there's always seems to be like 1 or 2 other teams floating around. That's the only reason I'm even saying 5 is like there always seems to be a dark horse. But yeah, Jamal's probably right. Miami's the favorite, or I would say Boston's the favorite.
Okay, so tomorrow is the NBA draft, correct?
Round 1, yeah.
4 o'clock our time here?
That sounds correct.
Okay,
I'll
just with
check.
the time change
Let's call
and
Adam
everything.
Silver.
That's okay. That's fine. We don't have to know that specifically right now, Basinonians, but we do know that the NBA draft is tomorrow. Don't say Wednesday, brothers.
5 o'clock.
It is tomorrow, as a matter of fact.
5 o'clock tomorrow.
So 5 o'clock. Okay, there you go. 5 o'clock tomorrow, not 4 o'clock. 5 o'clock our time tomorrow. Okay, the NBA draft.
But also Wednesday. It's both days.
Okay, yes, but it doesn't start.
No, it doesn't start on Wednesday.
Of course.
But they've changed that, so I want people to know that.
Yeah, right. Thank you for that. Right. I appreciate
Why
that. But this is going to be really, really cool. Who's your favorite player in the draft?
Dabonsa, but I do like Boozer.
See,
I think you have to take Dabonsa
Boozer,
first, though.
I love Cameron Boozer. Just love the guy, the tough dude that he is. I love the fact he's not the tallest guy in the world. 6'8", I believe, just over 6'8", whatever you want to say about this guy. He competes, and he's physical, and he throws it around. Throws his body around. The physicality, I love. I think the desperation that he plays with, especially in the paint, it's special. And this guy is the real deal. I'll be shocked of everybody, the first 3 guys of this draft. And I know there are 4 that a lot of people really target. But the first 3 guys, Darren Peterson as well, throw him in.
Yeah, he makes me nervous.
He does make you nervous, yet at the same time, I think all 3 of these guys specifically, they got superstar potential.
Well, yeah. I mean, Caleb Wilson's the 4th one. If you talk about, if you're asking like who I think the best player in the draft is, I'm going to say Dabonsa. I mean, he's pretty unanimous, supposed to be the number 1 pick, and look at what he did at BYU. I do like Boozer. Caleb Wilson, though, if you're just talking about, like you did say favorite, I want to see what Caleb Wilson can do because I think limited sample size because he was hurt at the end of last year too, but like he's the sort of guy that maybe even if he's not the best player in this draft could be like the most electrifying. And then I am partial to Darius Acuff, just wherever he goes. Like I don't know, that dude just you could not pay attention if Arkansas was on last year.
Yeah, one of the things too that I love about Cameron Boozer based on is not only is he a brawler, not only is he tough and physical, of course, but he also averaged 4.1 assists. Stop and think about that.
Yeah.
As a guy that was playing in the paint as a power forward or as a center from time to time, he averaged over 4 assists per game.
Yeah.
You know, what does that tell you? That you can read into that number all you want, but for a big man to actually average over 4 assists per game, man, this guy knows the game. He knows the game and knows how it works and is able to pass from the post. Interesting.
Look who his dad is, too. And I don't think there's really a consensus as to who goes number 2. I mean, Peterson is who I've seen mocked there the most. Peterson might be amazing. Like, I'm not saying he's going to be I'm not an NBA scout. Of the 4, he's the one that makes me the most nervous.
Why?
He missed a lot of games last year. And then there was the whole, like, well, you know, he's eating something that's holding him back. And I don't know, like, just because the top of this draft, I mean, I think Dabonsa will go 1. I could see Utah taking Boozer, too. Just, I mean, again, think about who his dad is. Think about his dad's ties to Utah.
True.
I would think Peterson goes 2 or 3, certainly. What do you want as far as the Suns? I'm looking at a mock draft right now that has Braden Smith, the point guard out of Purdue. I'm not going to sit here and try and project names, 47 players down. But much like most of the players I've seen mocked to the Suns, he's a senior. That's the one thing I'm kind of focused on. I mean, at 47, you're probably not going to get like an amazing freshman anyway. But maybe a guy that's a little bit older and has played some college basketball is more likely to step in and be able to have a role on the Suns.
Yeah. You know what's interesting about this? Once again, I know the sample size is so small based on it. I know that it is. But don't you have, like, confidence that Brian Gregory is going to figure something out? Like, he's going to be able to find some way, somehow, some way to get back in to the end of the first round or maybe even the earlier part of the second round and get something of value.
I'm confident that if he identifies somebody he wants, he's going to be aggressive about making it happen. Yes. I don't think he'll be passive. I mean, I think he earned that confidence by moving up and getting Rasheer Fleming last year when it was pretty clear a lot of teams wanted Rasheer Fleming at the start of day 2, and he made it happen. So, yes. The sample size is too small for me to know that he's going to pick the right guy, but right. I'm confident that he's going to be aggressive if he needs to.
Yeah, no, I think the Phoenix Suns are going to do all they can to actually get another young gun into this system right now. And why wouldn't you? When you've got Kaman Malawach and Rasheer Fleming, those 2 guys specifically, and you have Oso Ighodaro, a guy that really developed.
Yeah.
And hopefully Ryan Dunn gets back in the saddle. But they need these young guys to develop and get better. They are their draft picks.
Jamal, who's your favorite player in this draft?
AJ. I think he's the best player of all of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is saying something in this draft.
Yeah.
Because this is a pretty good draft.
Rick has got to be so jacked up, right?
I don't know. Is he even fired up about it?
He told me, and I have him on the record saying this.
Okay.
If well, they're not going to trade him now. They just re-signed Trae Young. But he said if they traded Trae Young or didn't re-sign him and they drafted Darren Peterson, he would then become a Suns fan full time.
Did you counter with, "Hey, you've lived in Phoenix for a while. Maybe you should just be a Suns
Well, that
fan"?
sounds like Rick.
I know my counter was, "You're a Wizards fan. Why are you a Wizards fan?"
Like you just met him.
Started another fight between you guys.
All right, we come back to football. How is Jeremiah Love adjusting to life in the NFL? He will tell you next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores.
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
At EasyCater, we believe every workday gets better with great food. Like that morning status meeting, always better with bagels. And don't forget the coffee. Ops team working late? How about some power bowls to keep them going strong? Sandy's celebrating 10 years at the company. This calls for cupcakes. With EasyCater, you get a huge variety of favorite restaurants with tools to help meet dietary needs and stay on budget, all on one platform. So make every workday better with EasyCater. Start an order at easycater.com.
Parker & Sons here. What if your new AC unit started paying you back before you paid for it? A new high-efficiency unit cuts cooling cost from day one, so you save on energy all summer before you've spent a dime on the system. Because right now, you pay nothing until 2027. No interest, no payments, no stress. But this offer ends June 30th. Call 602-2-REPAIR for your free quote. That's 602-2-REPAIR.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate, one team, making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the Minnesota Twins yesterday 4-2, which means that they lost the series to the Twins this weekend. And just to add on to the D-backs' rough weekend, Michael Soroka, Jordan Lawler, and Ryan Nelson were all placed on the injured list after suffering injuries they had this weekend. Jose Cabrera, who threw 5 shutout innings in his MLB debut yesterday, and Cole Drake were both called up from AAA Reno to fill Nelson and Soroka's spot in the rotation. The D-backs are in St. Louis taking on Jordan Walker and the Cardinals. Merrill Kelly will be on the mound for the Snakes, opposing Andre Palante for the Cardinals. First pitch for that one is at 4:45, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns are reportedly bringing back 2 of the key pieces of their success last season. Sources say that Colin Gillespie has signed a 4-year, $48 million deal, and Jordan Goodwin has signed a 3-year, $19 million deal to stay with the Phoenix Suns. The Suns can now lock in on the NBA draft, which begins tomorrow. The Suns currently have the 47th overall pick. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Yeah. Sometimes we laugh and sometimes we cry.
Hey, it's Gamble. What more did we learn about the Diamondbacks in their series against the Twins? It's the Burns and Gamble Show. Starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, at 98.7 FM.
We took a trip, now we on your block, and it's like a ghost town.
Baby. Nailed it.
Locked in.
Wolf, did your face get redder over the break? I'm sorry.
I think it did. I think it did.
I didn't want to point out the elephant in the room.
You know, now that you bring that up, I'm just going to say this once again. David Charles Burns brought me in some Banana Boat Soothing After Sun Gel right here. It has some aloe in it. Thank you, David Charles. And I got to tell you, it's cold. It feels really good, YouTube. Really. What up, YouTube?
I don't think you're putting that on the right way.
No, but it just feels good on your face.
He's just rubbing the bottle on your face.
I know, because it's cold. It's like he took it out of some
freezer
or something.
He did just drop it off and then disappear. I don't even know if he's out there right now. They have a show in like 20 minutes.
Yeah, it felt good, David Charles. Thank you.
Dave Burns looking out for it. Teamwork makes the dream work right
David.
there.
Burns, like Spider-Man. He just does stuff and just disappears.
He does.
He's more like Batman.
You know what Batman is a good one.
Yeah, David Charles Burns is Batman.
Batman, huh?
Yes.
All right.
All the gadgets and everything.
That's true. Batman did carry a lot of aloe around with him. So.
Well, he had the Bat Belt.
That's true. He could have had a SPF sunscreen on there, too. You never know. Here's Jeremiah Love from earlier today. He was asked.
I was wearing the Batman mask.
No, you don't, because then you'd be sunburned just right here. That'd be so much worse.
Okay.
Because right now,
what's your point?
I'm serious. Like, it does look worse. Jamal, you would agree it looks worse on YouTube than it does in real life.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it does.
Like,
camera does not help.
In real life, people could walk up and they could be like, especially if they don't know you, they could be like, oh, this guy's just really tan.
Yeah.
But if you were wearing a bat suit all weekend, they'd be like, oh, this guy doesn't know what he's doing, because you just have huge tan lines.
I think somebody'd look at me and say, man, that dude's hair is really white. Or his cheeks are really full.
Wouldn't it be great if you could read everybody's internal dialogue?
No, it would not be. It would not be great.
Maybe not
and
permanently.
The Lord knows my heart on that. It would not be great.
But maybe just for like a day. It'd be like the Terminator. Like it would come up like written in front of them as you walk by and be like, oh, that's what that person's thinking. Jeremiah Love was asked today what it's been like transferring from being the guy in college to now just being one of the guys on an NFL team, is what he said.
I say it's just like, coming into college as a freshman, I was in a room with a bunch of veterans. I had Audric Estime. Jadarian was a veteran too. I had Jabron and D. Ford as well. Devin Ford, he was a veteran running back from Penn State. But it's kind of the same, I'm coming in as not necessarily a young guy. Well, a young guy to them, those guys are at least 20, 23 plus, 24 plus. So young guy in their eyes, but still a pro at the end of the day. We're all pros in the NFL. So mindset was still the same as it's always been. Come in, work, do what you got to do, gain the trust of your teammates and coaches. But we're at a different level right now, and it's the NFL, so we're all pros. So the respect is kind of already there. It's just that they know that you're a little younger than them, and you got to get adapted to a new place.
Hold on. Jeremiah, just give us a minute here. What are you doing?
If you're watching on YouTube.
Jeremy?
I don't know how they just made Wolf like 10 shades redder.
He did. He
you
turned
look
me
like
into the
you
angry
were glowing.
meme.
Jamal, did you see it? It was amazing.
No, Jeremy did mess with me. He was like, should I make Wolf like really, really red?
He was like radioactive red. So, yeah, sorry if you're not watching on YouTube, but you're just listening right now.
Jeremiah Love.
Jeremiah Love.
Would you say he's mature for a rookie?
Yeah,
would you say?
I think we all felt that way before the Cardinals even drafted him.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
This guy is squared away. I am so jacked up about seeing Jeremiah Love. Remember Base Earnings all the way back, way before they even drafted Jeremiah Love. I was saying, I don't want the Cardinals to draft anybody but an offensive lineman.
Mm-hmm.
I want an offensive lineman. And at the same time, if they happen to draft Jeremiah Love, I'm going to be okay. I had to admit it. I was going to be okay if they took him. He's even better. The person that he is, the kid that he is, he's even better than what I imagined.
It feels like they drafted a vet. Like all the good things about a vet. Now, he's obviously still super young. He's a rookie coming into the league. And so if you say vet and running back, people freak out like, oh, no, how old is he? Is his career almost over? Too much, wear and tear. None of that. I just mean the way he talks, the way he carries himself, the way he prepares. That's not something that has changed or even become more prominent, really, I don't think, since the Cardinals draft. And this is his reputation at Notre Dame as well. I'm sure that's a major reason why the Cardinals drafted him. I mean, if he wasn't putting up Heisman-worthy numbers, they weren't going to take him, don't get me wrong. But when you look at the fact that he is a running back, and that is one of the few positions on the team they are loaded at, the people that have a problem with it point to that exact fact. Hey, you already have running backs. I have to think stuff like the way he's wired pushed them over the top, where they're like, we can't pass on this guy and have him be some great player for Tennessee or Washington or whatever.
You know what? You've been doing a really good job here, picking some of these slugs, as we call it in the business right now. Do you have any Jeremiah slug love?
Well, how about this one? He was asked about, or he brought up, having a team first mentality as opposed to just personal accolades.
That's kind of how I've always been. Never really been the type to set I've always been the type to set goals for myself, but they've always been connected to the team in some sort of type of way. Like last year, I wanted to win the Doak Walker Award in college, wanted to win the Heisman, but those things weren't going to happen unless I did what I had to do for my team and play my role on the team. So both of them go hand in hand, so I kind of try to make everything team-oriented, because at the end of the day, it's a team sport. You can't do anything by yourself, especially as running back. Got to have a good O-line, got to have a quarterback that can read defenses and see a lot of things. And you got to have receivers that can take the top off to, lighten up the box as well. So everything goes hand in hand. So I try not to make things personal. I make it all team-oriented, because if the team is good, shoot, a lot of times you're going to do good as well.
Oh, yeah, you know what's all you can do, man. You just got to go inside for the most part. I would say be hyper-focused on yourself. That's all you can control. You can't control how the guy lines up next to you, how he plays. You can't control that. Jeremiah, all you can do is control yourself, right? And this kid understands that. Go play as hard as you possibly can. Control yourself and what you can do. And then you hope the guy next to you does the same. And many times, you can inspire the guy next to you to do the same and go out and get hyper-focused. And if every player of the 11 guys that are on the field in the game of football is hyper-focused, man, your chances of being good increase considerably. Isn't that right, Bill Belichick? Do your job.
He mentioned the Doak Walker. He did win it last year. I'm looking at the most recent winners, Wolf. How about this list of running backs that have won the Doak Walker, let's say, since 2018? Okay, so I'm going backwards. Okay. Jeremiah Love, Ashton Genty. I know he didn't have an amazing rookie year, but I would still say give him time. Ollie Gordon at Oklahoma State in 2023, he trailed off, and he's in the NFL, but he hasn't. Okay, Bijan Robinson in 2022.
Oh, man, Bijan.
Kenneth Walker in 2021.
Nightmares.
Just Super Bowl MVP. Najee Harris in 2020. Jonathan Taylor in 2019. Jonathan Taylor in 2018. If Jeremiah Love wants to become Jonathan Taylor or Bijan Robinson.
You know what's interesting about that? I see more of a faster Jonathan Taylor. That's what I see.
I will take
out
that.
of Jeremiah Love. Yeah, would you take that?
Yes,
we
I
all would.
Take that and run with it.
Run.
All right, when we come back, we'll wrap up with a look ahead to the baseball series that starts tonight. Just how big is this for the Arizona Diamondbacks in St. Louis? 4 games against the wild card leading Cardinals starts tonight. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
This is 1-0. Swung on. It's a pop-up. This should do it. In comes the center fielder, Clemens. He calls. He catches. And the Twins take the final 2 games of this weekend series. And they take the series by a final score in the finale. Minnesota 4 and the Diamondbacks 2.
Recapping the Twins series and laying down a preview of 4 games in St. Louis at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough, so really not a place you want to be. Orchard changes that, though, with Orchard's new Orchard offers. You don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors, all competing for your home. Logically, that's the way you want to do it. So that's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. You want to tap into that access that they have. Then they come to you with those offers. You can review them all and pick the best one on your terms. So get as much information as possible when you're selling your home, so you don't have to settle for one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. Maybe you needed an offer you don't even know exists and you're just passing on that. This way you see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard offers. Go to orchard.com. That's orchard.com.
With Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management and Matt, a lot of people expect their taxes to go down in retirement, sure, but that's not always the case.
It's not, and for most people, it's the opposite. Every dollar coming out of a 401k or an IRA is taxed at ordinary income. Now you add in Social Security, required distributions, and you've got a serious tax problem.
And worse, people don't see it coming.
Not until it's too late to do much about it. The window to reduce your lifetime tax bill is before retirement or early in it. After that, your options are limited.
All right, so what's the move then?
Roth conversions, smart planning, bracket management, real strategies that actually reduce what you owe, but you need a plan, not guesswork.
And Bright Wealth puts that all together?
That's exactly what we do. Call 844-726-9116 for a complimentary tax review. Call now, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted, full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of fella who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
Grown-ups, in between, churning babies. Right about now, it's your boy, you heard, back again. DJ Manny.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Can the Diamondbacks get off the canvas again? Big road trip begins today in St. Louis. We'll talk about our baseball team tomorrow. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Yeah, you know, the series where the Diamondbacks got swept by the Mariners, and we came in here that Monday. So that was only a couple weeks ago. Like, hey, they just got swept. Now they got to play 4 against the Dodgers. Is that dancing? Are you?
To what? What do you mean? Isn't doing anything.
I didn't know if you were trying to adjust your chair or dance.
No, I was not. He's trying to get into the groove.
Oh, okay, that's good. Well,
broadcasting.
YouTube. I mean, last time you moved around, you got Jeremy messed with the camera settings. Right. You got brighter and brighter. So
he's totally brought it down now.
Yeah,
where the face does not look right
at all. Yeah.
Okay, Jeremy,
totally
what are you doing, man?
Oh, radioactive wolf.
Look at it with the white hair too. It's great.
That's fantastic.
Okay, good. Well done, Jeremy.
So that Mariners series ended. D-backs had lost 3 in a row, and we're like, great. They're not playing good baseball, and they got 4 against the Dodgers. Well, they went out and split with the Dodgers. Overall, that was, I would say, a good series, except that Wednesday night game where Gallen got lit up and Cattell didn't play, and everybody lost their minds. Well, we might be in a similar spot now, Wolf, because I know they lost the series to the Twins. It's not the end of the world, but they've lost 2 in a row. Gallen looks lost. Ryan Nelson and Michael Soroka are both on the injured list now. And as all that's going on, where you basically at the moment have a 3-man rotation and one of them has the worst ERA in baseball, you suddenly are playing the team that leads the wild card race in St. Louis.
Yes.
You need these games specifically more than any of the games coming up next week, I would say. You need these games against the Cardinals. And this is not the best time, at least on paper, for the Diamondbacks to be playing a team they need to beat.
This is, once again, because the Arizona Diamondbacks have put themselves in position, Basinonians, and that is being 500. I know they're 1 game over 500, 39 and 38, but they've put themselves in position once again with all the injuries, with all the stuff that has happened, with all the crud. They have stayed alive. And this is what we are always talking about, hoping that they'd be relevant and staying around that 500 mark until they got healthy. And now all of a sudden we're learning guys like A.J. Pollock might be suffering a setback. And obviously Corbin Burns suffered a setback. And maybe these guys are not getting healthier, and they're not right now, especially with the recent injuries that they've suffered. Oh, my goodness. It does not look good. Yet at the same time, they continue to battle. And they're here, and they're in position at 39 and 38, maybe to do something special. Will they? It doesn't look like they're going to be capable of doing it, but this is why we play the games. This is why we compete, because you're never out of it until you are.
Yeah. We've seen the Diamondbacks over recent years when they're not supposed to be good. They exceed expectations, and when they're supposed to be good, they don't quite live up to them. Well, right now, considering everything you just laid out right there and the injuries they have, they're not really supposed to be good. I'm guessing most people right now aren't picking them to make the postseason. They're only a game out of the playoffs, but again, you basically got an 8-team race for 3 spots, and we are approaching the halfway point. Like, we're going to get there during this series, the halfway point of the season. But more than any of that, I think it's what you just said. Came into the season thinking if we can stick around, we've got major reinforcements coming around the All-Star. Like Corbin Burns, we're supposed to be like on countdown right now. Like, hey, probably about 3 weeks away from Corbin Burns coming back. If they're a game above 500 and Corbin Burns is coming back in 3 weeks, feel pretty good about where this is going. Instead, Burns isn't coming back till at least September. Now you've lost Ryan Nelson, maybe till September.
My goodness.
You've lost Michael Soroka, hopefully not that long, but you've lost him for, as Corey said, weeks. Yeah, I mean, and Zach Gallen is giving you nothing. So you were supposed to have 5 really good pitchers with a 6th one that's even better coming back, and instead you're basically down to Erod, it feels like.
Yes, and this series, I just, for some reason, it just feels... Maybe it is because of the halfway point of the season,
Yeah.
This series just feels bigger. I know you're going to have a lot of games left, Basidonians, after this 4-game series against the St. Louis Cardinals. But the Cardinals are sitting in the playoffs as the first wild card team. You already mentioned that, Luke. And now the D-backs are playing them in a 4-game series. Is it possible? You know what? I thought of the Twins game, the game 3 of that series.
Good. Don't think of game 2.
I thought of the Twins game, and I thought, man, is there any way that they were possibly looking ahead, knowing that they, had a chance to beat the Twins in game 3. They were going out there, of course, and they've done very, very well against teams that are below 500. I'm just wondering if is it possible they were peeking ahead, especially because they were not going to have a day off. They're not going to have a day off. Yesterday, they were playing the Twins at home. Today, it's St. Louis, in St. Louis. And I wonder if they were just looking ahead at this series, knowing that the Cardinals are a good team. 7 games over 500 right now. That's exactly where you'd like to see the Diamondbacks. 7 or 8 games. As Mike Hazen said himself, over 500. This series feels heavier to me than what it should for being right around the halfway point of the season.
Well, you mentioned days off. They don't get one until next Thursday. They've got these 4 against St. Louis coming off the series they just played. Then they go straight to Tampa for 3 on Friday and then back here for 3 against the Giants next Monday. Whoa. So this is... You can't even play around with, hey, we got a day off, so maybe we go to a 4-man rotation this one time through or something. Like they don't have that luxury. They don't have any luxuries right now. Merrill's pitching tonight. He has struggled in a big way. Not every game. I wouldn't put him in the Zach Gallen category yet. It's not crazy to think Merrill goes out there and gives you a good start tonight, but he has not looked like Merrill Kelly consistently. You got Erod tomorrow. Wednesday might very well be a bullpen day. I mean, a bullpen day in this series, like, man, you only play St. Louis 7 times all year, and 4 of them are in the next 4 days. And as we learned the hard way a couple years ago, these teams that are right around you in the wild card race, you got to win the tiebreaker over them if you can, because I think, to be fair, if the Diamondbacks get into the postseason, it's not like they're going to clear a wild card spot by like 5 games. They're probably going to need tiebreakers. So this is big starting tonight. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gabo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-881-8686. That's 800-881-8686. 800-881-8686.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
He's a former coach with two sons who played professional basketball. Satch Sullinger's a competitive individual, but his golf game was suffering because of painful joints.
Right, that's real important. The golf game. Right. As we get older, we create these bad habits because we're relegated to hit a certain way.
QC Kinetics used regenerative treatments, all natural healing properties from Satch's own body, to restore those damaged joints and get his golf game back on track.
QC Kinetics regenerative medicine is regenerating me, all natural. And that's what I'm about. I'm going to tell everybody why I'm better.
Oh, and by the way, looks like the competitive Satch is back.
We're all in the same boat, and I'm getting better, and I'm watching them stay old.
Go to QCkinetics.com. Get relief and your game back. Call for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Truck Month is finally here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking it off with their biggest deals of the season. This is the one time of year when the Valley's best GMC trucks come with the Valley's best savings. Forget all the runarounds and pressure from those other guys. At Earnhardt, you walk in as a customer, you leave feeling like family. That's 75 years of doing things the no bull way. Right now, save up to nearly $14,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab. And the savings keep coming with up to $6,000 off MSRP on a new 2026 GMC Canyon just in time for summer. Discover the hottest trucks now ready and waiting for you. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference, or find your perfect match at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 30th, 2026.
Bunker to Bunker's annual Summer Throwback Golf Tournament presented by Shady Rays Sunglasses is coming up Sunday, July 26th at McCormick Ranch Golf Club in Scottsdale. The popular two-person scramble is loaded with team competitions, the big raffle, special prizes, and breakfast. It even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Proceeds benefit St. Mary's Food Bank. This event is open to the public, but space is limited, so grab your partner and register today at bunkergolf.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks on the road again. It's a 7-game road trip that'll start in St. Louis against the Cardinals for 4 straight games. Merrill Kelly is on the mound tonight. He'll go against right-hander Andre Palante. First pitch is at 4:45. Pre-game coverage will start at 4. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. Phoenix Mercury in action as well, hoping to build off of that big win over Seattle on Saturday. They're in Indiana to face Caitlin Clark and the Fever quarter. Tip-off will be at 5. And then surprise news out of the NBA today. Fresh off of a national championship with Michigan, Dusty May plans to sign as the next head coach of the Dallas Mavericks. It begins a new era in Dallas after Jason Kidd was let go this offseason, and Masai Ujiri took over the role of president of basketball operations for Nico Harrison. This report is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Join Arizona Sports at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria this Thursday for an official U.S. soccer watch party. Enter to win incredible prizes like a U.S. soccer jersey, courtesy of Just Sports.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw. On this Monday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, the properly dressed John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo! Burnsy, what's going on? Look at you. You got your NBA champion New York Knicks shirt on. You finally got your gear from Just Sports. Look I went down to the mall on Saturday, and I walked in, and they had shirts, and they had hats, so I got this bad boy right here. There it is. So now I have one. You're not really a hat guy. No, not really a hat guy. But they had shirts and hats. I got this nice shirt right here. It's a beautiful shirt. Look at that. Yep. Beautiful shirt. Beautiful shirt.
I was wondering when you were going to rock it. You finally are.
I did.
Maybe the next thing you'll buy from Just Sports is a Team USA
jersey,
soccer jersey, football jersey, whatever it is that we're calling.
Do you believe in miracles?
I believe
we're in the knockout rounds. Let's go, USA!
I know very, very little about this.
Let's shock the world.
Treading in the territory I don't know that much about, but I was very into it on Friday. You were asking me just a second ago what I did this weekend.
Right.
And on Friday, I had made these plans. I'm going to go to the movies, and I'm going to go do this, and I'm going to go do that. And that match was on at noon, and I'm like, no, I'm gonna sit here and watch this. It was fun. It was fun.
I watched my Austrian team today lose to Lionel Messi. They didn't lose to Argentina. They just lost to Lionel Messi. There's nobody on that team that could score a goal besides Lionel Messi. He scored 2. You might as well just play 11-on-1. He's incredible. He is just incredible. I was pulling for Austria. It was 1-0. And they went into they added 6 minutes, and then he scored in the added time another goal, and so Argentina won 2-0. But I've gotten behind this World Cup a little bit, and hey, now the USA won their first 2 matches for the first time since 1930. I'm on board. Let's go.
Yeah, and they play again on Thursday. Not that match matters. They've already clinched everything they need to clinch. So yeah, I'm getting into it. Not as much as some of the other, the Kellens of the world and some of the other hosts, but there's no question getting into it a little bit. Unfortunately, we need the distraction of U.S. soccer right now because things got kind of dark for our baseball team over the weekend. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day on the Burns and Gambo Show, shall we?
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
This is 1-0. Swung on, it's a pop-up. This should do it. In comes the center fielder, Clemens. He calls, he catches, and the Twins take the final 2 games of this weekend series, and they take the series by a final score in the finale, Minnesota 4 and the Diamondbacks 2.
Outside of getting swept by the Minnesota Twins, it was about as rough a weekend as you were going to get for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Just about everything went wrong for the D-backs this weekend.
Well, yeah, you got that first game, and then it really just starts with there's a lot to not like, right? Offense. Yesterday again, runners in scoring position. There's a positive, and we'll talk about the Cabrera kid later. The negatives with all the injuries. I broke the news on the Ryan Nelson injury the other day, but we can't have a conversation without talking about Zach Allen. You can't. You just, Zach Allen is, I don't know how you continue to throw him out there every 5th day. He's got the highest ERA among qualified starters. He gave up a season high, a career high 12 hits.
Career high 9 runs, I know that.
9 runs, 12 hits. It was death by 1,000 needles. Is that the word? Death by 1,000 paper cuts?
It was all dink, 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 dink,
dink, dink, dink. And then in the next inning, it was a bunch of bombs.
Yeah.
But they sent 10 to the plate in the 4th inning. They scored 4 runs on 6 singles and a walk. And it was infield single, RBI infield single, 2-1 single on a ground ball to right field, 4-pitch walk to Bell. It was the 5th inning when they started to boo him. Lee tripled leading off, and then the fans went nuts and started to boo him. Caratini had an RBI double in the gap. And then Keishel hit a single up the middle on the first pitch, and that was it. That was pitch number 81. He got hit hard in the 5th, not so much in the 4th.
No, the 4th, it was dink and dunk.
But the results are the same. Whether it's dink and dunk or hard hit, Zach Gallen's not getting anybody out.
Yeah.
And he's the highest ERA among qualified starters. If you had other options, I think you'd designate him for assignment, to be honest with you, but you don't have other options.
And that's where I really struggle with this. And I saw your tweet over the weekend, and I really struggle with it because I understand we want to make this the end of the road for Zach Gallen, and they just don't have any options. They just don't.
Who's going to throw?
They don't have any other choices.
But does it matter?
Yeah, it does. It matters.
I mean, why he can't? If he can't, what's the difference?
But because who do you? It's either taking a chance that Zach Gallen can figure it out or taking a chance that Cole Drake is going to come up here and be a miracle worker, or that Mitch Bratt's going to come up here and become a miracle worker. And you're going to pay Zach Gallen anyway, so you might as well pay him to see if he can figure it out based off of what he's done for you over his career. Look, if they had a choice, if Brandon Pfaadt was stretched out and ready to go, and I think he threw 52 pitches over the weekend for Reno. If Brandon Pfaadt were ready to go, and let's be honest about it, if the organization had done the responsible thing in the first place with Brandon Pfaadt and just sent him down right away so he could stay stretched
he'd be ready
out,
to come up right now.
He'd be ready to go right now.
Yep.
And then I think you and I could have a legit, honest conversation about what are you going to do about Zach Gallen, because here's your other option. You can go with Brandon Pfaadt. They called up Cabrera. He did great on Sunday. That was awesome to watch. But don't let that kid you, and I'm not saying you, I'm thinking if you're a Diamondback fan. Don't let that fool you into thinking there's just a ton of options down there in Reno waiting to come up and be a starting pitcher for the Diamondbacks in their time of need. They really don't have anybody. And so I sympathize with the, God, how much longer are we going to do this? We're just pulling our hair out. Give me the move. Give me the move. Give me the transaction. Give me the guy. Who's coming up? Who's coming up to take a spot?
You know, normally if the guy was any good, I would argue with you. But, I mean, nobody could be as bad. There's no starting pitcher that's worse.
Cole Drake has a worse ERA than Gallen does in the minors. You're telling me he couldn't be worse?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I doubt it.
So you're saying without a clear cut, I'm trying to pin you down here. Pick a side. Are you saying you're going to do it? Damn the results and the fact that there's really not a clear-cut option. I'll give
him one more start.
Okay.
And if it doesn't get any better, he threw a fastball that registered as a slider. He has no fastball.
I know.
He threw a fastball that curved, that moved left so much that they showed slider. It was a fastball. He doesn't have any. It's either his mechanics or his grip, but he has no fastball command because a fastball registered as a freaking slider.
Yeah.
There's something really, really wrong.
And make no mistake, I'm not saying this to defend him. I'm not saying this because, I love Zach Gallen and I want him to hang around as long as possible. If Brandon Pfaadt were ready, I'd be all for moving Zach Gallen out, moving Brandon Pfaadt in, and just moving forward. But because of the lack of options, I think now, especially it was a devastating weekend for the Diamondbacks. Outside of the win on Friday and Corbin Carroll's heroics, and outside of what Cabrera did yesterday, you lost 40% of your rotation in one 24-hour period.
Yeah, the two of the three best pitchers.
Got awful news about A.J. Puck. He's going to be delayed.
Terrible.
Jordan Lawler, hamstring again. Here we go with this again.
He cannot stay healthy.
I mean, it was just
running to the base, and it came out of the game. Like, why is he coming out of the game? All he did was run to first base.
I know. They need Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly now more than they ever have. I
think this is safe to say. They made a mistake bringing back Zach Gallen. Okay, we can sit here and pray all day long for him to figure this out. This has been a mistake. This has been a $22 million mistake. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It was a mistake.
Okay, on that, I will completely agree with you.
It was a mistake.
It was a mistake.
So now you're stuck trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. Square peg into a round hole because I'm sorry.
It's just like
you're trying to get this to work. It's not working.
It's not working.
No question. Re-signing Zach Gallen was an organizational mistake.
And if they had any other options, I have no doubt they'd fix it. But they don't. They don't.
And Eldemaro Vargas looked pretty good. He was looking pretty good out there, shutting him down for 2 innings.
Big start for Merrill Kelly tonight. Big start.
Huge.
We
So
need
far,
some,
that's been a mistake, too.
The Arizona Diamondbacks need some stability badly. And that was what was so great about Cabrera yesterday.
Oh,
he gave him some stability. He gave him a little
fun.
He gave him a little, hey, everything's going to be okay. We got this. And then it wasn't with the bullpen and Murillo, who had a really rare bad outing yesterday, and losing the series the way they did. Gambo, this is a really dangerous time for our baseball team right now. Really dangerous. This is a tough week coming up against 2 tough teams on the road. This thing's starting to slide out of view a little bit. They got to be really careful this week. Really careful.
Yeah, I think that's teetering on the brink of becoming a seller.
I agree.
I think they're teetering on the brink of becoming a seller. We'll talk about that in a little bit.
I agree. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, after I tell you about how you can never miss a Suns move, get the latest on trades, free agency, and everything Phoenix Suns. Gambo breaking news all weekend long. It'll be delivered straight to your inbox. Text Insider to 620-620 for more info. Speaking of the Suns, they had 2 big priorities this offseason. Check and check. We'll give you our thoughts on their busy weekend next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
This is 1-0. Swung on, it's a pop-up. This should do it. In comes the center fielder Clemens. He calls, he catches, and the Twins take the final 2 games of this weekend series, and they take the series by a final score in the finale, Minnesota 4 and the Diamondbacks 2.
Recapping the Twin Series and laying down a preview of 4 games in St. Louis at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, back here to tell you about Global Credit Union. Last year alone, they helped members save over $194 million. I'm a member of Global Credit Union. They helped me save money, too. You're a member of Global Credit Union. You saved over $194 million collectively, and they do it through better rates on their loans. They do it through fewer fees on their checking accounts and savings accounts, no fees on some of their checking accounts and savings accounts, and they do it by offering deals like this. Special offer going on right now in honor of National Arizona Day. Global Credit Union is offering 4.8% APY when you transfer funds to an 18-month global certificate account. This is a limited offer this week only, new deposits only, but 4.8% APY when you transfer funds to an 18-month global certificate account, and it's going on now at Global Credit Union. Joining is simple. Sign up online by going to globalcu.org. Stop by any of their 9 Phoenix area branches. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
Celebrate Independence Day with the D-backs on Saturday, July 4th. Enjoy an extended post-game fireworks spectacular show presented by Bar S. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Most companies send you a catalog. Space Solutions built a showroom. Walk in, open the drawers, feel the finishes, and see what custom cabinetry actually looks like before installation begins. Custom cabinets, closets, garages, any room, and it's all built right here in Arizona by a local family-owned team, not a franchise. Can't make it in? Follow us on social this month. We're walking you through every room, and when you're ready, we'll come to your home with a free design consultation. Call or visit us online at spacesolutionsaz.com or call 602-298-6956.
You know, it's been more than a century that Ford has been here
for those who build America, for those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. If that's who you are, then Ford believes that you should pay what Ford employees pay. American value, literally, for American values. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and it's here at our Desert Ford dealers. Employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. So on a 2026 Ford F-150, do not miss employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford F-150, or get employee pricing plus $2,000 cash back on a Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Staples Easy Deal Days are here. Score up to 50% off more than 1,000 products in-store and online. Don't miss your chance to save on tech, chairs, custom print, school supplies, and more. It all ends July 4th. Staples. That was easy.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Damon Allred. Dan Bickley says the unclear part of the Suns' offseason is here after the Gillespie and Goodwin re-signings. What are Jeremiah Love and others seeing out of Carson Beck early on? And local cornerback Naz Eason commits to ASU following the path of his Thorpe Award finalist father. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, welcome back. Burns and Gambo here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. It was a busy weekend for the Phoenix Suns. It was a busy weekend for the guy to my right for breaking a bunch of Suns news about what the Suns were doing this weekend. As fully expected, the Suns have re-signed Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin, 2 contracts over the weekend. Jordan Goodwin got a 3-year, $19 million deal. Colin Gillespie, 4 years, $48 million for the former undrafted free agent player out of Villanova. What a career for him, right?
Yeah, we reported on April 29th. I said I expect the Suns' top priorities this offseason to be, number 1, retaining Colin Gillespie, number 2, retaining Jordan Goodwin. Those were the most important things for them. They got the Gillespie deal done, and I said Goodwin is next. It'll happen very soon, then they'll work on Mark Williams. Good deal for them. It's a 3-year deal for $19 million for Goody. It's a good deal for him. It's a good deal for the team. The 3rd year is a player option. So the contract's going to start at $5.8 million. The option year is worth $6.8. So there's a player option there, which if he's playing great and he wants to get out of it, he can. And if he's not playing so great and he could just take the $6.8 million. Gillespie was going to have a lot of interest from teams. Mm-hmm. Now, they could not officially talk with him. At this point, they could not officially speak with him, but there was going to be a lot of interest in him. So getting that deal done, getting that 4-year deal done at that rate was a priority for them because there was going to be a lot of interest. I got about 4 or 5 teams that I'm kind of looking at. My understanding is would have been teams that would have really, gone after him hard. So you get Gillespie done, you get Goodwin done. Those were priorities for them, and they got to feel good about the contracts. Now, a lot of people are like, "Oh, this is gonna put them over the luxury tax." It doesn't. That doesn't matter to them. No. So everybody's showing these numbers, and oh my goodness, they're so close to the luxury. That doesn't matter. What matters to the Suns is not going over the second apron. They'll gladly go into the tax, gladly, but they are not going to go above the second apron.
What about the first apron?
Yeah, they'll go above the first apron if they have to. But they're not going to go above the second apron is something that they will not go above.
Because the tax I get. I really do. Mm-hmm. If Matt Ishbia, I think it was Kellen who wrote over the weekend, hey, if Matt Ishbia doesn't care about the tax, we shouldn't care about the tax. And if he does, because there's no punishment on the Phoenix Suns. It's just a check Matt Ishbia has to write. Mm-hmm. So if he wants to go over the tax, fine. Now, he told us during one of our mini conversations with him, hey, look, if you're going to go over the tax, if you're going to be in the apron, you kind of want to go for it, right? You don't want to do it just to do it. You want to do it because you have a reason to do it.
The second apron for sure.
For sure, the second apron. But they got to stay out of that. But the reason I'm not concerned about the tax.
Yeah, they're not either.
I'm concerned about the first apron because that's where things get a little dicey with Mark. Bringing him back probably puts them into the first apron, which is limiting, not as limiting as the second apron,
right?
But it is limiting, and I don't think it's worth it. I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze for this team right now to be in the first apron. So if they want to bring back Mark Williams, fine. But I believe, this is my opinion, there needs to be another move to take salary away. Royce, Grayson, something, because I don't think this team right now, where they are in their arc, should be a first apron team. I get what you're saying about the second apron. I do. And they're going to avoid that. But I think they should also work hard to avoid the first apron. And because of the limitations that are attached to that.
Yeah.
And so if they are going to bring back Mark, and I understand that's the next bit of business that needs to get done, I think they've got to move off of somebody else to bring the number down, because this shouldn't be a first apron team. It just shouldn't be right now. Agree? Disagree?
I would agree that it shouldn't be a first
team. There's like a $10 million difference between the tax and the first apron.
Yes.
You want to be a tax team? Fine.
And they will
be a tax team.
They will be.
But a first apron team? I don't think we should do that.
The Gillespie contract starts at 10.7, then it goes up to 11.6, 12.4. It's fully guaranteed. There are no options there. Fully guaranteed 4-year deal. The Goodwin contract has the player option for the third year that is going to get done. They needed to get that. Now, in about 7 days, teams can start talking to these other teams. But I'm telling you, there was going to be...
I believe it.
Like, I would have expected... I'll tell you what I would have expected, okay, with that. Portland, Detroit, Minnesota would have been teams that would have been heavy after Colin Gillespie. That's what I would expect. Portland, Detroit, Minnesota would have been teams that would have been competition for you to keep Colin Gillespie.
Let me put it, to accentuate your point here, let me put it this way. We talked last week, John Hollinger labeled Colin Gillespie as his 10th best free agent available. And using his own fancy schmancy metric system, he pegged Colin Gillespie as a $21.5 million average annual value guy. $21.5 million.
We
knew it wasn't going to be
was
that
a
much.
little crazy
we thought
high.
And he did too. And he admitted that he's probably not going to get that. But he, in his write-up on him, suggested a 3-year deal for an estimated $51 million would be a nice resolution.
So this is a steal for the Suns.
Based off of that analysis, yes, this is a steal for the Suns to get a 4th year and to get that average annual value at I mean, I want to say way less, but less than what most people were expecting, I think, Colin Gillespie to get.
2 things. One, he likes it here. He likes the coaching staff. He likes his role here. That's the most important thing. He's comfortable. They gave him a 4-year deal for $48 million. Could he have made more? Maybe. But you also have to be very, very leery with these teams that you believe have interest in you. So I just mentioned 3 that I believe would have. Because they could say, we like you, and then somebody else comes and they make a trade. Oh, yeah, sorry, we can't do it now because we did this. So the waiting, so the Suns are offering you 4 years, 48 now. You want to wait another 9 days? You know, maybe these teams will give you more. Maybe they won't. Maybe something else happens. Maybe you're their third guy, or they make a trade, and then all of a sudden, what you thought you could get from them, you don't get. So he settled for the security. Yep. He got the $48 million deal. Goodwin got a really good contract for him and the Suns. I mean, it's he's such a valuable piece for them. So for them to get Goodwin at that number, I think he probably wanted a little bit more, maybe like $22 million. So you get him for a little bit less, and it's a good deal for him. It's a good deal for the Suns.
And I think it's a win for the Suns. And this has been observed by many people about this, but I'll go ahead and add my voice to the chorus on this one. It's a good moment for the Suns because here are 2 players who clearly thrived under Jordan Ott, right? I mean, and that's an understatement. Colin Gillespie had a career year under Jordan Ott. Jordan Goodwin found a home with the Suns. They already tried Jordan Goodwin once before. He was nowhere near like this. And he made, I think it was Zim from ArizonaSports.com who wrote that, Jordan Goodwin made just enough 3-pointers this year to justify being on the floor as often as he was. Like, he shot a good enough percentage that you go like, oh yeah, we can play him now because he's out there. These are 2 guys who came here and really flourished under this coaching staff, who are shining examples of exactly the kind of culture and organization that Matt Ishbia, Brian Gregory, and Jordan Ott are trying to build. You want to put these 2 guys on a pedestal and say, the right players, the right system, and the right fit, look at the way you can flourish when you're that guy and you're willing to do the work. So for them to get rewarded the way they did, it's a big win for everybody. Now, the Mark Williams thing, we're going to talk about that a little bit later. Yeah. I'm fascinated by that. I'm fascinated by the first apron. I'm fascinated about the minutes and how it's all going to work, because now with these salaries, you kind of have to play Colin Gillespie and you kind of have to play Jordan Goodwin, and they still have, I think, a lot of guys where the minutes just aren't, if they're healthy, it's just not going to distribute out very well. So I'll be curious to see how they address that. But make no mistake, this weekend was a great weekend for the Phoenix Suns to take two of their coveted assets and reward them for the work that they had done and how they had evolved as NBA players under this first-year head coach.
Yeah, I always, when a team sits there and tells, when like, again, I reported this in April, that their two priorities were Gillespie and Goodwin, and for them to get that done, those players obviously have faith in the organization, respect for the organization, the coaches, the players, the ownership, everybody, the whole front office. So they wanted to be here, and that's always a great sign.
Not one, not two, but three big injuries to the Diamondbacks this past weekend. Who are they going to miss the most, and who are they going to count on to step up in their absences? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The United States could definitely eventually win a World Cup. Can this team win this World Cup? The United States would have to play 4 straight games, all of which being their best game to date. In soccer, as a team that's an underdog in all 4 of those games, it would be very, very near impossible to do. The thing with soccer is eventually the cream rises to the crop. Like top. Cream rises to the cream top. Of the crop. You are the cream of the crop. And the cream does rise to the top.
The ceiling is the roof.
The ceiling is the roof. MJ said it himself.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and the great Stuart Willis, who's done such a good job helping me. Financial plan, retirement plan, tax plan, estate plan. If you do not have a financial advisor that is talking to you about a tax plan, you might have the wrong financial advisor. They do an incredible job of making sure that you understand that a lot of the money you're putting away is tax deferred, and there's going to be payments on that, and when to pay them. It truly is the most important thing is to, and this is what Stewie told me when I started working with him. It's not about how much you've made. You've done a great job, right? But it's how much of that are you going to be able to keep? You want to be able to keep most of it, but you are going to have to pay taxes. So when you pay those taxes matter. So if you want a financial advisor who's a fiduciary right here in Phoenix, Arizona, 5 locations that can help you get a free portfolio review right now. Call 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
It's the world's biggest soccer tournament, and you can trade it all on Kalshi. Yep, trade every match all the way to the final on Kalshi, the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Kalshi. Hey, which continent's going to reign supreme and bring home the cup? Paul Calvisier last week checked South America, trading at 22%, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $400 if one of those countries wins soccer's biggest prize. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app, Kalshi. Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins, president of Galaxy Lending Group. If he told you could pay off your mortgage decades faster without changing your lifestyle, you'd think he was crazy.
I've heard worse, Tom. Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan does exactly that, and it helps most of our clients to pay off their mortgages in 5 years or less without changing their lifestyle.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks on the road again, this time 7 games on the road. First will be in St. Louis, a 4-game set against the Cardinals. Merrill Kelly on the mound tonight. He'll go against right-hander Andre Palante. First pitch is at 4:45. Pre-game coverage starts at 4. You can listen to all the action right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Phoenix Mercury will be in action as well. They're hoping to build off of that big win they had over Seattle on Saturday. They're in Indiana taking on Caitlin Clark and the Fever. Tip-off will be at 5, And surprise news out of the NBA today. Fresh off of a national championship with Michigan, Dusty May plans to sign as the next head coach of the Dallas Mavericks. Begins a new era in Dallas after Jason Kidd was let go this offseason and Masai Ujiri took over the role of president of basketball operations for Nico Harrison. This report is brought to you by Talking Stick Resort. Summer playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates just $129 and no resort fee for locals. Book now for stays now through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation.
D-backs in the Lou to play 4 games at the Cardinals. Game 1 coverage this afternoon at 4 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Just unfortunate news. I know you guys got the information. You got the diagnosis. MRIs confirmed that there was something that was going on in there, and they're going to have to just step away and rest up. You know, it's going to be in weeks and not days. Hopeful for the fastest return possible. I know you guys like timelines. You know, we're hoping it's going to happen before the 4 to 6 week period of time that everybody seems to be throwing at me. But I'll keep you guys updated on their progression.
I got wind of it around noon on Friday, and it was literally a punch in the gut. When I was told that Ryan Nelson has a forearm flexor, a partially torn flexor, and that Yulbert Diaz was being called up, and you know, as I'm putting that information out there, and I'm just like, oh my God, this just sucks. I mean, it sucked writing it. It just sucked writing it. I had to tell everybody that Ryan Nelson is going on the shelf, and Yulbert Diaz is being called up because of the partially torn forearm flexor that he's got.
Mitchy Mitch.
This team went from Corbin Burns is just a month away to you don't have Corbin Burns, you don't have A.J. Puck, you don't have Ryan Nelson, and you don't have Michael Soroka.
That's a great point, Mitch, because we were talking about A.J. Puck is going to be back in a matter of weeks, and then Corbin Burns is going to be back in July.
Yeah.
And you are going to make and we had even talked about you get everybody back. Should you go in and get Tariq Skubal and just try to win? Like, you know, just because you have a rotation of Corbin Burns 1 or Skubal 1, Burns 2, Erod 3, Soroka 4. Like, who's beating that team?
Yeah.
And then Burns is done. AJ's done. Now you've got Ryan Nelson, who might be done. He might be done for the year. And then Soroka gets hurt. And it's just like, damn. Like, I told you, like, last week, I was like, I got to sacrifice something. You should have let me break something.
I didn't stop you.
Maybe it would have helped.
I didn't stop you.
I picked something up, and you stopped. I was going to break
you were going to break the Devin Booker bobblehead. I'm like, don't break Devin Booker.
I think it was this gallon one. I think it was going to break the gallon one. It's just, I don't know. I mean, you just can't take this many hits, and your pitching Your pitching rotation, at one point, we had been raving about 17 quality starts out of 21 or 22 outings. And now Corbin Burns isn't coming back. Ryan Nelson's out. Fott's in the minors. Soroka's hurt. Gallen's got the highest qualified ERA in all of Major League Baseball.
Yep.
Merrill Kelly's one good start, two bad starts every time. Every time he takes a step forward, he takes two steps backwards. You don't have any. You just don't. You don't have the ammunition you need to go to battle now if you're the Diamondbacks.
And it was a really dark weekend. And like we talked about earlier, the only two good things really happened to the Diamondbacks this weekend were Corbin Carroll's magnificent night on Friday to kind of help them rise above the doldrums of everything that had happened to them that day. And then Cabrera yesterday, he was cool. It was a really cool story to see his parents flown in from the Dominican and see the big smile on his face as he was walking off to the standing ovation. And
he was great. He was great.
It's too bad they couldn't get him the win. And Juan Murillo didn't do his job in the seventh, and they didn't score enough runs to get him the win. But it was, and I'm worried about two things now.
Okay,
I'm worried about this week and really the next 6 series or so, because I think 5 of the 6 are against really good teams or teams that are at least above 500. And this week in particular, 4 against St. Louis, 3 against Tampa Bay. And I'm worried more than anything about this team's ability to fight through this, because they have just been dealt a heaping Thanksgiving plate sized of adversity. Like, they just got all the adversity piled up the way you'd pile up your Thanksgiving plate, right? And can they fight through that? Can they rise above that? Can they be better than that? Or will they succumb to that?
It's a good question.
And I'm worried about them succumbing to it. I'm worried that it's just too much bad news for them to rise above. And I want to think they're going to be professional, and I want to think they're going to be better than that, and maybe they'll surprise me. But I'm worried that they've just been dealt too many blows for them to get through it, and that Mike Hazen ultimately, despite his bold proclamation less than a week ago, he's going to be a buyer. I don't know if they're going to be able to get him there. I don't know, and we're going to find out in the next 3 weeks, right?
If I'm Derek Hall and Ken Kendrick, and I've got to really question whether I allow him to buy. I have to really question, and we're going to talk about the buying in a little bit for sure. But to your point, I think they're teetering on the brink of being a seller rather than a buyer. Now, just because of these injuries, if you find out Ryan Nelson's not coming back, here's the thing. If you knew Nelson was coming back and Soroka's coming back and everything's going to be fine and Puck's going to be back, and you might want to do. But if you find out Ryan Nelson's done for the year and he's not going to be able to come back, I don't know. I mean, I just don't know that you can be a buy. This Lawler thing, I mean,
see that
the eighth inning, he lays down a beautiful bunt single. It gets overturned to a hit. They originally call him out. It gets overturned to a hit. And then I'm watching the game, and you can just see him kind of gingerly walking, and I'm like, what happened? And then the next thing you know, he leaves the game.
Yeah.
And Tommy Troy comes in to pinch run, and I'm like, are you kidding me? This guy, every time he gets back, he gets hurt.
Mm-hmm.
We are waiting for Jordan Lawler to break out. We had a poll the other day, and he was like, I forgot what the poll question was, but it was, and we all said Lawler. Lawler's the guy we're most excited to see because he's got all this potential. But does it not seem like at every turn this guy gets injured? He got injured on a bunt single.
Mm-hmm.
Just a bunt single. He ran the bait. He got hurt.
Hard down to first base. Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, no, it's funny. I want to use. Half of my brain tells me, come on, you dummy. They lost 40% of their starting rotation in one weekend. Mm-hmm. That's the thing to be the most worried about. And it is. I mean, I get it. It is. And the 40% you didn't want to lose, right? Like, Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly, they've pitched so poorly this year. That's the 40% you go, okay, and I don't want to talk anything into existence.
Soroka's ERA is high, but that's a little misleading because he's been really good.
He's been really good. Ryan Nelson and Michael Soroka are two guys you don't want.
Not Soroka.
Who's
Nelson?
Nelson's ERA.
Nelson's ERA is high, but he's been really good.
It's 3 bad starts for Ryan Nelson, and I know that's an easy way to write it off. But the point I'm trying to make is that while yes, we should all be worried that 40% of the rotation just got dinged up and is going to be out for the foreseeable future, I'm really worried about this Lawler thing. I mean, to my core. In my soul as a Diamondback fan, worried about this Jordan Lawler thing because he just can't stay out there.
No.
He just can't.
No.
And it's impossible We've been through this in all of our years as Arizona sports fans. Players that we love who just can't stay healthy. And no matter how much we love them and no matter how good we are, we've just got these trust issues with them that are unavoidable. And you're justified in feeling the lack of trust. You're justified in going, well, I think you're great, but man, you just always get hurt. So can I count on you? We're so there with Jordan Lawler right now. He was back, 6 games before he injured the hamstring? Now, the first injury, he got hit by a pitch, broken. He can't control that. That's not his. And this isn't his fault. But you just look over a career where he's missed so many games.
Like a magnet for injuries.
I can't trust that. I can't believe in that as a Diamondback fan as much as I want. If you want to really depress yourself, go do a Google search of Jordan Lawler's injury history over the last 5 years. It's depressing.
It's a long list.
It's a long list.
It's like reading a book.
Yes, it is.
Like it's that long. I mean, and this was just, again, watching the game and a great bunt single leading off the 8th. And this is right before Corbin had the 3-run triple to tie the record. Congratulations to him. Triple number 52, ties Stephen Drew. He had 3 hits. He had 4 RBIs. That was the Apple TV game because he was mic'd up. And I'm always amazed at that. He's in the field and he's talking to these guys, and then a fly ball gets hit to him. Like, why are you talking to him while the game's going on?
My sister.
I am so fascinated by it. Why do they do that? They're talking to him while the game's going on.
We had dinner with my brother and sister-in-law last night, and she said exactly the same thing. It's just like, oh, wait, hold on, guys. Hold on. I just got to, yeah. Okay, so like I was saying, it's like, come on, dude.
I can't believe, let him concentrate on catching the baseball.
2021 shoulder. This is for Lawler. 2021 shoulder. 2022, he had a benign growth on his ribs, and he fractured his left scapula after being hit by a pitch. 2024, he had thumb surgery and 2 hamstring injuries. 2025, he had a hamstring. 2026, he had a fractured wrist and now a hamstring. Thank you to Nick Pecoro of AZ Central for putting it in this very easy-to-read
Are there hamstring transplants? Can we just be like, hey, we got this guy. He's got a good hamstring. Can we take yours out and put his in?
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we're going to medically check on that for you. In the meantime, Gillespie, yes. Goodwin, yes. Mark Williams, question mark. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. You don't have to go anywhere if you don't want to by going to libertygmcaz.com. But you do want to take advantage of the summer savings event going on at Liberty GMC because they got the entire GMC lineup. They've got huge inventory right now, so many choices, and they've got deals on all of them. 2026 GMC Terrain, you can lease one for just $269 a month. 2026 Canyon, perfect mid-size truck, you can lease one for about $369 a month. If you're looking for the biggie, the Yukon, 2026 Yukon, 2026 Yukon XLs, they are arriving daily at Liberty GMC. Lease options starting at $699 a month for that big people mover. And of course, if you're looking for a truck, nothing better than a 2026 Sierra 1500. Get up to $12,500 off that bad boy right now at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Truck Month is finally here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking it off with their biggest deals of the season. This is the one time of year when the Valley's best GMC trucks come with the Valley's best savings. Forget all the runarounds and pressure from those other guys. At Earnhardt, you walk in as a customer, you leave feeling like family. That's 75 years of doing things the no bull way. Right now, save up to nearly $14,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab. And the savings keep coming with up to $6,000 off MSRP on a new 2026 GMC Canyon just in time for summer. Discover the hottest trucks now ready and waiting for you. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference, or find your perfect match at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 30th, 2026.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll.
All right, Mitch once again is handling double duty for Lauren, who my sources tell me will be back tomorrow.
I was going to say, don't worry, guys. Not much longer.
Stop. You're doing great.
Thank you.
Fantastic. You have a poll question for us?
I do.
What are we asking the folks?
Found on the front page of ArizonaSports.com. It's our Arizona Sports poll question. Oh, would you look at that? It's setting up perfectly for what you guys are about to talk about. Don't we love when the poll question does that, you guys?
Mm-hmm.
Who will be the Phoenix Suns starting center next season? There's 4 options on this poll. Mark Williams, Oso Ighodaro, Kaman Malawach, and then there's a 4th option that just says other.
I'll go Mark Williams.
You know what? Oso.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oso.
Okay. Got some division, so I need to break the tie. I'll pick Mark Williams for this one.
Okay.
We're only doing one today.
Just one. Mark
Williams is not leading this poll, though.
Come on, Malawach.
Other.
Oso Ighodaro is not leading this poll. Kaman Malawach is 39%. It's very close, though.
They're trying to will it into existence.
Heck, I'm trying to will it into existence. 36% for Mark Williams. So very close between the front two. Oso getting 20% of the vote. Other 6%. I don't even know who other would be.
Other would be the guy that you signed for
mid-level exception.
$5 million mid-level exception when Mark Williams goes somewhere else.
Bismack Biyombo reunion, something like that.
Yes.
Oh, geez, no.
A Bismack Biyombo reunion.
Could have won a championship, right? Wasn't he on the Spurs?
He was. I remember seeing him many times, not in the game, but on the bench. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mitch. That's the poll question at ArizonaSports.com. You can find it on our homepage. So now we enter, and I'm just looking at the headline of Dan Bickley's column right now. I'm going to read it during the next break here. unclear part of Suns offseason arrives after obvious re-signings of Gillespie and Goodwin. And, and without reading it, I think, yes, we are officially into the murky part now of the Phoenix Suns offseason. We knew they were going to bring back Gillespie and Goodwin.
Right.
You had told us so for the basic part of the
Since
last
April.
month and a half, okay? Now we're to the what happens next part of the offseason.
Well, they're making progress with Mark Williams. I think they're still a little bit of a ways away. At the right price, they are interested in having Mark Williams back. People have asked me, can you do a one-year deal? No, I don't think you can do a one-year deal. I think you're probably looking at a 2-year deal. If there's a third year involved, then maybe it's more of an option, like an option year. And I probably, unlike Goodwin, it might be more like I'll get a team option. So I would say that the minimum on a contract for Mark Williams is 2 years. The maximum would be 3 years, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's some sort of option that's in there. I think it really comes down to money. The money could range anywhere, in my opinion, 12 to 17 million, in that range for what he would get per year. So I don't have an exact number, but if you ask me to split it in the middle, I think you're probably at the $14-15 million range per year on a contract. Okay. But I think his value is going to be somewhere in the 12 to 17 million dollar range. I'm sure the Suns would like to get him lower, and he'd like to get higher, but I don't know exactly what will come in. But I would say it's probably fair to split that in the middle and maybe get a contract done. The Suns would like to have Mark Williams back at the right price. They value him. They like him. They think that he should start next year as Malawach continues to develop. But eventually, they do want to turn it over to Malawach. Now, that could be halfway through next season or after a full year. If you have Mark on a 2-year deal, he could be the starter for the first year and the backup for the second. Or you could trade him. He could be the starter in the first year, and then Malawach is blowing it away, and then he becomes your starter, and then you've got an expiring contract on Mark Williams, which is very attractive for teams to trade. So that could be why you would want that second year, because you have the ability to trade that contract.
All of which makes sense to me. I mean, it really does. And I guess a lot of it just depends on his marketplace. Does he have other suitors? Does he have other teams? He's restricted, so the Suns have the ability to match because they offered him the qualifying offer, which comes in at $9.5 million, which obviously you're not going to bring him in for that. He's going to get more than that. I think the cloudy part is there a team out there that values Mark Williams and wants him and is willing to sign him to an offer sheet that pushes him past the Phoenix Suns' comfort zone? And that's one of the X factors in this. I think there's a couple of X factors in Mark Williams, but I think that's one of them.
And then you could do a sign and trade.
Potentially, yeah. You could do something like that and free up some things that way. But is there that team out there that values him in a way that would push him beyond the reach of the Phoenix Suns and just make it illogical for them to bring him back? I think the other thing, and we talked about this when we talked about Gillespie and Goodwin, is I do think too I saw your tweets over the weekend, and we talked about this earlier. They don't care about going into the tax. And I don't care if they don't care. It's just a check Matt Ishbia has to write. There's nothing punitive other than that about it. It's just more money he's got to spend. If he doesn't care, I don't care. I don't want them to be a first apron team. I don't think at this stage in their evolution they should be a first apron team because it's too limiting. And I think Mark Williams, if they bring him back, great. But then I really feel like they have to do something else to get back down under that apron. Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, something, anything, because I just think this team still should have the full bevy of options available to them without worrying about jumping into that apron again. The second apron, you've said they're not going there. And,
no chance.
And that's fine. That's great.
Yeah, it's a very punishing apron.
But the Mark Williams signing would put them into the first apron, which is nothing to be scoffed at, right? There's still some limitations there, and I just don't think this team is worth it right now to be a first apron team. That's just my opinion.
And it's part of the reason I shoot down so many of the latest rumor was the Suns are showing interest in Josh Giddey, per Mike Scotto.
I saw your Grim Reaper. That was a dark, depressing Grim Reaper, by the way. It was a very...
Was that a depressing one?
Because I've always found the Grim Reaper to be a very uplifting character.
But I mean, that
is this supposed to be a nice...
Especially just sort of ghastly. It really was. Gambo tweeted out a picture of a Grim Reaper.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was especially rough, I thought.
Yeah. I actually was a little sad because there was one guy that actually was like, "Can somebody please tell me what this means?" People were like,
"Oh, are you brokenhearted? Nobody knows what your Grim Reaper means."
I mean, one person did not know, and I was like, "Oh man, it makes me sad."
Makes you sad that it's not
Makes me sad
100%
there was a guy out there, and people were explaining it to him what it is. I was like, "Oh man." That kind of makes me sad.
This poor guy. He doesn't understand my references.
His name is. He goes, "What the blank does this mean? Can someone explain?" I'm like, makes me sad when some fans don't know what this means.
That's funny stuff. So we'll see, and we'll see what else. We'll see what else happens. I also think there is, and Kellen wrote about this at ArizonaSports.com, and I agree with him completely. I think there's a real minutes crunch with the Suns, that trading a Grayson or a Royce O'Neal, and I understand what they've said. I understand what they've said a million times about player development and continuity and things like that. But I do think financially and minutes-wise, if they bring back Mark Williams, they would really, really benefit from moving one of Grayson or Royce O'Neal. I mean, just really benefit from a money standpoint, from a minute standpoint. It's just too much of a glut, There's too many guys that need minutes and need to play, and I don't think there's enough to go around if they just bring everybody back, assuming everybody stays healthy.
Yeah, I don't think you could probably do something with Bouye and Highsmith, but I don't know if that creates enough money for you for what you're talking about. The difference between the tax line and being a luxury tax player in the first apron is, what would you say, like $10 million?
It's like $9 million, $10 million.
And I understand what you're saying. Like, if you're going to go over that first apron, you're doing it to win. And your point is, why be $2 million over the first apron and deal with those punishments? Might as well just get under that first apron by $500,000 and be done.
If you're going to go over it, go over it. Go do something dramatic.
I get it.
And they're not going to.
No.
And I get it.
No.
I get that they're not going to. But it seems to me if you're going to cross that threshold, have some fun with it. Don't just do it because you did it. Do it because you have some aspirations of doing something bigger with it. I don't know. It's just one way of looking at it. Mike Hazen, just last Wednesday, told this station he wants his Diamondbacks to be buyers. Are they going to be able to be buyers? That's coming up next on Burns and Gambo.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
They've still got it at Sanderson Ford and Sanderson Lincoln employee pricing. It saves thousands and thousands of dollars on a new vehicle. American value for American values. You pay what they pay at Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, and Sanderson Lincoln, just east of the I-17 on Bell Road. You want a new Lincoln Navigator? How about a Lincoln Aviator? How about a Corsair or a Nautilus? Sanderson Lincoln has them. How about these prices? A 2025 Ford Bronco, $41,995 right now with employee pricing. Or a brand new 2025 Ford Escape, just $28,995 with employee pricing. Or that Ford F-150 STX, just $41,995 with employee pricing. Head on over to Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, or go online at sandersonford.com.
Empty slogans and cute jingles, lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The number one complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
At the UPS store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, 4Runner, and Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer. Toyota. Let's go places. 4.99% with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and do you struggle raising your arms, climbing stairs, kneeling down? That means you can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without that exhausting pain. So let's celebrate what you can do, and that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain, it's gone, and they're back to living their lives. So many of you have been through QC Kinetics, game-changing regenerative treatments done right in their office, no missing work, no surgery, no long recovery, the inflammation calms down, and the pain backs off. Hearing about these life-changing treatments on Arizona Sports helped a lot of you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. So let's get rid of that pain starting now. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Here's the number, 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Most people wait to replace their AC because of the price tag. But here's the math nobody mentions. A new high-efficiency unit from Parker & Sons starts cutting your energy bills the day it's installed. And with no payments until 2027, you're saving on energy all summer before you've spent a dime on the brand new unit. No interest, no payments, no stress. The offer ends June 30th, so call 602-2-REPAIR for your free quote. That's 602-2-REPAIR.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks on the road again. This a 7-game road trip that'll begin in St. Louis, taking on the Cardinals for 4 straight days. Merrill Kelly is on the mound tonight. He'll go against right-hander Andre Palante. First pitch is at 4:45. Pre-game coverage will get started at 4. Don't go anywhere. It'll be right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Phoenix Mercury are in action this evening as well. They're hoping to build off of that big win that they had over Seattle on Saturday. They're in Indiana to face Caitlin Clark, and the rest of the Fever tip-off will be at 5. And then surprise news out of the NBA today. Fresh off of a national championship with Michigan, Dusty May plans to sign as the next head coach of the Dallas Mavericks. It begins a new era in Dallas after Jason Kidd was let go this offseason, and Masai Ujiri took over the role of president of basketball operations for Nico Harrison. And that is what's trending now.
D-backs in the Lou to play 4 games at the Cardinals. Game 1 coverage this afternoon at 4 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
For what it's worth, we are keeping our eye on what's the biggest national story today. 6 minutes ago, Giannis Antetokounmpo tweeted out, "God, I trusted you at the beginning, and I will continue to trust you throughout." Hands clasped in prayer emoji and then the 100 emoji. So we're only on till 4 today.
He's just influencing the Kalshi odds. Watch out.
Maybe.
Like this is like if Boston offers Jaylen Brown's, we're done. Miami offers garbage in every trade. I mean, no team offers less than a Miami Heat. I don't know. That's why I always like the Heat fans hate me because you're not getting that guy, and you're not getting this guy, and you're not getting that guy. And no, you don't have enough to get Kevin Durant. And no, you don't have enough. And the Miami fans, they hate me, but then they've learned to like respect that I'm always right. They never offer anything. Hey, we'll give you our 11th, 12th, and 13th best players and a second-round pick for Giannis. You don't want that?
You don't want that over Jaylen Brown?
Come on, Jaylen Brown's one guy. I'm giving you 3 guys. Granted, none of them can play in the NBA, but you'd have 3 players.
Yeah, so if Mitch has his finger poised on the breaking sports news button, if something should happen, then we'll go with it and tell you about it, but nothing has happened yet. In the meantime, Mike Hazen, just last Wednesday, when we were in a much better, brighter place with our Arizona Diamondbacks franchise, didn't even have to be asked the buyer-seller question. He just said it definitively.
I couldn't ask you the buyer-seller's question, all that kind of stuff. You know, it is
I'm planning on buying. I'll answer that question for you.
Okay, there you go. That was a nice little tidbit at the end.
The next morning, Derek Hall, president and CEO of the team.
We talk every day, and Mike and I both believe we're going to be buyers, and we want to be buyers. I mean, we need to go into each season thinking that we're going to be buyers at the trade deadline, but we believe in this team, and we think we're going to be in a position to do just that. And as you guys said the other day, and it's so true, every trade deadline, even if we're buyers, we do it in a different way. We're buying, yet we're selling a little bit too, because we're at an all-time high with payroll right now. We have been the last couple of years, so we got to be careful there. Yet we want to invest in this team if they have a chance to win, and we think they do.
Now, Gambo, to be fair to everybody involved here, to Mike and to Derek, those were both interviews that were done before the Soroka injury, before the knowledge of the Ryan Nelson injury, before the Jordan Lawler injury. Obviously,
before Gilbert Diaz gave up all those runs,
that was bad.
I've never, walking out of the ballpark, I actually saw him get on the train that goes past the ballpark. It was like
the light rail.
Yeah, like he didn't even get in a car. They put him right on the train.
He took the light rail to the airport.
Yeah, Gilbert here. Yeah, just hop. This train's coming, and when it stops, just get on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was sitting, whatever he was sitting next to. You're right. That was before. A lot has changed, and if you're not going to get Ryan Nelson back, and if you start to lose, now listen, you've got time before the deadline, so nothing is certain here. But it has the look to me of seller. It doesn't have the look to me of buyer. Corbin Burns isn't coming back. A.J. Puck's not coming back. I don't think Ryan Nelson comes back. Jordan Lawler's hurt again. Soroka's hurt right now. We're debating whether Zach Allen should even take the ball the next time he gets. We're talking about how big of a start this is for Merrill Kelly because he's been terrible. Mm-hmm. It does that. You've got an offense that can't score runs. I just, 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position yesterday. I just don't know that it's fair to look at this team and say, I believe in this team. I believe that they can win it all. I believe that they. Now, again, 500 can keep you in the race. But Mike had said previously, that's not good enough. Mike had said a few weeks back prior to talking to Luke and Wolf that, 500 isn't good enough. It has to be much better than that.
I think he was looking at the standings when he said that and just trying to figure out, hey, we're going to have to aim higher than that if we think we're going to stay in this race in the National League. So far, they've been able to stay in the race in the National League despite their 500 record. They're still right where they need to be. But I agree with you that the events of that horrible 24 hours between the Ryan Nelson revelation and your reporting on Friday, the Soroka injury on Friday night, the Lawler injury on Friday night, it's plunged the Diamondbacks now into this new area here. Now, nothing needs to be decided, buyer or seller, right now. The deadline is still 6 weeks away. The problem is that the baseball they're going to play between now and then is mostly coming against above 500 teams, and that has not been their strength this year. So if they want to play their way out of this, and if they want to play themselves into a buyer status, they've got some work to do. They've got some really heavy lifting to do over the next 6 weeks.
If they would have won that game yesterday, it would have been 3 series wins in a row. Would you think any differently?
No, I wouldn't.
It would have been 3 series wins in a row.
I wouldn't. Because it's 3 series wins in a row against sub-500 teams, which is what they've been doing all year long. We're at the stretch now where this is the time for them to test themselves against the best teams in baseball, the better teams in baseball. I'll correct myself on that. And this will be the stretch that defines it for us. If they play the way they've played against above 500 teams for the next 6 weeks, doesn't matter what you say or what I say, they're going to be sellers because they haven't played well against teams like this all season long. If they can rise above, and if everybody can be better and do better and push a little harder, then maybe they can put themselves in a position where they still are a buyer. We just don't need to decide that on June 22nd. It's a long way to go.
It's a long way to go.
Long way to go.
Yeah.
It's just everything about where this team is at in the upcoming schedule suggests it's going to be too big of a mountain to move for them.
Ain't no mountain high enough, Burnsy.
Well, we'll see.
Ain't no mountain high enough.
Here's the other problem, too, and this goes back, and we'll talk about Zach Gallen coming up in a little bit again. It was pointed out that the home crowd in particular, these blowouts that are happening at home, have you seen some of these numbers?
I looked at the numbers today. I did my own numbers.
It's crazy.
I know Jack Summers had done some numbers. I did my own numbers on the amount of losses that this team, has had, and it's a lot.
You can understand why people who go to Chase Field are a little discouraged because they have seen their team blown out at Chase Field.
A lot.
They've had 17 losses at home. 8 of the 17 have been by 5 runs or more. 5 of the 17 have been by 7 runs or more so far this season at home.
I've got 12 of their losses have been blowout losses by 6 or more runs. So I have them losing by 6, 15, 6, 6, 11, 12, 7, 13, 5, 8, 7, 8. 12 losses by 6 or more runs. That's blown out. Like, you're blown out in those games. That is a level of concern right now because it is difficult. Listen, Gallen got booed the other day. Fans are pissed. They're frustrated. You drive down to the ballpark, you watch your team play, and the game's over early. It happens.
Okay.
Like it happens, but it seems to be happening more on a regular basis.
I was confused.
Here.
So your math is for the whole season. I'm just
my math was the whole season.
I
you were
was
looking
at the home schedule.
I know.
I was just looking at the home schedule. You're looking at all of it. Yeah, they've been on the wrong end of a lot of bad blowout losses. So look, right now we don't have a choice in that. We're all going to find out together what this team is going to be at the deadline. We know how this works. Deadline stuff doesn't usually start happening until what? 2 weeks before? A week before? Maybe you could jump on it a little early, but as long as the way you're playing and you're still in it, there's no reason for you to declare yourself a buyer or a seller until you get within about a week of the deadline or so. We'll know.
There was a time a few weeks ago, I'm like, they're going to have so much to sell, and now with Arenado not playing well and Gallen and Soroka hurt, I don't even know if you would have that much to sell. 3-4 weeks ago, I was like, they're going to be a popular team, but now not so much.
When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text the word water to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select the UPS store locations or by donating today. The NBA draft is tomorrow. The Phoenix Suns, as of right now, do not have a pick in the first round of the NBA draft. Will they? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz, who did my LASIK surgery about 15 years ago. One of the best things I've ever done for myself. I could look at all the raindrops right now in Philadelphia for the France-Iraq match, and I could probably count them if I could count that high. But the Schwartz Laser Eye Center did a great job for me. And I really respect Dr. Jay Schwartz and what he's done for my family. My whole family goes to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center for all of their eye care needs. My daughters go for their glasses and contact lenses and eye exams, and I've gone there for my LASIK surgery and also my dry eye. I had a really bad dry eye when I moved to this state, and Dr. Jay Schwartz fixed that for me. So if you're looking for an eye doctor, nobody is better than Dr. Jay Schwartz. Team Eye Doctor for the Suns and the Diamondbacks. Locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. You can call them at 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online for more information at teamidoc.com.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Summer. Sonoran hot dogs, baseball games, and triple-digit temperatures. When Phoenix turns up the heat, keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. An AHS home warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems like your AC, plumbing, or fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they'll replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com. See ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make those investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. That way, you don't have to worry about settling on one offer or maybe leaving money on the table without even realizing it. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. See, not only does Orchard give you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later, you still get top dollar for your home. And this is how. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com, Orchard.com.
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and may. Ready.
Hey, it's Chris with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. We are a family-owned and operated business, and we have been since 1957. Our goal is to leave every customer satisfied and a smile on their face. Ready Services doesn't want to leave your home without leaving you with a 5-star experience. At Ready Services, we believe that we can do a great job at a fair price. Learn more about how we can help you at nofeeemergency.com.
Ready.
Hey, it's Luke. Could and should the Phoenix Suns trade into the first round of the NBA draft? We'll talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, NBA draft is tomorrow. First round starts at 5 o'clock. Coverage will be on ESPN 620 tomorrow. Second round is on Wednesday. Coverage will be on ESPN 620 as well for that. As of right now, Phoenix Suns are sitting at number 47 in the draft. Of course, the two big bits of business that Gambo's been telling you about since late April got done over the weekend. Colin Gillespie got his 4-year, $48 million deal. Jordan Goodwin got his 3-year, $19 million deal. And while Gambo, we're all wait-and-see mode on Mark Williams, we do know that the draft tends to take some situations that are stuck a little bit.
Yeah.
And it's like a little spray of WD-40, right? Like the draft kind of.
I love that stuff. I use it all the time.
Oh, right. It's miracle stuff,
Squeaky
right?
door.
I used it just the other day to get a hose off the bib, right? Like it was stuck and a little WD-40.
Oh, yeah.
So if you're stuck.
Whoever invented that.
You're looking for a solution. The NBA draft is like WD-40 to kind of loosen things up a little bit.
Yeah.
And I would imagine. Well, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen to the Suns. Don't have a pick tomorrow, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to be in the news tomorrow. You know, like something could happen because things tend to happen around the draft.
I'm still finalizing a group of players that I believe the Suns are going to target either at 47 or with a move up in the draft. I might have that tonight on social media or tomorrow on the show.
At Gambo 987.
Yeah, but I'm just finalizing that now. And then we'll get that out so people could see. It might not be like your traditional Gamble 5 because at pick 47 is, it seems almost impossible. But I should be able to give you good names to say, okay, this is a guy they like. This is a guy that they could target. I haven't shot it down, but I've said it's unlikely they'll move into the first round because I just don't know that they have the ammunition to get that done. Between players and other picks to move into the first round. But I do, as I've said several times, I'll continue to say, I do think that there are some prime locations to move up in the second round if a guy you like drops. What does that mean? They've got a guy rated 25th on their board. We're at pick 34, and they're like, this guy's still there. And they make a call and they make a trade. They do have cash to offer, I think up to $3 million. They can offer, and you see if somebody would be enticed by a lot of money to kind of either move with you or just sell you that pick outright so you could go get that guy. So I think I don't think they're going to look at a guy that they have ranked 35th and say, oh, I want to move up and get that guy. But I do think if they have a guy in that they've got rated at 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th best, and all of a sudden he falls into that range in the second round that we've been talking about, that, 32 to 37 or 38 range, then I think that they might be aggressive to try to move up to get that type of player.
Yeah, and that's something to watch for tomorrow or maybe more accurately on Wednesday. We'll see. Like you say, you haven't completely ruled it out. You haven't shot it down yet, but it's certainly something to pay attention to. The only pick the Suns have is number 47 on Wednesday night. But also, like on a broader sense, like if something's going to happen with, not necessarily with Mark, but if there's going to be a trade of somebody else off the roster, it could happen tomorrow.
It could.
Right? Like if and I know, again, I'm going to keep repeating myself because I know that they have said they're not that they're continuity in player development. But if there's to be a Grayson Allen trade, maybe it happens tomorrow night because it might involve some draft maneuvering. If there's to be a Royce O'Neal trade, maybe it happens tomorrow night because it might involve some draft pick maneuvering. I mean, doesn't just have to be about moving up in the draft. It can be about using the draft as a way to kind of restructure your roster a little bit. So I think as a Suns fan, I think that's maybe the main reason to pay attention tomorrow night to the draft. Certainly you want to see where DeBonsa's going to go and where Darren Peterson's going to go and Boozer and all of that stuff. But if there's going to be something that happens that maybe we're not totally expecting with the Suns, tomorrow might be the day that it does happen, just because that's what the draft tends to bring out in people and teams this time.
Well,
of year.
If they were to move into the first round, it'll be tomorrow.
Of course.
They do. If they do that, and they say they traded a player,
counting on that based off of kind of what. Yeah. I don't know if a move into the first round is what's going to happen.
I said unlikely. I can't rule it out. Like, they'll talk to teams about it, but I just don't know that they've got what it would take to get into that first round there. And then again, if they'll target 7 or 8 players that they like, and if any of them fall into a range that it's a lot easier for them to move up from 47 to get to like 34, 35 than it is to go get to 28 or 27 or 26 or 25. It's just a lot easier for them to make that type of move to go get that player. And there's a lot of mock drafts out there. I saw another one today. It's got Jaden Bradley coming here with the 47th pick. They've worked him out. They've worked out a lot of players. There's a lot of guys that that they like and they have their eye on. And sometimes in the second round, you keep your eye on this. If you can guarantee a guy a roster spot when nobody else is, because they like two-way contracts. Like Kobe Bryant was a two-way contract. But if you like, the agents really help there. Hey, don't take my guy here at 42 because a few picks later, we've got a guaranteed contract. So if you're going to keep him on a two-way, and the teams don't want to hurt the agents in that spot. So sometimes you're able to get that down too, if you're able to guarantee a roster spot. So we'll see if that happens as well. But that is a way teams are able to maneuver to go get somebody they really like by guaranteeing them a spot where others wouldn't.
This time a year ago, it was Kaman Malawach, it was Mark Williams, right? Like it was all that Rasheer Fleming, it was all that craziness that happened in a bang, 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 bang kind of fashion, right? And I don't know if this year is going to be as crazy. Probably not. But clearly this front office, at least last year, has shown a willingness to get a little nuts on draft night, right? And
what they did last year was
mixing
unbelievable.
Things up a little bit on draft night, and maybe you could even argue a little bit to their own detriment. In that we've talked about this many times. Would they have gotten Mark Williams if they knew Kaman Malawach was going to be there
Probably
at number 10?
not.
I don't know if they would have, because
They had no expectation
put them
of
in this
Malawach.
sticky situation now with the center position and how they're going to figure it out. And so, sometimes to their own detriment, they're really busy on draft night. And who knows? Maybe this year they won't be as busy and they'll just make a minor move up in the second round, and that's that. But I still think,
I almost think because people want some excitement. They want them Suns to do something drastic.
Yeah, and you know what? Can I be clear about something?
Yeah.
That's not what I'm rooting for these next couple of days.
Me either.
But we've talked a lot about this, you and I. We've had a lot of conversations about this. I do think if they do something, it should be because they have a log jam of way too many 6'5" guys. And I don't see the minutes being able to go around the way that it should, especially with the signings that happened over this weekend. I still don't believe in Jalen Green on this team. I don't know if I'm in the majority or the minority on that, but I still don't believe on him in this team. I know he's not getting moved in the next 48 hours. I know that. But for me, I still want him to get moved. I still think he ultimately doesn't fit on this team. And if a deal were to arise over the next 48 hours that involve Jalen Green, boy, I'd be all ears if I were them, because I just don't think it's going to work. And I know it's not going to happen, but I'm just saying that again to express my wishes that I think between him, Grayson Allen, and Royce O'Neal, something's got to give on this roster.
Well, especially because you have Highsmith, too.
Yeah.
That's a 3-and-D guy that got plenty of playoff experience that gives you the ability to move off of one of those guys. If somebody made a good enough offer for Royce or Grayson, you could do that. I understand what you're saying. I don't think you're wrong. You got three guys that are very similar in Highsmith, Grayson, and Royce. They're different, but there are similarities there. And you probably don't need that. Could you turn that into something else that you need?
Yeah. USA wraps up group play this Thursday, and Arizona Sports is hosting a watch party at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. Kickoff is at 7. They call it kickoff in soccer? Yeah, I didn't know that. Plus, enter to win a Team USA jersey courtesy of Just Sports. Text the word CUP to 620-620 for more info. Again, that's CUP to 620-620 for more information and to reserve a table. And it is powered by Michelob Ultra. Zach Gallen.
How else are they going to start the game?
I mean, I get it. It's a kickoff. I just didn't know that's what they
just throw it in.
It's not a face-off.
No.
It's not a kickoff.
Zach Gallen has become a problem for the Arizona Diamondbacks. What is the solution? We'll talk about it next on Arizona Sports.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
The Lund Mortgage team helps people every single day when it comes to refinancing, new home loans, getting you pre-approved for a mortgage. They truly are second to none at it. One of the things they've been very active and busy with is people that have been renting for a number of years and are tired of it, want to get into a home, and the Lund Mortgage team is helping them by getting them pre-approved absolutely free. Now, you take a $3,000 a month rent, that's $36,000 a year. You do it over 5 years, we're talking, $180,000 that you've paid into something that's not yours. You don't own anything. You've got no equity in it. That's just money that's gone, never to return. But if you own your own house and you make that same payment, you're building equity into something that's yours, a lot of equity. Plus, you get tax write-offs that don't exist when you're renting. So contact the Lund Mortgage team. Let's get you pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free at 623-889-0130 or go to lundmortgage.com.
This is Ken Goodrich with Gettle. When I was a kid, my dad would have me replace all the screws the previous repair guys left out. My job was to find every missing screw and replace it with a brand new one. Our guys still do that today. When motors are whirling and compressors are compressing and electrical contacts are doing their thing, those nonstop vibrations caused by missing screws will cause your system to die long before it's due. That's why we tighten your unit down to factory fresh condition every time. No squeaks, rattles, or hums. Gettle, Goettl, will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Truck Month is finally here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking it off with their biggest deals of the season. This is the one time of year when the Valley's best GMC trucks come with the Valley's best savings. Forget all the runarounds and pressure from those other guys. At Earnhardt, you walk in as a customer, you leave feeling like family. That's 75 years of doing things the no-bull way. Right now, save up to nearly $14,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab. And the savings keep coming with up to $6,000 off MSRP on a new 2026 GMC Canyon just in time for summer. Discover the hottest trucks now ready and waiting for you. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference, or find your perfect match at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 30th, 2026.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Summer in Arizona is pool days, backyard cookouts, and a house full of memories. But where does it all go? The gear, the towels, the camp stuff for the cabin. Space Solutions designs custom cabinetry for the rooms that hold your life together. Closets, mudrooms, and offices. From Munns Park to Mesa, Peoria to Payson, wherever home is, will come to you with a free design consultation. Local, family-owned. Call today to book your summer install. Visit SpaceSolutionsAZ.com. Call 602-298-6956.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks on the road again. This, the first of a 7-game road trip that'll begin in St. Louis against the Cardinals. First of 4 games against the Redbirds. Merrill Kelly on the mound tonight. He'll go against right-hander Andre Palante. First pitch is at 4:45. Pre-game coverage will get started at 4. And don't go anywhere because it'll be right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. Phoenix Mercury will be in action this evening as well. They're hoping to build off of that big win that they had over Seattle on Saturday. They're in Indiana to take on Caitlin Clark and the Fever. Tip-off will be at 5. And then surprise news out of the NBA today. At least I think it's surprising. Fresh off of his national championship win with Michigan, Dusty May plans to sign as the next head coach of the Dallas Mavericks. It begins a new era in Dallas after Jason Kidd was let go this offseason, and Masai Ujiri took over the role of president of basketball operations for Nico Harrison. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Ford. Employee pricing is still rolling at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. You pay what they pay, plus cash back on select models. Shop now and stack up the savings at EarnhardtFord.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
And it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. The Diamondbacks and the St. Louis Cardinals, the opener of a big 4-game road series. A big 7-game road trip is tonight.
Ozzie Smith walking through that door?
No, he's not. He's not.
Willie McGee?
Paul Goldschmidt.
Jack Clark?
Not walking through that door.
John Tudor?
No, John
Nolan
Tudor.
Arenado is.
Nolan Arenado
he is
walking through that door. Yes,
he
as a
is.
matter of
Just
fact.
in a different Shaded red.
Diamondbacks Cardinals 4:45 first pitch. We'll preview the game coming up in about 15 minutes from right now.
My guy Descalso with them?
Daniel?
Daniel Descalso.
Was a long time ago, but I don't know if he's with the org right now.
I have no idea.
See where he is.
Daniel
He started
Descalso
making
is.
bagels.
I'm sorry?
He started making bagels.
Is that what Italians do after they retire from baseball?
He's making bagels.
Are you going to start making bagels?
No, I just go to the bagel man. He makes better bagels than I
he's
can make.
coach with the Cardinals.
Bench coach for the Cardinals. My guy Daniel Descalso.
Daniel Descalso. How about
Diamondbacks
that?
legend.
Yeah, he's making bagels now.
Is that the word we use?
Well, it's the saying I like to use
call
as
him a
reminding
legend?
myself. Oh, he played for them.
Okay.
So
Yeah, legend is a little strong.
Like a comparable example was who was a Diamondback that was here for a year and it was like a year.
Dontrell Willis.
Diamondbacks legend. Dontrell Willis.
Dontrell Willis was on the Diamondback. Sometimes, wasn't it Carlos Baerga here?
Yeah, Carlos Baerga was here.
Alomar?
Roberto Alomar. That was the one I was going to come
had all
with.
the Cleveland Indian guys.
Diamondback legend Roberto Alomar.
Like they're much more memorable on the team where they were like Dontrell, obviously a Florida
Dontrell
Marlin.
Willis pitched for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Some of the guys that if you go back and look at the history, you just get blown away. Like that guy played for the Diamondbacks, really? Wow.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Mercury are at the Fever tonight as well. So a little Caitlin Clark,
Sophie Cunningham
versus the
revenge.
it's the Sophie Cunningham revenge game loading tonight. That game tips off at 5 o'clock. It is a big start for Merrill Kelly tonight. We'll preview that, like I say, coming up in about 10 minutes. But the Zach Gallen thing, and it was, I'm not saying it wasn't deserved. I'm just saying it was a shock to see him get booed off the field the way he did at Chase Field. And again, it wasn't not deserved, just considering it wasn't that long ago. He walked off that field to a standing ovation in the World Series after the game that he had pitched in that elimination game at home. He talked about getting booed at home.
It is, they paid to come here, and they're unsatisfied. I think it's ironic. I think when they boo players, because the players probably the most unsatisfied with themselves. And I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, I'll keep working, keep trying to prevent that from happening. But yeah, I mean that tonight's just a tough one because a hard one to sleep on. Just kind of for me, I felt like not making excuses. Just felt like just some really unfortunate bounces and some unfortunate kind of weak contact hits has kind of turned this thing into an ugly game. So yeah, I mean it is what it is. They're allowed to boo. I grew up outside Philadelphia, and I'm very familiar with, they voice their displeasures with the players when they're not playing well. So, yeah, it is what it is.
He's right about that fourth inning. It was, a lot of Lee singled, and then Caratini singled on a 3-1 pitch, and then Keishel had an infield single, and Creedla had an infield single. And then it was a ground 2-run single to right by Larnach. And then Clemens had an RBI. Nobody was hitting the ball that hard, but in the end, 10 players came to the plate. 4 runs were scored, 6 singles, 1 walk, no doubles, no triples, no home runs. Now, the next inning, he comes in, he gives up a leadoff triple to Lee, then an RBI double in the gap, and then a single up the middle that was hit hard. No, okay, that's when he got hit hard. But the bottom line is the bottom line. He's got an ERA over 6. If this was anybody else, I don't know if you're keeping that guy. If this was just, if this was some guy that they, I think the reason they're keeping him is because they just have no other options to pitch.
That's the reason they're keeping him.
There's nobody
It's
else.
not because he's Zach Gallen.
Yeah.
They're not keeping him because he's Zach
They
Gallen.
had 3 guys in the minors that were killing it. He'd be designated for assignment by now. We made a mistake. It's over.
I don't think it has anything to do with him being Zach Gallen, one of the most successful pitchers in the history of the Diamondbacks. I think it has everything to do with the fact nobody else is ready. Nobody else is ready. Nobody else is. I mean, Cole Drake is with the team now. He's got an ERA of 8 for Reno. He's not ready. Mitch Bratt just got healthy with a shoulder issue. He's not ready. Brandon Pfaadt. They got to be careful with Pfaadt. They've had enough injuries to their rotation. You rush a guy back after having him stretched out, shortening him up, and then stretching him back out again. You're begging for an injury for that guy.
You would only pitch 4 innings right now if he came back.
Very cautious about how you use him. But I'll tell you this. If Brandon Pfaadt were stretched out and ready to go, I think we'd be having conversations about the end of Zach Gallen's career with the Arizona Diamondbacks for exactly the reason you're saying. He's got the worst ERA in baseball.
The worst.
The worst. Zach Gallen, Zach Gallen has the worst ERA in baseball. But they're not keeping him because of name value or name recognition. They got no choices right now.
I know.
No options.
Which is incredible because, how could you be that bad and there's nobody that you have that could be a little bit better than that?
I know.
If you can pitch to an ERA of 5, you're better than Zach Gallen. And that's not very good.
Yeah.
It's been tough to watch.
It's been too bad. I mean, it has been tough to watch.
I feel for him.
Because we like him. You know, he's been a good Diamondback.
Yeah.
We celebrated his return. You know, we're like, oh my God.
He was pitching that World Series game. He was out of didn't he have a no-hitter going for a bunch of innings in the World Series?
He did. I came up with this, and not that stats tell the whole story.
Yeah.
But you talk about all the soft contact. And no, no one's looking to excuse Zach Gallen's performance because at the end of the day, when you're giving up hits like that, you're leaving yourself susceptible to bad luck and to getting dinked and dunked and losing by, death by 1,000 paper cuts. 11.9 hits per 9 is where his season number is right now.
Wow.
His previous career worst was 8.3 last year. So just how many hits per 9 innings is Zach Gallen giving up? The worst he'd ever had in his career was 8.3. It's at 11.9 now over a 9-inning game. He's giving up 12 hits per game. And whether they're soft, whether they're hard, there are dudes that are on base. And when you're putting dudes on base, you're leaving yourself the chance that they're going to score.
Yeah.
And you're putting yourself in a position that you can't get out of. He's just not fooling anybody anymore with the fastball. His secondary stuff isn't getting the swing and miss that he's looking for. And and it's not just Merrill Kelly. It's a big moment for him tonight, too.
Yeah.
Big moment for him
Well, I'll
tonight.
say on Gallen, the other night in that inning, he threw a 93-mile-per-hour fastball that registered as a slider because it moved so much to the left. His fastball wasn't even a fastball. He threw a fastball. They showed it as a slider. It was 93 miles an hour.
Yeah.
It just trailed to the left. So the whatever gauges it thought it was a slider. It wasn't. It was a fastball. There's something in the way, mechanically, the way he's gripping the ball. There's something wrong. And this Kaplan guy's a disaster. This pitching coach they have is just an absolute. Nobody's done better since he's got here. He's been a disaster. They need to figure it out. If they're going to keep Zach Gallen through the rest of the year, they got to figure it out.
Soroka and Erod haven't done better?
Erod's healthy. I think Erod is healthy. Soroka wasn't here last year.
Yeah, but he's done way better than anybody expected.
Because he's healthy. He's been great.
I mean, he wasn't pitching it. I don't know if nobody's doing. I mean, Erod's having a career year.
He's having the best year of them all. You can make that argument.
Michael
but he's actually healthy this year.
Did anybody think Michael Soroka was going to be an all-star this year?
But I don't think that's the pitching coach here. I just think that Michael Soroka for the first time is healthy. He's never been healthy. But there's a lot of guys that are not pitching well, and that's the
bullpen and the way they're all pitching. They're all pitching pretty well.
Ginkles had a bounce-back year. Thompson's had a bounce-back year.
Murillo up until happened yesterday,
had a couple of slips.
Really well. Sewald's great.
Sewald has been great. I don't know if I credit the pitching coach for that. I think that they have a problem with the pitching coach. I mean, I do.
Okay.
Because,
I don't know if I agree.
Zach Allen, Merrill Kelly, Ryan Nelson's been okay. But I think that those Gallen and Kelly not being able to pitch well, I think that there is a sign that there is some miscommunication between them and the pitching coach.
When we come back, we'll preview tonight's big game, big series, big road trip. Diamondbacks in St. Louis taking on the Cardinals. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Quickly and Marana Mornings.
The United States could definitely eventually win a World Cup. Can this team win this World Cup? The United States would have to play 4 straight games, all of which being their best game to date. In soccer, as a team that's an underdog in all 4 of those games, it would be very, very near impossible to do. The thing with soccer is eventually the cream rises to the crop. Like top. Cream
You're
rises
the
to the
cream
top.
of the crop.
You are the cream of the crop.
cream
and the
rises
cream
to the
does
top.
rise to the top.
The ceiling is the roof.
The ceiling is the roof. MJ said it himself.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Parker & Sons here. What if your new AC unit started paying you back before you paid for it? A new high-efficiency unit cuts cooling cost from day one, so you save on energy all summer before you've spent a dime on the system. Because right now, you pay nothing until 2027. No interest, no payments, no stress. But this offer ends June 30th. Call 602-2-REPAIR for your free quote. That's 602-2-REPAIR.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Staples Easy Deal Days are here. Score up to 50% off more than 1,000 products in-store and online. Don't miss your chance to save on tech, chairs, custom print, school supplies, and more. It all ends July 4th. Staples. That was easy.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Take your taste buds on vacation this summer at Sonic. Heat things up with the Tropical Heat Sonic Smasher. 2 hand smashed patties made with Angus beef, drizzled with jalapeno pineapple glaze. Then cool down with a tropical cream slush with coconut, pineapple, and creamy vanilla soft serve. It's like a tropical vacation, minus the flight delays. Try the Tropical Duo for a limited time this summer at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, this month sounds big for truck buyers.
It is, Dave. It's Truck Month, and our kickoff to summer savings event is underway at Liberty GMC. Whether you need a truck for work, weekend projects, or summer adventures, now is the time to buy. Right now, get up to $12,500 off the 2026 Sierra 1500, or take advantage of 0% financing for 60 months, or lease the 2026 Canyon for just $369 a month.
So visit Liberty GMC online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Diamondbacks baseball is coming up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. This is D-backs on deck as we get ready for the big
opener to the big series to the big road trip for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And tonight's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com. For the Cardinals, right-handed pitcher Andre Palante gets the start. He is 8-4 with a 3.76 ERA. Merrill Kelly, he gets the start this evening for the Diamondbacks. The righty is 5-6 with a 5.81 ERA.
Yeah, Palante's been there for a while. He leads all current Cardinals pitchers in career starts, wins, and innings pitched. He's seeking his 9th win of the season. That would be a new single-season career high. He won 8 in 2024. They've won each of his last 5 games started, and he's got a 4-game winning streak. So his 8 wins are the most by a Cardinal through their first 14 starts since Sonny Gray in 2024. Now, he doesn't get a lot of run support at home, but he does get a lot of run support on the road. This was interesting. He gets about 8.7 runs per game on the road, but at home it's only 3.09, so not a lot of run support when he's at home.
Merrill Kelly, on the other hand, his last time out was at home against the LA Angels, and it was a disaster. He gave up 11 hits in 5 1/3 innings, 6 earned runs. And the stat that we had from that game when we were talking about it last week that I think blew Gambo's mind, the 4th time in 12 starts this year that he's given up 6 or more earned runs. In his previous 75 starts over the last 3 years, he had only had 5 such games in which he had given up 6 or earned runs. So this season, in 12 starts, he's done it 4 times. The previous 75 starts over 3 seasons, he only had 5 such starts.
Such a big fan of Merrill Kelly's. I was never worried about signing him to the 2-year deal. I might have been wrong there. I just believe that, the way he pitches, he's not an overpowering pitcher, but he locates so well, up, down, in, out. He's just a good pitcher. He's had crazy struggles this year, and it's tough. Diamondbacks gave him a 2-year deal for like $40 million, a little bit over $40 million. It's like, it's a tough pill to swallow. When you go, they went all in to bring him back. They got him back, and he has struggled to give them quality outings.
Now, he has given them good outings this year. It hasn't been all bad for Merrill Kelly, and certainly Zach Gallen has been by far the bigger offender when it comes to being consistently mediocre.
Originally drafted by the St. Louis Cardinals, Zach Gallen.
Zach Gallen was, before he got traded to the Marlins back in the day. Merrill Kelly has had more of a roller coaster ride this season, so it really is fair to say that we don't know what to expect out of Merrill when he
But he
makes
was always Mr. Consistent. You always do 6 innings, 3 or fewer runs. He was a model of consistency. So to see him struggle the way he has is just not something we're accustomed to.
Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. I made sure I saved a lot of time for this because obviously over the weekend they just got gutted by injuries. They got bad news on A.J. Puck. He's got a capsule sprain that's going to keep him out another 4 weeks. The news you reported about Ryan Nelson on Friday when we were off because of Juneteenth, he's got damage in his elbow that is going to cause him to miss multiple weeks and maybe puts him on a similar timeline to Corbin Burns. Michael Soroka injured his glute and had to leave the game on Friday night. Jordan Lawler injured his hamstring, had to leave the game on Friday night on a bunt single, running it out down to first base. And it's put the Diamondbacks in, obviously, 40% of their starting rotation just went on the IL over the course of 24 hours. Jordan Lawler, just when you think he's back, he's gone, and now who knows how long he's going to be gone.
So with Burns out, that's 60% of your rotation out right now.
And if Burns were coming back, I think we'd all feel like, okay, they're still going to be fine. But that news and the delay of his return has really put this entire organization in a really precarious spot now.
We're fast approaching the All-Star break here.
Yeah.
I mean, we're in July next week. If he's able to come back at some point in September, I hope he does, but it's not going to be for long. It's not going to be for long. So, and it will all, maybe it depends. Maybe it doesn't depend. Maybe they just want to get him out there and have him throw a few games just to be ready for next year.
So what are they doing tonight in terms of the lineup to counter all the injuries that they've suffered, at least among the position players? Ketel Marte is batting leadoff and playing at second base. Perdomo batting second, playing at short. Carroll is in right, batting third. Haven Smith is batting cleanup tonight.
0 for 4 yesterday, but had been 5 for 10 in that series before the 0 for 4 yesterday. So bat came around a little bit in the first couple games, But then he had the 0 for 4 yesterday.
Nolan Arenado hits 5th. Adrian Del Castillo is the catcher. He hits 6th. Gurriel Jr. is the DH. He bats 7th. Tommy Troy is in left. He is batting 8th. Tim Tawa is in center. He is batting 9th. Your MLB standings, they're brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run and nowhere can you buy a GMC for less, a new GMC for less. St. Louis Cardinals start the day in second place in the NL Central with a 41-34 record. The Diamondbacks in third in the NL West at 38-39, one game above 500. It's when you click on the wild card standings, you see the importance of this one. The Cardinals are leading the wild card race right now in the National League with their 41-34 record. The Diamondbacks, Gambo, are a game back of the last wild card spot with 1, 2, 3, 4 teams in front of them, all separated by a game.
Yeah, you don't want that to slip any further.
Gambo's got a key to tonight's game for you.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
All right, beware of the weather. Not the weather in St. Louis. J.J. Weatherholt became only the third rookie leadoff batter to reach 12-plus home runs and 34-plus RBIs in his first 75 career games, joining the 1929 Brooklyn Robins center fielder Johnny Frederick and the 1987 Red Sox center fielder Ellis Burks. Weatherholt is the next leadoff homer he has. He'll pass Bo Hart, Luke Klein, and Wally Moon for the most by a Cardinals rookie all time. The most recent guy was Bo Hart in 2003. He is the key to the game. You got to keep him off the bases. He brings some power. He drives and runs. So the key to the game for the Arizona Diamondbacks is beware of the Weatherholt.
And keep an eye on the weather, too, though I think it's going to be okay for at least tonight's game. That is going to do us for us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. I see Steve Zinsmeister on the other side of the glass as he's getting ready for the D-Backs BP show coming up next. We'll check in with you tomorrow. Talk about the D-Backs baseball game today, the NBA draft, which is tomorrow. We'll see you at 2 o'clock here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Have a great night, everyone.